smart. And it's what will inspire the next generation.
Energy Transfer is excited to support the Texas Rangers. As one of the country's largest energy companies, we proudly move oil and gas products through our 120,000 miles of underground pipelines to power our communities and make our lives possible.
Community Coffee is the official coffee and preferred tea partner of the Texas Rangers. When we began in 1919, we didn't set out to just make great coffee. We set out to make something that would bring out the best in people, whether it's the start.
Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Your home of Rangers baseball is 105.3 The Fan, KRLD-FM, KRLD HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's the Gbag Nation here. As I'm not sure what we just watched. We're going to talk Stars. We're going to talk Cowboys. We're going to talk NBA playoffs with you, some Luka. We have 2 hours and 14 minutes of show, but this feels like a tone shift for your Texas Rangers, and we were already concerned about our team yesterday, and since we last broadcasted with you, they lost 2 more games. They scored 1 run over 18 innings of baseball. Bruce Bochy saying minutes ago this was one of their worst games of the year, as they have scored 2 or fewer in 9 of the last 13 games. But this was a big old donut today. So I have some questions for you guys.
Questions for the panel.
Sweet.
How much does Seager and Carter help? If Carter comes back and is the 2023 version of Evan Carter, and you get Corey Seager back, are you guys still holding out hope, or have you lost hope that this group of Rangers, the answer is not inside this organization's confines currently?
I am happy to see that moving your second baseman down the lineup has helped him a little bit about getting on base. I'm not thinking anything. I'm not thinking you're going to get any help from the minor. I'm not. That's not going to happen. Seager, maybe so.
Full count Carter?
No.
Guy's got the patience of a monk.
He's got no faith in full count.
I have no faith.
Down for the count, Carter, you think, at this point?
I think that's down for the count. I'll tell you, listen, Oakland has improved. Oakland has improved as a baseball team.
It's Sacramento.
Whatever.
Right.
The A's have improved. The A's have improved.
I don't know. Maybe it just looks like that because they got to play it twice over the last week.
That's how mad I am right now. Yeah. That the A's have beaten you 5 of 7 times.
It's brutal.
They've improved, but they should not. I repeat, they should not have beaten you 5 out of 7 times.
Next question. Are they so bad that even a big move in the trade market from our guy CY wouldn't fix this? Are they a move away? Or is this like just a bad baseball team that would add a good player and be slightly less crappy? The Mariners went out and got that bomber, Arozarena, a couple years back.
Last year.
Didn't turn him into a good offense.
No. This is just, 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
It's just bizarre. Like you're looking up yesterday, they're getting on base. It's just an inability to get the timely hit and bring runners across. I don't know what the hell is going on with these guys. And then you don't have a home run in basically a week. Seager's obviously going to help. He's one of the best hitters in all of baseball.
Yeah.
I don't know what you probably should have extremely low expectations for Evan Carter. That way you won't get heartbroken if indeed it does end up not going well. He is hitting the ball well, and he looks healthy right now at AAA. So we'll see. But I don't know. I mean, it's not a bad baseball team because the pitching is amongst the best that I've ever seen being a Rangers fan.
Yeah.
The pitching's phenomenal. The defense has been pretty solid for the most part, despite a Leody Taveras ninth inning fibble fabble.
Had a couple of those, right? We've lost some games because of that.
Were fibble fabble farts.
Adolis has been pretty damn good defensively. Marcus Simeon's been really, really good. So it's timely hitting. You can't be 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position. You can't load the bases multiple times in a game and come up with nothing. You can't have runners on second and third with 2 outs and strike out. 7th inning, Josh Smith, one of your best hitters, is up. You got runners on first and second. He can't do a damn thing. There's nobody you can really point to and rely on. Seager might be that guy. He's a 2-time World Series MVP for a reason. He lives for the big moment. But right now, they don't have anybody with a clutch gene in their body. Yeah. It's a big problem.
I believe in Langford myself. That's about it.
They try and manufacture runs. They bunt. They finally get a sacrifice bunt last night. 1 out.
Yeah.
And they 2 strikeouts. 2 of your better. I mean, something is really bad wrong with this baseball team right now when it comes to hitting. Something is bad. Approach.
The approach is a big problem.
Their
chase rate's terrible. They're not seeing the ball. They're not staying in there trying to draw walks. Like Simeon is to an extent. His numbers are pretty darn solid.
Him coming down the lineup, I think, has been a good thing for him.
Yeah, absolutely. But now it's like, I mean, I'm with you on Wyatt. Wyatt's a good player. But my gosh, I don't know, up and down the order. And Kyle Higashioka was the one guy that was generating some offense. Now he's on the IL.
Yeah, it's tough to see it right now. The 214 saying there's 1 million games in a season. Let's give it until July before we hit the panic button. This is 32 games in. I've hit the panic button.
I think 32 games
so we're
in,
clear.
You can kind of get a good taste of where this offense is.
I'm listening to the broadcast, and they're telling me 100 plate appearances is kind of where you're at right now, and understanding, I mean,
who we are.
Yeah, it's like okay, you need to start making adjustments and. If you're having success, great. If you're not, well, then 100 plate appearances will kind of give you an idea. That's not a small sample size anymore.
682 asks, is there correlation with the offense sucking and the pitch clock being implemented? I'd never heard that discussed before, but they were plenty bad in August and September of 2023 as well.
Their pitchers, it's a crime. I hate to use a word like that. It's a crime where their pitching staff has been now. Last night, the relief wasn't good enough, to give up the runs that they did, the grand slam and all that. But overall, the pitching staff has not been the issue. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you're a hitter or a positional player, how you walk by the pitching staff and not, shield your eyes.
No,
how can you look at, because those guys are going out and every night.
They're giving you a chance.
They're
every
giving you a
night.
chance.
A dang good chance.
Of all these wins, he's won a game 1-0. He had to pitch the entire game, complete game shutout.
Yeah.
Then he's won, I think, 2-1 was another one. Tyler Malley, this is from our buddy Sean McFarland. He's allowed 1 run in 5 innings versus the A's, right? 1.23 ERA this season. The Rangers have given him 3 combined runs in support in his last 4 starts. 3 runs in 4 starts. You got DeGrom dealing. Malley's been an all-star Cy Young candidate through a month of the season. Evaldi's been brilliant. You've gotten great moments from Leiter and Rocker. I mean, the pitching has been fabulous. To waste this, and it sucks because it's like just knowing how baseball goes, there will come a time in the season where the pitching won't be good.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're really going to need to rely on your bats.
Yeah.
But right now, watching this club through 32 games, and I do think now it is fair to start to really be concerned.
Yeah.
It is. When it was 15, I'd argue with you, push back, try and be optimistic, like, let's give it time. I'm not giving it any more time. Like, guys, they're getting. It's just annoying how you can get on base, you can hit singles, doubles, but then when you have runners in scoring position, it's like, well, you just pee down your leg. And they have an inability to bring runners across. It's a big issue. And no home runs.
6 games now?
For the Texas Rangers, who, I mean, it used to be, hey, that's a slugging club.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to find a way to just be bopping out there. That ain't happening. There's no power.
There's no bop.
What are we looking at here with runners in scoring position? Can I get a number on this? 20th in the big leagues, hitting 229. That's That's actually better than I expected.
That's one game.
I bet in the last week it's been under 100. I bet in the last week and a half or so it's been under 100. Don't want to make anybody panic. I know, like the texter is saying, Gavin, you'll panic over anything, and you're right.
Panic?
Okay?
Yeah, you should be. Now you should be. You should be upset about the way this team is hitting.
I mean, I'm like CY. CY says he's on edge, and everybody should be on edge right now when you're playing this badly. Maybe you're just more calm and like, oh, it's fine. We'll start hitting. I'm more like, it's not going to be fine. Let's figure out how we can fix it before it's too late, because you have maybe the best pitching staff in the history of the Texas Rangers, at least the starters. Dude with measles was at the Rangers-Dodgers game on the 19th, though. That was the Saturday game.
With measles?
Yeah,
Maybe we've got a measles infection.
So maybe look out if you were at that game.
Would that be a justification?
Seems like we've gotten to the bottom of something.
We're hitting
now.
with the measles.
That would make sense.
Hard to bat when you're itching.
Yeah, they do. It's some sort of pandemic.
Does it have symptoms? Because like, how do you just go to the game? I got mad bumps all over me. I'm looking crazy, but these tickets, fam.
It's probably just acne.
These tickets, bro.
It's Josh Young World Series ring night. What do you mean?
Yeah. Bobblehead, fam.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime
Got
opportunity.
sleeves on and everything.
Some calamine lotion on my face. I'll be all right.
Highly contagious.
These tickets.
Fevers, cough, runny
I'm not
nose,
giving these up.
sore throat.
I got an 1800 sickness, and I'm going to go to the Ranger game in 2025.
I would like all my ballparks to be rash-free environments. Is that too much to ask?
I don't think so. I think that's very reasonable.
It's too much to
Sorry,
ask.
Wolchuk, but that's just how I feel.
Come on, man.
All righty. We got more sports coming up next.
Imagine getting that phone call, though, bro. Imagine getting that phone call, because they have
From
the
the
guy.
doctor?
Like, yeah,
You got the measles call?
well, no, you were sitting next to the guy with the measles. Back in COVID, they would call you like, "Hey, you were probably in contact with somebody with COVID. We're just calling you to make sure you get a test."
Right.
Yeah, measles phone call, bro. I'm not even telling the fam for a while.
That's an all-time bad call right there.
Yeah,
I'm panicking.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate the phone call, because apparently it's fatal if it goes untreated. And you might just think you're super sick. Like the things you just described right there could be a bad flu or something. You're probably thinking this is all good. Next thing you know, you're having to go to the hospital. Okay, we have more sports.
We got a lot of time.
We don't have to break?
No, we don't have to.
We're not
break.
breaking?
Yeah, we don't
have to.
Now, if you would do me a favor in 4 minutes and give me a top of the hour cue, and I'll hit that button, you guys can get back to rambling about sports.
Perfect.
I love the
Or
sound.
measles.
I'm in
Or
ramble
measles.
mode.
Yeah.
Do you want me to do the legal ID live there at the top, or do
Hey,
you want me
you
to
know
throw
what?
to
If
you?
you want to be a super
I don't know if I know it.
Let's
Yeah.
pause 10
Yeah.
seconds for station identification across 105.3 The Fan.
No,
No.
almost. That's like the cue for the legal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Oh, you
Texas
gotta actually,
Rangers
read
manager
it?
Chris Woodward.
Never ever quit.
You're
guys.
listening to the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, KRL-DFM, and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth.
There it is.
Let's go, Cowboys.
That's it.
This is Bruce Bochy. You're listening to the no-hitting Rangers on.
The no-hitting Rangers.
Let's go get some damn runs. Okay. The other question I want to ask you guys, I don't think we brought it up. Maybe it's too early. Maybe you think it's panicky of me, but
Come on,
Double
Dawson.
panic?
You don't panic.
Double panic
Quit
Thursday?
Don't
Panicking over
panic,
there.
Dawson. What are
Stop
you doing over
panicking.
there?
are we going to be sellers at the deadline?
Oh, stop
No.
it. No.
See
What
why
that
it's
look
already
like?
No,
proven.
now that's too far. No. I'm with you
guess
on
if we're-
panicking about the offense.
If we're selling piece for piece,
Just stop this crap.
What is the
What are we
trade
doing?
deadline? Is it like in August?
End of July.
hey, we're only 3 months
Are
out,
we gonna be
Broadus. You can never be
sellers?
too early.
Stop it. You're 3 games back to the division lead. You were all alone in
Should we-
first
should we-
place 6 days ago.
Should we start breaking down the other teams' rosters and see where
I don't know.
we
I'd
get
Look
some
at
value?
prospects.
I've been thinking like this since opening day, mind you, and I've been waiting for you guys to join me, right?
You've been waiting for the first time they've been 500
No,
since day 2 of the season.
I've been waiting for you guys to acknowledge it. And today,
Patient man.
today I think I heard that on the postgame show with Sandler.
Oh, I could hear it in some of his calls when
Dave Raymond sounded like he was a little and I know Dave's probably listening right now. I hope
we
I'm not
love you, Dave.
putting words in his mouth, but Dave was trying to hey, listen, there's something going on here, guys.
See, that's what I'm saying. There was a tone change in the way that we're talking and thinking
And I
about
love
this
Dave.
baseball team.
I think Dave's
and maybe
honest
it's
too.
just because they only scored 1 run in the last 18 innings and were no hit into the 4th inning today. Maybe that's all it is. But something's different is out there, and I think all I'm wondering from you guys is I'm probing with these questions to see how hopeless you think this group is right now. And if you acknowledge maybe it is hopeless, I want to know, how did we go from being World Series champs to so damn bad with what on paper still looks like a good team? What the hell happened here? I don't know.
It's a good team that can't hit.
Yeah, it is.
That's the problem. It's a good team that can't hit. And I don't know. Like I said, I was being critical of, well, gosh, why are we not giving answers? Why are we not talking about why they can hit? I mean, I just...
No, because, I mean, it's hard to really find something to point to. Like, this is it right here.
Simeon gets old at 34. Dolly gets old at 31.
Yeah, but even Marcus has kind of bounced back and is actually playing pretty well.
He's playing better.
He's one of the ones you're looking
down.
at.
I keep saying that.
Yeah, he walked twice. He singled. He stole a base. Like, he's finding a way to get a board.
Yeah, but there were 25 games before he started getting on base. And
but they moved him down. I think the last couple of days, that's really
the last 2 weeks he's been better, right? Yeah. I mean, it's just, and maybe it is. Maybe it's like Simeon stinks, then he's going to be okay, and then now here's another guy that's just going to stink, and you're just never going to have this lineup be whole again. But yeah, it is. It's a massive issue, their inability to score runs right now. It is a problem. If their pitching also stunk, then I'd lean with like, okay, this team really does. They're just awful.
Lucius is going to hit an official button here. Let's go.
I mean, losing like that does something to you, man.
Yeah,
it really puts you in quite a mood.
It's angry.
Let's talk about what's happening in 3.5 hours from tonight. Puck drop. That's right. Stars Game 6 in Colorado, 8:30 on TBS. Stars advance with a win. A loss would bring us back to the AAC. When would that game be on Saturday? Game 7 on Saturday?
I think it would be on Saturday. We got a chance for possibly five Game 7s this weekend. Oh, how glorious it would be.
We got a Miro update. He's skating more, a little physicality in there.
Yeah, the clip I saw today.
Promising.
It was outstanding. It was.
But he's not going to play tonight?
So, no, he's not playing tonight.
There's still more hurdles, right? More hurdles.
So he went, he had board battles, contact, changes of direction. They were going 45-second sprints at a time with him. He looked good. I mean, he was doing 2v2 behind the net. Miro looks to me like I don't know what you're waiting on here.
Are you saying that we need him for Game 6? Just you want to play him right now to end this thing?
I'd love it. I'd love it. Now, he's not going to play. They ruled him out. But I don't think there's any excuse anymore. If you do have to come home.
Is that hockey fan man talking right now? Or is that.
I'm seeing enough that I need to see. My hockey eye, I'm seeing enough from Miro.
What else do you need to see?
He needs to go out.
Who knew we worked with Barry Melrose over here?
You do. You work with Barry. I just need to work on the gray hair, and I need to slick it back a little bit more.
Yeah.
But count on me. L.A. Kings Stanley Cup champion Barry Melrose. I'm telling you, Game 7, get Miro out there, boys, all right? Get him back there.
I don't want a Game 7.
Well, I know I don't want a Game 7 either here, Brian, all right?
I don't want a Game 7.
None of us want a Game 7, Brian.
I don't want a Game 7.
Captain freaking obvious. Get home. Don't come home and have to go ahead and play a Game 7.
Oh.
Nobody wants that, Brian.
Get his
Here we
ass
go.
buried. Get his
Everybody
ass
wants to
buried.
win Game
Ding.
6, Brian.
Ding.
We
Is
want
that-
to end the series tonight, Brian. But if you have
Was that
to,
a little Canadian accent?
if you have to, Pete the Boar.
It's Barry Dan Melrose.
Good old Petey.
It is Barry Melrose.
Petey's undefeated in Game 7s,
I didn't know he worked with Barry Melrose.
Petey's undefeated, and they're going to get Miro back there. It's going to be incredible. Game 7 at the AAC. The barn's going to be a-rockin'.
I think that's Bully Melrose, actually.
Let's go.
I can't say anything to that.
But we're not going to have to worry about it. They're not going to need Robo. They're not going to need Miro. This thing's going to end tonight. Game 6.
Let's go.
Granlund, Duchesne, they're going to get it done. Otter's pitching the shutout. Screw you, Cale Makar. Screw you, Nathan McKinnon. You boys ain't got bleep on us. Texas hockey, baby. Let's go.
Bully Melrose, do we have a Robo update? Jason Robertson.
Day to day, Robo update. All right, so we're looking good here, Gavi. We're looking real good for the second round against either Winnipeg or St. Louis.
But we don't need him, do we, Bully?
Don't even need him to beat the Colorado Avs. That's how ass their hockey team is.
No longer week to week with Robertson. He's day to day now.
Day to day. He's been out there skating. He's looking good. Now, he's not doing contact drills behind the ice there. All right, he's not doing it. I'm not seeing him do anything like Miro's doing, but God, Miro looks good.
What do you think about that bitch Bednar?
Bednar's a bitch.
Are we allowed to do that?
Oh, that is
I
so
don't
good.
think so.
Oh, yeah,
Are you allowed to do that?
I spit on my frown
Bednar's
on it.
bitching to be bitching, boys. I'll tell you that.
I'm talking to Barry Melrose about hockey.
My man was in character, and you just jump in with throw the thing off the rails.
Oh,
Game
I'm
6.
sorry. Yeah, it's Game 6. I'm sorry. I thought we were having fun.
yeah.
here.
Kids have been at home for at least 15, 20 minutes
Yeah,
by
they're
now.
at home there, Brian. All right, we're just trying to get pucks across the net here. Let's go.
Stop
messing around.
Do you guys have a prediction? What are you feeling tonight? I do think they're going to put it away just like they did last year.
Yeah, give me Colorado 4-3.
That's a great new character, man.
It
Bully
is,
Melrose
dude.
as our hockey correspondent. This does not get any better than that.
Who needs Ralph Strangis at 620 when we got
So awesome.
the mullet himself?
Pat McAfee of you, very. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Give me Colorado 4-3.
Get this man a cigar.
I hope the offensive breakout from the other night carries over.
Yes.
I think that's your best chance at victory.
They'll
I
score
don't
more goals than
I
the
don't
Rangers
think-
will runs, right?
Also, the tone factor. Get out hot and early, the physicality, the tone. Like, you got to get some of that going immediately. And that was something that I felt like they did very nicely. And I'm also banking on Blackwood. He's in his head. He's in his head now, ladies and gentlemen. That's the first postseason adversity he's ever faced. He hasn't been able to sleep for the last 2 nights. And that doesn't bode well.
He's having images of the puck going behind his nameplate down into the goal.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's about to get an own goal
Blocker
tonight.
save, rolls. There we go. I like what you're doing there.
Wyatt Johnston's haunting his dreams right now.
Yeah.
And he's awake.
I think we asked the hockey hawk, though,
Yeah.
Spittle. He's like, yeah, I think they're going to get the game. Yeah, I think he was all positive. And he goes, but they could get crushed. And I'm like, wait a minute, Hawk, you're supposed to be the guy here. What are you doing? I have to go to Barry Melrose to get this.
This thing is so close. I do think it's a series that could go either way. It's a game that could go either way. I love it. But I do think that what we've seen from the Stars under DeBoer and even before that, they got something here in these big moments. They're a big game team. Okay, did Nico get a win last night? There's a lot of debate going on about what the Lakers' exit means. Personally, I knew this was going to happen because that roster sucks. And Luka does need to be insulated with rim protectors and wing defenders. I kind of compare it to like Iverson in the early 2000s with those 76ers teams where you had to construct a team specifically around his strengths and one that could protect him from his weaknesses. And it took the Mavs 6 years to build a roster like that. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if the Lakers can get it done in one off season or 2 off seasons and manage to get that done with an aging LeBron, who on the ball is no longer a good defender. He can get chased down blocks still. He can play good team defense and get you some steals, but he's not locking anybody down either.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you were able to get away with it in Dallas last year with Luka and Kyrie for as long as you did, I mean, it shows there is a blueprint here. But as you said, it does take a lot of time, and you have to capitalize on some pretty impressive moves to go ahead and get that thing where you want it. Luka does. I mean, we lamented the James Harden comparisons for so many years, but there are elements to him on that. The difference is Luka is still the cold-blooded assassin, and late in the game, after he's danced on you for 40+, he's ready to hit the dagger on you as well and completely take over games. And even into the postseason, we've seen him do it where he actually raises his game. So those are the different aspects between him and Harden. But in terms of having to insulate him with nothing but incredible defenders, rim protection, and on the wing, that's a guarantee if you want to actually get where you want to go.
Yeah, and I think it's got to be very frustrating for Lakers fans because they had so much success immediately after adding Luka. They got a soft part of the schedule. Their expectations went through the roof. The Lakers were minus 200 to win the series in Vegas. Like, there was a lot of people, I think, that got swept up in it. I think a lot of those people lost money and were pissed last night on Twitter and blaming Luka because of it.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, even JJ Redick is calling out the team without saying Luka's name. He's like, some of our guys came in great shape. Other guys need to get in, like, reconsider the way they're going about their professionalism, taking care of themselves. That's an obvious indictment on Luka.
Yeah,
and the depth factor in him, the way he was doing his rotations was certainly weird in the substitutions and stuff. But that's obviously something that is a continual thing for Luka.
Yeah, their depth, like, what is it? Their bench short 10 points the last 2 games.
Yeah,
I mean, they didn't have any. But yeah, the defense for Luka was absolutely pee-poor.
It was embarrassing.
It really was
atrocious. In big moments like that, you should at least give the space and back up to stay between the player and the hoop and make him make jump shots. But those blow-bys are just embarrassing. I think the win might have been, when Pro Football Doc tweeted that Luka's dealing with a low back strain caused by a hyperextended back. He's likely experiencing spasms. He tweeted that in the second half, and I think back issues, knee issues. I bet Nico was checking in with Dumont saying, is this why he was getting blown by? You're dealing with back spasms. You're already slow-footed, and I think that those kind of back issues often come from the core. It can come from inflammation due to bad diet. And I obviously it's not a catastrophic injury. You'd much rather have Luka, but I think maybe Nico might take a little bit of solace in what happened last night and look at it as a harbinger of things to come.
Yeah, he was absolutely cheering his tail off last night. He had a watch
Look
party.
at that, 41 points given up by one guy.
He was by him. He was
His
by
Timberwolves
himself.
jersey on.
Oh,
Just
he's
yelling.
riding to the locker room again. Did he fall a little hard? Luka. Oh, does your back hurt, Luka?
What's Wooly into today, boys?
I got Friday vibes.
Wooly has his sights set on Miami and a cruise ship.
He had a
He's
lot
feeling fantastic.
had a lot of time off. Had that morning show yesterday.
He's coming off a weekend, basically.
Yeah.
It's what it feels like. It does.
Also, he's playing with some soreness today, boys. Some physical soreness after laying it on the line in Anna at the firehouse.
The time might have been embarrassing, but the fact that I was able to get that done was a big deal.
See, I thought the finish was the win there. That was really all it was about for me.
It was the
I thought you
What
nailed
was the
that.
most difficult thing you did?
The hammer.
The hammer.
Is that why your forearms are so sore today?
Yeah, the forearms were burning.
Shoulders.
The shoulders are okay, but it's the forearms.
No hammies? I was wondering.
Here. No, the hammies are a little sore.
Yeah, because you were going backwards carrying that 200
Yeah, I
pounder.
probably should have gotten a little bit,
Did they tell you you were going to have to do this?
No, I had no idea. Bobby didn't want to do it.
Yeah, of course he didn't.
I ended up, stepping
You got
in.
talked into it, didn't you?
Razor blades in my
I wasn't
throat.
even talking in. It was like, you're doing this. And so, I'm not going to back down.
No, good for you.
We knocked
You
it
said
out.
you had a fireman face.
You did. You gave me a little bit of confidence. I was like, maybe
good.
I'm built for this.
Yeah, maybe
Now,
so.
the 2:05 time, we need to shave down about a minute plus from that.
How many
but-
people do
In
we
order to
lose in
qualify, Dang, you're done for. One of the most interesting things in DFW sport today, though, is LeBron in play after last night's loss. Said several things that have people talking today. Now, no insiders are reporting that he could actually be on the move, but he says it's a business. You don't know what the roster will look like next year. So I don't know what the roster will look like. I don't know where I stand right now. Yeah. He was then asked to clarify that statement and said, just continue to play. I don't know where I'm at. That's what that is, not coming back to play here, just playing, period. And so in print, not coming back to play here is in question, but he's just talking about at this stage in his career, does he want to keep playing? And I imagine that he definitely does. I'd be shocked if he leaves LA, but I mean, if you're Luka, is that how you get back? I mean, it's like you and your agent and Rob Pelinka have to get together and decide, like, how do we construct the best possible roster around me? And if LeBron does opt out, maybe this is an opportunity to get our cap in order, to start thinking long-term about building so eventually we could. I mean, we could try to maximize around LeBron for the next 2 or 3 years and end up in 2 or 3 years having Luka on the doorstep of 30 years old. So I don't know how you would manage that. I just know that at this point it seems far-fetched that LeBron would leave Los Angeles. Bronny is there. He set up his entire family existence there.
Yeah, I don't see that happening, but I do think he's for sure going to play because, I mean, you have like all the LA festivity stuff from an all-star standpoint as well coming up. Like that's going to be a big deal. And then his other son, Bryce James, in next year's draft could be coming out. And then
Arizona, right? His son?
And he's actually supposed to be really good, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Giancarlo Stanton going on the 60-day IL with tendonitis. That is some Yankees news out of the world of sports for you today. There's the headline, Redick, Lakers must get in championship shape. Is this the beginning of the frustration building for Luka in L.A.? That would be quite a storyline as well. I know a lot of Lakers fans are feeling like Nico today. Maybe they feel like
and I can understand their frustration. Like we were able to see him absolutely dominate series on the offensive end and just hit dagger threes. They didn't really get that.
So we figured out how to play with Luka out of shape, and they never did.
Yeah, Nico did an excellent job of putting a tremendous supporting cast around Luka, which made the trade like one where I don't care how bad Luka looks in L.A. I'm still going to think, Nico, you're an absolute dumb A. And even if Luka, let's say, like he ends up being proven right and the body breaks down, Patrick Dumont should never always look over and say, okay, well, why the hell didn't you get more for him still? Why didn't you put this out for the rest of the league to bid on this guy when he's a top 3 player in most people's consensus? So, like, to me, Nico's never, no matter what happens, he's never going to end up taking a victory lap over this, in my opinion. Screw him. But, yeah, The defensive stuff's totally justified.
It's much more an indictment of just where the Lakers organization is. LeBron, I think, 2-15 in his last 17 playoff games since getting to the conference finals where they lost to Denver 3 or 4 years ago. Has just been nothing but getting worked. Okay, we'll hit the expressway. Jared Sandler set to join you. Maybe we can get some Cowboys content in here as well as post-draft analysis continues, and we're back with all that. Then the Gbag of the day coming up at 5:30 and LA Live after that here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you before we get there, though, because life's unpredictable. You never know when you...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Brothers.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From your phone. Get your home or business ready for summer at
dfwsecurity.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Let's hit the expressway. Jared Sandler will join you in a few minutes, tell you what you need to know about your Texas Rangers as they lost 3 of 4 to the A's, 3-0 today, and get set to host the Mariners. All right, let's hit the expressway, though. We go commercial-free to the top. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been involved in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. You can reach us on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line as well. Before we get to Sands, Calvin Watkins wrote more today about the Jerry Jones quotes about Trayvon Diggs needing to attack his knee rehab better this time. Watkins writing that Diggs did rehab hard to make it back, but the Cowboys were frustrated with how he handled some sessions, and they were surprised that he left Dallas during his rehab work.
Yeah.
He's leaving once again. So then it goes into how the Cowboys received low grades this year for their training staff in that anonymous NFLPA survey. Specifically, they needed more physical therapists and better treatment modalities, and maybe some players were hoping that, they did more on the prevention side. And Jerry and Steven talked about that in the story, saying they're taking it seriously. They want to make sure they're doing everything they can, but their guys have won awards in the past. Their training staff has. And, Jerry says it's important, though, the players know they're doing everything possible to help them stay available and comfortable, and he does very much want to be pro player, and they take that seriously. But, I mean, the fact this article is out there and Jerry said what he said and Diggs is injured again, and then Watkins points out that, in 2026, he's going to become a very cuttable player.
Yes.
And it really paints a picture like this is going to be Trayvon Diggs' last season, which is just crazy considering the highs that he hit so early in his career.
Yeah, I mean, it's about availability, and he has a hard time staying on the field. And like I said, this is not, with Jerry coming out and saying, I'm glad that Jerry did this, but this is something that we've all kind of talked about even this time last year when he was rehabbing, that it was going to be really, really close. He wasn't doing everything he possibly could to get back on the field.
So I think these next, 5 months until the season starts, 4.5 months or so?
24th of July?
Yeah. I mean, basically now until training camp and then the start of the season, like, can Diggs come back, have a season to give this team confidence? Because if he does and he plays great and you could have him and Bland and Ravel, that would be something. Jared Sandler joins us now here, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing, as the Rangers 3-hit today, shut out by the A's of Oakland. Jared, good afternoon. How the heck are you?
3 hits? I think it was like 23 hits, right?
Maybe for the series? Is that what it was for the series?
For the season?
I don't know what. I think it was more than that for the series, but unfortunately, after the second game, just not able to take advantage of base runners, right? And then today, there just really weren't many opportunities for the Rangers. Now, when you are trailing 1-0, you don't need many opportunities, but they just couldn't cash in. And guys, I don't know if you heard Boch after the game. I know, we played it obviously, but that was That was the most frustrated I think I've heard him. And, he obviously acknowledged it too. And why not? It's no shame in being frustrated with the way things have gone offensively the last few weeks.
Yeah, man. I mean, after Tuesday's game and then talking to you yesterday, I was like, oh, all right. But then, I mean, these last two games really, based on your read, what's next? What do they do next to try to get some offense going?
Yeah, I don't know if it's one of those, curse or slump breakers. Murph mentioned in the postgame, you shower with your clothes on. I mean, from a baseball standpoint, it's obviously, first of all, it's so much easier said than done. So what I'm about to say, I don't want to make it sound easy. I don't know why they didn't do it yesterday. But just controlling the strike zone. I don't want to oversimplify things, guys. I'm not equipped to, break down each player and the mechanics, right? But what I can tell you is that the chase rate is, near the highest of the league. It fluctuates maybe day to day, and the swing rate is, near the top. And Jeffrey Springs, for instance, today, 6 innings, and he was in the 60s in pitches, right? And the Athletics as a team threw, I think, 110 pitches today, over 9 innings. And, the Rangers hitters, you're going to have days where you're just squaring it up and days where you're not. But, my guess is if you ask Bruce Bochy, one of the things he'd say is that, they're just not doing a consistently good enough job at making the opposing pitcher work and truly earn it. Again, we've talked about this, but it's an aggressive lineup, and you're not going to change the identities of hitters. You don't want it, right? You don't want to change their identities, but you want to, and not to sound corny, but you want these guys to be the best versions of themselves. And the best versions of most of these guys is a little bit more disciplined than what they've been. You're not asking guys to go from 1 to 10 on the spectrum in terms of discipline, but maybe, and I'm not saying they're all ones, but maybe, go from a 3 to a 5 or a 4 to a 6, and just those incremental gains. And I think it would make a big difference, but obviously it's been tough for them to lock into that consistently.
Well, Jared, then who's ever's talking to Simeon maybe needs to talk to the team, because his approach seems a lot different the last few times out as opposed to everybody else's approach. Yeah, and there's such a mental side to this, and I'm not at all suggesting this is what happened with Marcus, but Marcus's numbers were near the bottom of the league and
sure,
some of the standard metrics, right? And maybe it was, for lack of a better phrase, maybe it was like, all right, I'm rock bottom right now, like I'm all eyes, I'm all ears, whereas if a guy's just kind of scuffling but sort of middle of the pack, maybe it's, all right, hey, I'm gonna stick with it. And I get it. It's not like I'm going to stick with it to heck with you guys. It's, hey, I'm going to trust, what's got me here, and I believe in myself. Sometimes, maybe you do need to get knocked down a peg. Maybe Boch's frustration, because I'll tell you, if Boch is demonstrating that level of frustration in the media, I can assure you that the players are going to feel some frustration too, and the coaches, the whole group. And they don't need Boch to impress the frustration upon them. They probably feel that themselves anyway. But yeah, Marcus he's looked good the last few games. He draws some walks and working counts in his favor. And frankly, guys, Adolis has been a lot better too. I felt badly for him yesterday. It's like, you teach one of your kids, Dawson, I'm sure when Abby was growing up, you tell her to behave this way and, you'll get rewarded. And then she does all the right things and then the break just doesn't go her way. And it's kind of a bummer, right? Well, Adolis yesterday in that critical 8th inning at bat, he got to 2 strikes and he didn't take this over aggressive approach. He went the other way, hit a line drive to first. Nick Kurtz makes a diving catch. So those two have looked a lot better, but it's a 9-unit lineup, and they need more of those units in that lineup to start functioning, in a more collectively, disciplined manner.
Jared Sandler, Blue Nail Roofing, thank you so much for your time, sir. Have a great night. We'll catch up with you tomorrow before the Mariner series.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Nice. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. See ya.
Jared Sandler with you in the Gbag Nation. Every Rangers game day again. Salute to Blue Nail Roofing, and let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your Gbag. Get down.
I was kind of hoping that today we might get Charles Barkley talking about the Lakers a little bit from the Pimp Cup.
You know, I
Since
didn't
we
get
got
to
all
hear
these
what
guests.
he said. I did not get to hear what he said because I did have it on last night, but I had the volume all the way down.
Oh no, I was hoping we had Barry Melrose in studio here. I was hoping maybe we had
Bully Melrose.
I think maybe I was hoping we had Charles Barkley from the Pimp Cup talking about the Lakers loss.
Broadus is being greedy.
I want to hear it all, man.
I need it all, baby. I just got here. Give it to me. Let's go.
Let's go.
Entertain me. Yeah, I got you, Broadus. All right, this is Gbag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30 now. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up, shout it. My name is Lucius Alexander. You can find me at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all. If you find Gbag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here beat out the Geo clip.
Yeah.
Geo crashing out on a caller on WFAN. This right here beat it out. That's how the vote works sometimes. Choppy takes a shot at Woolchuck out there at the firehouse.
Zach Wolchuk is somewhere over there just absolutely panicking. Chuck.
Yeah, he's getting set to drag a body. We wanted him. They asked me to do this. I was like, I do this every week, every time we go to the firehouse. And since Eric's been dragging Zach for all these years, we're going to let Zach drag a body for once in his life. Where is he?
Where is he? Bring him over here.
Which one of these fools is Wolchuk?
Choppy couldn't wait to pass the baton of having to break a little sweat out there at the firehouse.
Whew. Neither of them were really very eager. It's like, okay, fine. I'll do it.
All right, I got this thing of Pac-Man Jones. You guys remember Pac-Man Jones?
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
He says he wants to be the greatest sports broadcaster of the new generation.
I believe him.
The new media.
New media.
You believe him, dog?
Yeah, dude.
You must have seen this clip.
I saw it.
Crazy, dude. Yeah, Pac-Man Jones went off. OFT on the Browns GM.
Oh, jeez.
Andrew Berry.
And I really do think the president has something to do with this in a good way. Like, hey, yo, tweet about it, boom. Obviously, he get picked 5 minutes later from the worst team that could have picked him. And the coach, I don't know if y'all seen the interview of the coach. This guy has no, the GM, sorry. This guy have no coof about nothing that he is saying. Andrew Berry, shove it up your. One of the worst interviews I've ever seen a GM do about a player that they are drafting. He's saying shit that we already know. Why are you guys? We expect him to come in and work hard. Nothing's given to you. Ain't nothing gay to know somebody. He's a 5th round pick. You got 5 mother quarterbacks.
Yeah,
bro, that shit got me hot, bro. If I'm in the age, we're trying to figure out if we can go anywhere besides here. Let's get the out of here.
Damn,
he's got a shot.
He was fired up.
Step in that Shannon Sharp chair, I think.
That coof. Give it 12 months. McAfee show will be leading into Pac-Man Jones.
Oh my God!
There you go.
Oh my God! That'll be crashing out by ESPN right there for sure.
No bleeps needed on ESPN.
My man said no coof. Didn't tell somebody to shove something somewhere.
Yeah, you did.
That's rich.
That is funny.
Rich, bro.
It's damn good sports analysis.
This one doesn't count. I just want to get it out of my folder. I think it's pretty cute. This little girl right here called out of school. Well, she attempted to call out of school by pretending to be her father. She's a little girl. She cannot disguise her voice whatsoever. But listen.
Hello, this is my bro, and I think Lyric will be able to come to school tomorrow.
Received yesterday.
Received.
I think Miracle can't come to school tomorrow. Hello. Shit. That's how we sound to kids. Hello.
Hello, this is my bro.
Hello.
Did you ever get popped for trying to forge your parent's signature on some type of school?
Yeah. I delete phone calls from the caller ID.
Yeah.
The school calling about the homework. Because they used to call in about homework. Your child did not return homework to Grand Prairie ISD School District. You know, that type of thing.
Wow, man. Snitching like that.
Tried to delete that. Got busted. She's like, there's a time difference right here on my thing. Who's been playing with this?
Oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And then I didn't realize that they still go to voicemail.
Yeah. Gosh darn it.
Reminds me of my buddy Jose, whose parents didn't speak English at the time. School kept calling. They're like, why are they calling, son? He's like, because I'm their favorite student. Yeah! They're calling with a glowing report every night.
Genius.
Like, good job, son.
They love me so much. I'm sorry.
I'm smart.
Genius.
I'm smart.
Yeah.
How about this one? Lakers head coach J.J. Redick in the presser.
Yeah.
When asked about, like, hey, man, do you talk to your assistants or something? Because you sure got your star players gassed, bro. Give them a break.
As you watch the film, what do you recall about your thought process in the moment, sticking with the 5 you stuck with in the fourth quarter the other day? And is there an assistant or someone maybe that you'll lean on tonight, maybe to try to get some other guys involved if that opportunity presents itself?
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced and that was an inexperienced decision that I made? You think I don't talk to my assistants about substitutions every single timeout?
No, I just think there's a lot of coaches lean on their assistants in those situations.
As do I,
There's a lot going
every
on.
single time. That's a weird assumption.
It's a weird assumption.
It's a weird
I
assumption.
thought it was a really good assumption.
Yeah.
I mean, for the first time, you use no subs in the second half of a playoff game, and your stars collapse down the stretch. So
You were gassed, man.
it's good journalism, if you ask me.
Redick was just trying to capitalize. It was like kind of a younger reporter, you could tell.
He's
A
trying to
little
beat him
bit
up.
shake
Trying
voice,
to beat him up.
Yeah.
If that was like a Jay Mariotti that was in there just firing off,
spitting everywhere.
Redick would have just cowered.
Flashy.
Yeah, he had to take the
flashy.
opportunity to flex a little bit, show a little bit of strength. JJ Redick needs a better year, too, or he needs a time machine to go back to the 70s. Where you could be toxic as a head coach, just fly off the handle,
As
be
long as he
emotional.
wears the clothes.
Reggie Miller said yesterday he was surprised. Did I get butt cracked on this?
No, the
That was
childish
real
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said he had to try to calm down JJ before the game because he was acting childish.
Damn, Reggie.
Yeah, dude.
Reggie just snitching.
He tore him up there.
I think it was Richard Jefferson.
Oh, okay. Richard Jefferson.
I think it was Richard Jefferson.
Reggie was trending again, though. People were not happy.
People were hating on
I
Reggie Miller.
love Reggie, bro.
I like him too.
love it.
And he's a really
People
I met him once.
hate
He's a
it.
super nice guy. I don't get it.
He is nice. I just don't. I don't know if he's like game analyst quality. I think he's like good podcaster.
Maybe I don't listen to him enough.
I love Reggie,
But
bro.
I like him, yeah.
Is it choppy shot at Wolchuk? Is it Pac-Man Jones? Stefanski has no couth. Is it little girl trying to call herself out of school, or JJ Redick jammed up with the reporter? I'll go Pac-Man, Chief.
Samesies.
Lucius?
Yeah, Crashman Jones.
Wolchuk?
Give me the Pac-Man.
Brad?
Little girl.
By a score 4-1, new Gbag the Day champion. It's former Cowboy Pac-Man Jones here in the Gbag Nation. Okay, LA Live coming up next, buddy. Where you taking it?
Oh, shoot. You talking to me? Yeah, that's right.
You talking to me?
Whoa. Yeah, it's a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition. I got some ladies getting in trouble right after this.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, of course, it's going to be all about Stars Avs Game 6 plus a special combo platter. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is your favorite concert venue of all time? That Masterpiece of the Week, you got to tune in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on The Fan.
Are you ready to feel unstoppable in 2025? Men's T Clinic is here to optimize your total wellness, boosting energy, sharpening mental clarity, reducing fat, building muscle, and enhancing vitality. This isn't a shortcut or a Band-Aid, it's real.
They try to have as much fun as possible, and that never gets old.
Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, yo.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the Gbag Nation here on the Fan. Schedule a little bit different here with the clock because we had Rangers Day baseball. They did fall to the A's 3-0, but they're going to get after the Mariners tomorrow night, pregame at 6:30. It's time now to go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has L.A. live.
La, la, la. Song sound like you're falling. La, 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 la.
Won't you?
About to fall on some big old white pillows.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into it. Thirsty Thursday, Ladies Night edition of L.A. Live, right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a talk. That weed, it'll make you dance some of everything.
Sticky.
Everybody get high.
You mentioned that you dated 11 athletes for the course of your life. That may have been an
Probably
old quote.
more than that.
Okay.
I mean, I've said publicly that I've had sex with 30 guys. I do have a list on my phone. I could look at the list and tell you how many athletes, but as of right now, I don't know that number off the top of my head. I think I said 8 NBA players, though, I think was the number.
Okay.
Yeah.
You specifically said, and I quote, athletes don't use condoms. If you want to come up off a check off a man, you could just an athlete because they're really, really dumb.
Really, really dumb. I did say that.
Beware out here. Don't become a sucker, brother. I know you just got that draft check. You're looking for it to hit that account. You're feeling real good right now. Don't come up short.
Probably feels unlimited. You know?
Yes.
There's nothing I can do to possibly spend all this money.
Do. And you're super young. It's just, the world's your oyster, brother. I'm just saying, be careful out here. Go get you a girl that's a surgeon. Didn't you meet somebody in college? You went to college. I'm just saying, brother. Meet somebody in college, man.
For a little time we went to college.
Leave these street skags for us working guys. Please. We earned that for not achieving.
I've never felt better about my lack of athleticism after hearing something like that. You know, just a whole world I don't even have to worry about.
She walking right past you. Can you show me where the restroom is?
Do you work here?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
This is LA Live for Thursday, May 1st, 2025. Happy May Day to you. Or I seen this on the timeline. May the 1st be with you today. I heard that May the 4th be with you, but May the 1st is a thing too, huh? Welcome in, Tolos. Welcome in, first-time listeners. Welcome in, last-time listeners. Welcome in, long-time listeners. This is LA Live, sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. 'Tis the season for that. And that's going to last all the way into the winter here in Texas. Because you'll never know when someone's going to come through and rip your roof off.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, fam.
That is true.
Or it's just too hot when it starts tearing up your roof.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I got Greystone, speed dial.
Here we go. All right, fellas. Have you fellas ever dated someone or almost dated someone that you feel was kind of crazy?
Oh, yeah.
And I say that respectfully. Calling someone crazy can be dismissive, you know what I mean? And insensitive to the people that have to deal with real issues.
You're talking about, like, above just the run-of-the-mill general crazy chick.
Yeah. Unless you diagnose yourself with some type of mental illness, then I'm scared of you. I'm still scared of you.
Like actually crazy?
Like irrational, bad conflict resolution skills type thing. You know, just a scary person. Like, I don't know, man. I gotta
That's
get
pretty
out of
common.
this.
No couth.
You guys ever dated somebody like that?
Yeah.
Or you know,
I think
almost?
I might have been that person a couple of times myself.
Okay, I believe you.
I believe me.
I believe it.
Yes. But I think I have.
follow-ups.
I think I have a couple times. Didn't last long. My spidey sense would fire off.
What? Okay, that's what I want. That's what I want. What was it that made you say, "Wow, okay, that person might be a little." Whoa, I gotta be careful here.
I mean, she did. One of these gals punched me once.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that'll get it.
That'll do
You know,
it.
I think we were just kind of like talking, and I was on my phone. We're sitting on the couch, and all of a sudden, I felt like knuckles on my cheek. I was like,
Wow.
"What just happened?"
Face punch.
Wow.
She's like, "That was rude." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
All right, well,
This is going to end real soon.
Anybody else want to admit something? Come on, brothers.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm divorced
you just
twice.
met a bunch of angels?
No. I've been divorced twice.
Yeah, it was all him.
Yeah, one of them was me for sure.
Okay.
But
probably the drunken New Year's comment, like it's always going to be a problem that you're Jewish.
Whoa,
you got one of those.
Somebody
That's
said
the
that?
one. Yeah, that's the one.
It's going to be a problem that you're Jewish?
Yeah. She was holding on to that
Happy
one.
New Year, honey.
Yeah. We'd already been together for a year,
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
like, okay, let's break this one out.
Yeah.
You could open with that.
Yeah, welcome to being black.
I feel you, bro.
Yeah. Well, it's just not going to work. I love you, though. You're so sweet.
Sorry I'm not
But
white.
my dad, All right, well, hey. This woman right here, she's in love, but didn't know how to express it. Might be a little off her rocker. There's a Florida woman named LaTrance Battle. 52 years old. Posed as an ICE agent and kidnapped her ex-boyfriend's wife.
Dang,
from her
LaTrance.
job, bro.
Uh-oh.
Yes, this is talking about being in love right here.
Uh-oh.
She had a black shirt with ICE printed on it. And she had a utility belt. She had a handheld radio. She had props! She had props!
She gave this some thought.
She gave it some thought, dog.
Do
Just
respect.
Googled ICE agent.
Respect the execution.
Yeah.
She had props, bro. Hold
She
on,
needed
I
an
gotta
earpiece, though.
She was buttoned up.
Here we go, yeah. This is what she was on right here. You never been in love like she's been in love. She had allegedly showed a sheriff's office business card. Not a badge, but I got this business card. And it's got this little logo on it.
I'm with ICE.
It's close enough. I'm with ICE.
Come with me.
She told the victim that she needed to go to the sheriff's office with her. The victim believed that Battle was an ICE agent because she is in the process of becoming a legal United States citizen.
Yeah. Oh, geez.
Yeah. So if you've seen a mugshot, Buddy probably came up. Buddy left her for a Cuban. He probably came up, bro. She said, I'm arresting this one. Yeah, she got in the car, and they was taking her back to the apartment. Then the girl started realizing something was wrong, got out the car and ran and told authorities. So now this old lady right here is getting in trouble for impersonating an officer and everything, kidnapping somebody.
Yeah, it's like, what's the end game after that?
Well, I
Like,
don't know
you get her
what
and
you're
then
gonna
it's
do.
like, what was the plan?
Tell
She
me
didn't have a
everything.
plan. She didn't have a plan.
She didn't have a plan. She crashed out, bro.
Just get this gal out of the way. He'll be all mine.
It's irrational thinking right there.
LaTrance Battle is a great name for a dancer, though. Could you see her,
LaTrance
though, like
Battle?
just killing it to some disco?
LaTrance.
Look at LaTrance go.
Jim, run back 2 stages.
The Cure, In Excess.
817's not lying when they say this. I remember meeting this guy at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. He dated a girl that he had later found out had killed her ex.
Yeah.
God, that's crazy.
There's apparently either
Was it a good reason?
There's like a documentary about it now, or there's gonna be one. That's crazy, huh?
I mean, 100%. Yeah.
that's
I'll
right.
put that on the list.
He's like, wait, oh,
Yeah. Unless there's a fantastic reason, like he was super abusive and
right.
he was about to, he had his hands around your throat. And,
I could see a justification, but
Give us the details.
At least
that he wants to
98% chance that's the last day we're together.
Yeah.
And I'm moving across state lines.
Yeah, because you got to be fearful. What is she going to do?
now you're
to
the
me
ex.
Yeah. She going to kill me?
Might just have to disappear.
Just a freaking peer.
Well, speaking of going to jail and ladies going to jail and everything, this young lady right here got herself locked up. I don't know why, but she didn't like the song the officer was playing while she was on her way to the Bing. Listen.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Here we go. Computer make it funny sometimes.
Can you please turn this music off?
I can't. What kind of music would you like?
Just nothing at this point. But this is like the worst song ever. This is not the song I need to go to jail to.
This is not the song I need to go
The song I need to go to jail to.
Not my walk-up song, dude.
I like this because I always pay attention to songs playing in the background during those viral fight videos.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's like somebody's up there fighting for their life and like Beyonce's Bootylicious is playing in the background. I don't think you're ready for this jelly. And you look at that free cash like, oh my God. What's one of these fools? Listen to the song that was playing in the cop's car, though. Here it is. I don't want to go to jail to this.
Way too happy.
The uncomfortable ass seats in the back.
It's just terrible, too.
Guys singing along.
Yeah.
What a dorky cop.
He said, what a dorky cop.
Anybody that doesn't change the station within 10 seconds of the song starting, not cool.
So, going to jail or not, this song's off.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Right out of the road trip
Oh.
soundtrack.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Lucius, how many times you had to play that song for people?
Well, I played some goofy songs before. That's why I stopped doing weddings.
Yeah.
Bridezillas.
I figured you had probably play that one before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I got a prison base. There's more prison base for you guys before we get out of here.
Oh, prison base.
Yeah, girls locked up in prison looking for love. They're on their way out. This Miss Lopez right here is hungry for a daddy.
Hi, my name is Marcela Lopez. My number is 118340. Shout out to Prison Connect. Just looking for a daddy who's hungry because I'm hungry too.
Yeah.
Then she takes a bite of a Snickers bar. And it wasn't even sexy. Like, she just bit into that joint, bro. She been locked up for a minute, fam.
If you were dating a prison girl, would that be considered crazy?
Yeah,
probably.
Part of that, yeah.
High crazy
Maybe Jeremy's
ratio
a little
going on
freaky
there.
crazy.
Lorena Hernandez. She's in Cali. She likes outdoor activities, and she also has all of her teeth.
Hi, my name's Lenora Hernandez.
Oh,
I go by
Lenora.
Lena. I'm 50 years old, but a young 50. I have all my teeth. They're all real. No grays. I'm just kidding. But that's true, though. But so
Already
I'm here
lying.
doing a little stay in prison. I've been down 9 years. I have a couple years left. So I'm looking to meet somebody and hope make a connection, a long-term relationship or just a friend. I'm on my way out of here, so it'd be nice to get to know somebody. I like a lot of outdoors activities, so whatever you're into, I'd like to hear from you.
My little prison stay, but I've been in here nine years.
And got 2 more to go, so I was charged with at least 15.
Yeah, but I'm almost out of here.
Well, that's
2
a little
more years
skid
to go.
bid.
Do you get like a little blurb of what they did? You know,
No.
before you hit the.
See, that's
You
what
got to reach out.
Yeah. I'd wonder that.
Yeah, like who's going on here looking for their next girlfriend? Is this maybe people that were also inside and now they are having a hard time?
Maybe
getting a
there's
date?
somebody that just knows. Because every once in a while, there's a few of them come across the screen. You're like, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
People like these prison people.
Fix them.
Put up with that crazy for at least 90 days.
What you say, brothers?
People like these prison people.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
They kind of like, oh, this is cool. Yeah.
I mean, there's an interesting story usually.
Yeah.
You know, I could see like being pen pals as I have several times. You know, with people in prison.
That's
Nothing
right.
against them. I just wouldn't want to like open up my dating search there.
Yeah, that's a final desperation move, right? I mean, this is after Bumble and all that stuff's not working.
Try prison, baby. Prison
You're
Connect.
like teetering. Should I try Grindr? You know what? No, we're gonna do the prison women. All right.
Swipe.
It's a home run. Last one, man. Jessica Hilton right here. I feel like this one's a trap, but I mean, when you.
Hey, I'm Jess. I'm 36 and I on the first date.
Oh.
So if you want to hit me up on JPay, my number is 159791. And shout out to Prison Connect.
And she stands up and shows you her body. Do you like my body? She stood on up, bro.
What kind of a score you give?
Was it likable? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
It was
Yeah,
likable.
it's a crash out. You take her home to mom and be like, I mean, you know, she did her time. She learned some things.
Yeah.
She's reading books. She got a
read a lot.
degree now.
Yeah.
She can read now.
Turned spiritual.
She can read now.
Yeah, she found God in
She
her.
got a GED.
Hey, I'm Jess. I'm 36 and I on the first date.
Look, when it's your first date in 10 years, I get it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, she's 36. She's got to start a family ASAP.
You're right now.
Come on, she's going to give you some grandkids. Clearly.
Oh my gosh. All right, my name is Lucius Alexander. I'll be black tomorrow, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise on a Freestyle Friday, a Feel Good Friday, whatever it's called, man. Y'all be safe out of here. Holla, peace.
There he goes. LA Live with Lucius every night, 5:40 here in the Gbag Nation. Proper round tripper coming up. Chuck, what do we have?
We got an update on the fan who fell at PNC.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute picture. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's for Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Forget something else to remember the E, I suppose.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg maidens? No.
I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Here we go. It's hour 5 of the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're excited for Game 6 tonight. Stars and Avs is coming up at 8:30, and Ralph Stranges is coming up in 20 minutes. It's time now for Wolchuk's proper round tripper. Here's Zach.
All right, sad Rangers stats for you. We can first go to Kennedy Landry. Rangers have not had an extra base hit since Kyle Higashioka's doubled versus a position player in the 8th inning on Tuesday. They haven't had a home run since that 3-run homer, 3-inning homer inning Thursday in West Sacramento, and I don't know when the next home run's going to come. Please, God.
So it's 6 games,
Bang
right?
Bang almost got one today. He just pulled it a little bit.
Yeah, we need Bang Bang to come through. Maybe this next series against Seattle, the home run ball will show up. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's probably a good way to put it. Not happening. Rangers have scored 2 or fewer runs in 9 of their last 13 games. Say that's probably not good. And then this is from Evan Grant. Rangers are 29th in baseball in percent of pitches seen, well ahead in the counts. They're also 29th in Major League Baseball in slug, when ahead in the counts. In other words, not patient enough to get in hitters' counts. And when they do get in hitter counts, they aren't taking advantage. It's a bad, vicious cycle. And it is. The patience, the inability to draw walks outside of Marcus Semien right now, getting players aboard but then unable to bring them across. It's really, really rough as, hopefully the Rangers can turn this around very, very soon. You get Corey Seager back for the weekend is what we're hearing. And who knows, maybe the call-up of one Evan Carter makes a difference.
I saw he'd reached base in all 18 appearances that he's made here in the last month or so.
He's been looking good at AAA. Still, we have no answer to the lefties. I think we might just be punting on that. But Bruce Bochy and the frustration, it's certainly there. He said it'd probably been there before today. He said today was their worst outing in this season. But the one thing that's a constant is Tyler Mahle in the pitching. If you're looking for positives, he began the month of May, carried over from what he did in April. Even though he can't get any type of run support, he's been incredible. He's allowed just 1 run on 5 hits and a walk, struck out 6 batters in 6 innings, 4th quality start of the season.
This one after getting in massive trouble in the first inning.
Yeah. He's leaned a lot more with his splitter. Threw it 43% of the time today. That's up from his season average of 26%. That was interesting. He said, I think the splitter works better when I'm commanding my fastball. So that's a good 1-2 for him right there. The fastball, the splitter, mixing that in. 7 starts. He's got a 1.19 ERA over 37 and 2/3 innings, tied with Max Fried for the lowest in the American League. Rangers offense just hasn't been there. I mean, we talked about it. I think they had scored, 3 runs over his last 4 starts? Yeah. Like, it's brutal. And Evaldi not getting any run support. DeGrom, you name the pitcher.
Well,
we're just not getting help.
Even Dane Dunning went 3 innings the other day, got a save, and they said, hey, not good enough. Goodbye. We need the spot.
And and Dane probably going to end up coming back, the poor guy. It's just like, you're on, you're off, you're on. Bye-bye again, Dane.
But it doesn't matter. They put guys out there, and they've had some success. It's a shame. They're just, they're
wasting it.
This team could be leading this division by a lot more. If they just had some timely hitting.
I think it's frustrating right now, but it's also exciting what CY might do this weekend, what CY would do next week if, the worst possible scenario happens against the Mariners. I don't think we're far off from something big happening, and I think that's bigger than Evan Carter getting called up.
Yeah, and I mean, look, CY's a guy that's not going to waste any time, to your point. They're now 16-16. They're right at 500. You're 32 games in. He got ahead of the stuff with the relievers by trading for Aroldis Chapman in June. Do you end up looking at this and saying, okay, we're going to give you one last chance. We're going to insert Seager back in the lineup. Maybe you call up Evan Carter. You give that a little bit of time, see how the new lineup looks. But afterwards, I'm making calls, and we're going to try and make something happen.
Congrats to Evan Carter. Got his first hit of the season off a left-handed pitcher.
All right.
Oh, look at that.
Progress.
Progress.
In the right direction.
7-game hit streak on base in all 18 games he's played.
We'll take that.
The Burger story is just crazy, though, because this is a guy who in 2023 and 2024 combined for like 60 home runs and all these ribbies. And, he'd established himself as a pretty consistent 250 or so hitter. And now to be, so low and only have the 1 home run or 2 home runs, it's brutal to watch Burger. But to that point, Wolchuk, what I'm saying is I feel like that's going to turn around and Jake's going to have an amazing month or two, and we can ride his power along with the pitching to a division lead. Like right now, being 500 kind of sucks after the 8-2 start.
Sure,
but it's not bad.
No, it could. Easily, you need Adolis to get hot. Like, we've seen one guy be able to carry a lineup for you. And right now, it's like, look, if you can score 4 runs, you're feeling really good about getting a victory. It's not like you're asking the offense to go put up double-digit runs. Can you get 4? Can you get 5? Because if you do, the way this team's pitching, you're going to be victorious at the end of the day.
I was just thinking, like, ideally, which position would you add? Is it an outfielder? Is are you punting on Burger now? I don't think so. Maybe if the entire year is this bad, I would try something else there. But he's young, he's got power, and he's hit for average the last 2 years.
Yeah.
You want to be patient with him. Simeon, I'd like to move on from, but his contract is so long. I need him to get hot here or get hot and trade him. That's the way I'm looking at Simeon right now. I don't know that there's a lot of clear holes that you want to look at other than, hey, in our outfield, we don't have a long-term answer at center field, and I'm ready to give up on Doley being a kind of consistent hitter that can power a lineup in the middle.
Yeah, which is really heartbreaking because he looked like a guy that was on the verge of being one of the best in baseball, but it's just so Jekyll and Hyde with him when it comes to his approach. This was a scary situation last night, Pittsburgh's PNC Park. We have a man in critical condition who is in the hospital right now, falling more than 20 feet from the right field stands in Pittsburgh. It was the 7th inning of the Pirates game against the Cubs. I saw this video going viral and immediately thought about the tragedy that happened in Arlington several years ago. The man fell from a section with a rail above the 21-foot Clemente wall in right field and hit the wall before landing on the warning track. You can see the video. I mean, it's been circulating around social media. He remained motionless while medical crews rushed to his aid, carried him off the field on a stretcher. He was transported about a mile north to General Hospital.
I think he got lucky that his landing motion kind of rolled. Like, I think it rolled off his shoulder and just kind of sent all that force, down towards his leg. So it wasn't like a flat landing or a direct head clump landing. It was kind of like a stuntman landing. And maybe that's because he was so hammered. That's what I heard.
Yeah. There was a Reddit post of apparently somebody who was sitting 5 rows behind him, and they say he was definitely drunk. The inning before, he had ripped his shirt off and poured half a beer all over himself. And then he jumped from his seat when the Pirates got the hit, jumped so quick while being hammered, he literally propelled himself off the ledge.
Well, I've seen some circulating that the fan is Kevin Markwood, who's a former college football player that's just 20 years old.
That was explosive.
Yeah. And
Looked like a corner or a running back, maybe linebacker.
Yeah, he's currently he's fighting for his life right now in the hospital in critical condition. So the incident, according to Pittsburgh Public Safety, was treated as an accident in nature. So thoughts and prayers, man. Hopefully he's able to make it out. But I mean, a scary deal. Yeah, the Pirates, made a comment on it. Several of their players commented on it as well. But man, that's you'd hate to see that.
I think the way to build from it is just we got to be careful. And I would never sit in those seats. Being up that high with a ledge at waist level terrifies me.
Yeah,
I don't know how fans are sitting down there. Maybe we need nets. I don't know. I don't think people want nets. They're not as bothered by the heights as I am. Like the top 10 yesterday was your top 10 fears. Mine is heights, right?
Yeah.
Way ahead of snakes and anything else. Just like being up there's.
It is. It's scary. I mean, when you go to like the top row of the AAC or any of these, and you're like basically touching the ceiling, and you look down, and it's pretty steep. Climbing up and down those stairs. It's like, man, anytime I'm trying to go down the aisle, I'm like, please don't fall.
I feel like gravity's trying to reach out and grab me by the lapel and pull me. If I get too close to an edge like that, I can almost feel like.
Oof. Yeah, that's high level discomfort.
It's rough.
I think it's did you mention it was I think it's a fractured skull.
Yeah, that's why he's in critical condition right now. So, man, it's just,
yes.
I mean, who knows if they put him in a coma? I don't know. But this is awful.
Yeah, it is.
20 years old. If the report is true, that's who it is. Lance McCullers Jr. scheduled to make his first major league appearance since the 2022 World Series. The Houston right-hander is going to start Sunday against the White Sox. Pretty incredible. First start in 30 months to the day almost. So this is pretty crazy. Missed all of last year. Had to have a right flexor tendon and alleviate a bone spur. So he had several procedures to address that, but I guess he's been playing AAA Corpus Christi, looks good enough to come back to the major league level. So we'll see how Lance McCullers Jr. looks. And then we know Tampa Bay is having to play at the Yankees spring training facility.
Steinbrenner Field.
So Pete Fairbanks, former Texas Ranger, now having a very successful career with Tampa, was on foul territory, and they did ask him, like, hey, since you are in a division rival's facility, like, you got to check around, make sure they're not spying on you a little bit.
Do you worry about microphones being put in different places because it's the Yankees facility, but you guys are using it? Do you guys like talk in code? Do you guys have meetings outside in the heat?
No, I think we did a full sweep, kind of like Man from U.N.C.L.E. style. We got the big like buzzer out and kind of went around.
And how many did you find?
And anything that we found, we'll just take up on our plane when we head up to New York on Friday.
I do like that though. They're like looking around, nooks and crannies. Where are the mics? You got to double check because I wouldn't put it past the Yankees or really any team in Major League Baseball. If you're going to use our facilities, we might spy on you a little bit, especially if you're a divisional rival. Say, there's a nice pennant race going on.
Yeah, you can't put it past them.
No,
I tell you what, if the Astros come through, I'm definitely spying on them.
Hell yes.
That's just retaliate. That's just eye for an eye.
Damn right. Mm-hmm. This is what you get for the trash cans. We're going to go ahead and spy on you in our facility.
And don't forget about the nipple buzzers either.
The buzzers were probably the crime number one there.
Oh, don't take my shirt off.
Yeah,
my wife will be embarrassed.
Yeah, there's tons of posts out there with your shirt off. You're acting like that's what you're scared of because your wife doesn't want us to all see those nipples of yours. Come on.
I love seeing that tiny man out in the outfield. Just watching him
it's
struggle.
So funny. And then he asked to get moved up in the lineup because he was getting winded, having to make that trot out to left field.
Reminds me of the little person wrestling that Dick Hunter used to put on. You remember that, Brian?
Yeah, I do.
That was fun up there.
Them little jokers were ornery, bro.
They were ornery, very ornery.
They were ornery.
I wouldn't want to fight them.
Yeah.
Okay. They would have got you. They were tough too, strong.
Yeah,
strong little guys.
I saw there was one of those, like I think it was Aiden Ross put on a fighting event, and we did have a little person fighting an average sized person, and the little person kicked their ass.
Yeah, kicked you in the shin.
Yeah.
Like,
and then mug you.
And as soon as they take you down, it's a game over.
Yeah.
Center of gravity.
If you start
Low man
beating them
wins.
up, you look crazy.
Yeah.
So you can't
What
win.
do you want me to do?
Yeah.
I'm not going to just let him kick my ass. All right, I got to go ahead and retaliate in some way.
They are tenacious.
I don't think
tenacious.
it's letting them. I don't think it's letting them.
And stronger than you think.
I think they train like all year long, how to take down a full size person. And if you don't know how to fight, you're going to get worked.
Yeah, because we
Self-defense?
don't train for that.
No.
That's not a part of our regimen at all.
Nope. Low man wins.
Did you get a W for uppercutting a guy? Like, bam, and he falls out? Did you get a W for that?
Big tree fall hard.
Wins a win.
Speaking of beef, Matt LaFleur versus Ben Johnson. This is a fun one that's gone back and forth. Ben Johnson's clearly trying to go ahead and create some sort of animosity. These two obviously big-time rivals, Packers and Bears. But Matt LaFleur jumped on with busting with the boys. They asked him, like, okay, what's up with this beef, bro?
Do you have beef with Coach Johnson?
I was waiting for this. I don't know Ben Johnson.
So do you have beef?
Do I have beef? I don't know Ben Johnson. I respect him as a football coach. He did a nice job.
Yeah, but do we not feeling the same thing right now? Yeah, well, yeah. But if you don't know him, why is it tight in here?
It's not tight. I'm not tight. I thought it was interesting.
What was interesting?
I thought the press conference was interesting, but I don't have beef with him.
And to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
I don't get all into that stuff. I thought it was.
But you'll harness it. He'll see the eye emojis after a win. You'll send.
I don't have his number, so that won't happen.
You gonna Jim Harbaugh him after a game?
No,
you beat him?
I would never do that.
Do you have the strength to do that?
I don't know. Probably not. Apparently not. Apparently not.
No, I'd never do that.
I am here for a good coach fight, though. It's been a while since Jim Schwartz was chasing down Harbaugh.
That was
bow
great.
up to him. I kind of wouldn't mind it. LaFleur versus Johnson. I hope this grows.
Josina Anderson told us, though, Ben Johnson doesn't have true alpha energy. He's either a beta or a omega or something, I don't know, but he's trying to be alpha, and that was awkward. Ben Johnson's trash talk was weird, right? So I don't know if maybe they do have like weird dork beef, right? Because that's basically what we're looking at right here.
Because LaFleur looks like he's about to burst into tears in any second.
Matt LaFleur is so like hyper emotional that he's trying to keep his emotions regulated at all times. So he's like, be cool, stay calm, be stoic, be a head coach. He's not going to engage. But the interviewers knew it felt weird.
Yeah,
it absolutely got weird, but he doesn't have the cojones to fully engage.
I'm not tight.
I'm
Who's
not tight. Who are you tight?
It's dork beef.
I've never been looser.
There you have it. There's a little bit of NFL sprinkled in with Around the Bases.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Around the Bases every night, 6 o'clock here in the Gbag Nation. Of course, tomorrow night at 6, we'll be getting set for Rangers-Mariners pregame, which will be at 6:30 as we need a successful weekend. Right, you just lost 3 of 4 to the Ace.
Please,
that just happened.
5 of 7.
Please,
to the A's.
baseball gods, can we get some home runs?
We'll get Ralph Strangis on with us. That's a win, and we'll talk Game 6 of the Stanley Cup playoffs next in the nation.
Hey, at least we got some winner. You know who else is a winner? Trajan Wealth, Trajan. And if your current wealth manager isn't
back, Nation. We have some Rangers breaking news. We'll get that to you real quickly, and then we'll get to Ralph Strangis here talking Game 6. Stars and Avalanche segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We go to Ken Rosenthal's Twitter account 7 minutes ago. He tweeted Rangers are demoting first baseman Jake Berger and promoting first baseman Blaine Krim from AAA. Sources telling The Athletic plan is for Berger to reset and return soon. That is awesome. I don't think I could be more wrong than I was about 10 minutes ago when it comes to Jake Berger. I thought you'd be patient with the guy that had demonstrated that ability, but I think this is CY looking for something, and Krim has been killing it down there, hasn't he, Wolchuk?
He has 115 at-bats. He's hitting .313, 7 homers, 25 RBIs. He's got a stolen base. His OPS is at .930. So he is very deserving of a call-up, and not to mention he's rocking an incredible stash. So
that thing is impressive.
Hopefully Blaine Krim can step up and give you some quality at-bats. And for Jake, I mean, maybe this is the reset he needs because he's certainly very, very capable. I mean, you talked about the last 2 years, what he's been able to do. This is a guy who's got power.
Yeah.
And right now he needs to find it.
30 bomb type of power, we should be getting 5-6 home runs a month as Ralph Strangis joins us now with Game 6 coming up in just over 2 hours. Good evening, Ralph. How the heck you doing out there?
Good. Speaking of bomb power,
yeah.
No. Speaking of being wrong, I hope I'm wrong. I picked Colorado when the series started.
Okay.
So tonight I'm looking to be really wrong as the Stars are in Denver with a chance to close it out. The first of 2 chances to close it out, and 4 big games on tonight for the NHL playoffs. It's such a fun. I love this first couple of weeks because there's 3 or 4 games on every night, and these first rounds teams are trying to kill each other. It's great TV. It's great TV. How are you guys doing, Gavin? What's
amazing.
up, guys? Huh?
Well, we're doing great. I mean,
fantastic.
Better now.
How could you be any better considering that they had 2 players down? They're up 3-2. This is paradise here.
Yeah, it is. It is like it's house money night tonight, which is good, right? Like. If they have to come back home and they have to play a 7th game, it is at American Airlines Center. It gives, a guy like Miro Heiskanen another day or 2 to maybe decide whether they want to bring him in. But I find it unlikely that they're going to play him in this round. But, they're not playing him tonight, clearly. But without their best defenseman, who is more than a defenseman, he runs the game. He's got the puck half the hockey game. You're not in trouble. You're not running around. And their leading goal scorer to be in this spot tonight. It's awesome. I don't think Colorado thought they were going to be here when they kind of handled them in Game 1 in Dallas. But yet Dallas is here tonight, and they're here because, the goaltending has been terrific. And in Game 5, they got all their big guys on the score sheet, including newly acquired Mikko Rantanen. So if they can ride with, what they just did, they got a real shot to put them out tonight.
How crazy is this environment? You've been there firsthand for these matchups in Colorado, Ralph. I mean, it used to be Pepsi Center, now Ball Arena. But you're going to get the desperate team theory, as Brian always talks about with us. Colorado on the verge of elimination. Cale Makar, does he finally step up tonight? But how hostile is this environment going to be for the Stars?
Well, it's going to be hostile, right? Like these games are nuts. Okay. I mean, you go through the regular season and you get some big nights and there's a lot of fun stuff, but this is just an entirely different world. And so the thing I think that going in tonight, there have been players like Makar who you wonder, is he going to score a goal? I mean, he had 30 from the blue line in the regular season, and he's taken a lot of shots. I think he has 20 shots or something in the series, but he hasn't been able to find the net. They've got a lot of skill, and it's something to be very concerned about there, and speed. And we saw it, like the last time Dallas was in there, they really got run out of the building. And so that's possible. But I think one of the things I always talk about, and today I wrote in my Substack at Ralph Stack, please subscribe, that teams always say the same thing. Well, we got to be ready for their push because it's going to be loud and crazy in there. Well, why don't we push? Why don't we say screw that? And why don't we bring it to them a little bit here in the first period and not just try and absorb this team for the first 10 minutes? Why don't we go on the attack and try and get that lead? Because you saw the difference. Dallas finally got a lead in Game 5. And when you can play, hockey especially this time of year, it's really hard for teams to come back. And so I think the best way to diffuse that, that environment there and that hurricane that they're walking into, and a guy like Makar and McKinnon, and to kind of throw everybody off, is to get one early, like the Stars did the other day. And then the whole thing kind of changes. Then the pressure gets more and more, builds up on them. So, yeah, it is nuts in there. I miss doing games this time of year. That's a fact.
Hey, Ralph, okay, we get to Game 6. How do you think the officials handle this? Is it now to the point where, okay, we're going to let the players decide this in a Game 6 or a Game 7? Or how do you think this game will be officiated tonight? Because it just appears that blades around skate blades are winding up being tripping calls. Dude, how are we going to handle this tonight?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I just did. So I have this new thing called the Ralph Cast, which is sort of a podcast, but it's more like a TV show. It's a 30-minute fun thing where I have a hockey guest and I do some other stuff, and then I sort of read an essay on the end of the show, like Brian Gumbel did, or Scott Van Pelt, or something like that. And I talk about officiating is just nuts in all the sports right now.
Right.
I don't believe in a grand conspiracy that, somewhere everybody wants the Chiefs to play in the Super Bowl and somewhere else they're trying to pick which teams get through the playoffs. I think games are super hard to officiate. The players are so big and so fast, and the officials are, older guys, right? And they're trying to keep up, a lot of them. And I think, I think what happens is now with everyone trying to get every call right to keep the integrity of the betting public happy, right? Because there's all of this happening now. Everyone's relying on replay. Sure. And you can kind of look at the TV and you watch these games, all the games, watch any of them, basketball, football, baseball, hockey, and you see guys looking to maybe replay will save us. Yeah. The officials. It almost looks like they're waiting to be validated by replay or by someone else. And so calls are very strange. And in hockey, there's a lot of sort of what we call these bailout calls, where you can call a double minor just to get it reviewed, or you can call a major just to get it reviewed. And we're seeing this happen. So, to answer the question, I'm not sure what we're going to see tonight, but I guess the thing that you should feel better about is that it's happening to everybody. I think, Colorado has some really good legs to stand on. Rope Hint should have gotten a cross-checking, double minor, major, maybe even for his hit on Nathan McKinnon the other night. And the Stars certainly have a bunch of things that they would like to talk about. So, generally what happens is, and I'll give you guys quick on the inside. So there's a series supervisor that works all these series, right? Mm-hmm. And so he's an official supervisor, and the GMs, every day they talk to these guys, right? And they're always working the supervisor working them, but the GMs all come, either before a series or even before the playoffs start, and they kind of all get together and say, this is how we kind of want it called, and so there is a little bit of that sort of going into it. But as series go on, generally there's fewer and fewer calls made, right? Mm-hmm. So they will let the guys decide it a little bit. But I don't know if I'd necessarily want that if I'm Dallas, because their power play's been good. So right. It's a mess, right? I don't know. I think it's just if you go in there saying, look, if the guy's in the box, it's a penalty, and if they don't put him in there, it's not, and we just got to get through it regardless, I think that's the way to go. And in my Ralph Cast podcast on YouTube this week, I do a nice little piece on that. I don't know. I mean, what are you guys seeing? It's nuts, right? All the sports lately?
Yeah. Well, yes. I think there's more replay, which brings in more critique, and then what's frustrating for me, Ralph, is that the replay isn't precise enough to give us a definitive answer. So I'd like to see it go back to how it was.
Yeah, it's hard, right? Because everybody's trying to get it right. See, I don't know if you watched the Minnesota game the other night, but I mean, they're down 3-2. Because of a toenail, basically. Offsides,
right?
Yeah, offside by a whisker,
right?
Like a whisker, on replay, and it happened a minute before the goal was scored. So, it was offside, and I guess that's the right call. But is that really the spirit of what we're doing? So I mean, it is, but it's, you can have a lot of debate about that. I don't know, man. I would try and not look at the officiating tonight and just try and get through it.
Personally, I cannot wait until cameras and computers can have it perfect, and then we can just let the guys play and not have to talk about it. But, Ralph, let me ask you about this. Game 6 tonight, how much of an advantage is it to get the job done here and then get the extra rest before the next series starts?
It's huge. It's huge for every time you play a playoff game, the risk is enormous. You risk an injury, you risk something really bad happening to your group. And in this case, if you lose tonight, you A, have to play a 7th game where B, anything can happen and you might not advance. So, the earlier you can get out, the better. The fatigue that wears on a team that's trying to win the cup, the fewer games they can play, the better it is. And both Dallas and Colorado, I mean, the West is so stacked that we're getting maybe, two of the top 4 teams in the West playing in round 1. Either one of these teams could win the Stanley Cup, and only one of them is going to go on. So, yeah, we want them out tonight if we can get them out, but we also don't want to lose sight of, you're going to hear all the coach speak and the hyperbole and and all the platitudes and things. We do have 2 shots to win 1 game, and Colorado cannot lose tonight. So that is where that desperation comes from that Dallas is going to have to match.
Jake Ottinger, 50th career playoff game at age 26. You brought up Game 4 in Colorado. He gets chased from that one. What have you thought about Otter in this series and the goaltending in general? Because it seems like Blackwood, maybe you can take advantage of him, and he starts thinking like, oh, no, is this about to snowball on me?
Yeah. I mean, that right now, like Jake to me looks like a guy who's ready to close it. He's played great this series. Even that game where he got pulled, I didn't think that was on him. I mean, he stopped 20 of 21 in the second period, and he's down 3-0. And I think that was more Pete going, you guys don't deserve him. I'm saving him for the next game. Go finish this thing out and we'll, and then we'll deal with it later. Right. But he has been, the numbers say it's a statistical saw-off between the two of them. But for this series, but Jake's, he's experienced. He's won series before. He's won big games before. He's advanced before, and he's got the big contract. This is where this has to matter right now. This is where Jake Ottinger, if he's that guy, because Ed Belfour did it, he walked into Colorado and said, no, you won't be moving on, not tonight, no sir. And so that's what has to happen, and I'm glad you brought that up because he's played well enough to do it. But then this is one tonight that, if you're Jake Ottinger, you got to go in there and say, I'm better than that guy, okay? So let's friggin' go here. Let's turn their lights out tonight.
You said you picked Avs, and if the Stars win tonight, you would be wrong. But, why would it be wrong? What would you reconsider maybe about how good this team is, or do you think they were just fortunate to get through?
Well, I mean, the thing that I thought was watching them the last 3 weeks, and you and I talked about this last week, they didn't look right. No. They were uncompetitive. They looked disinterested. Their defending game sucked. They were losing people in their zone that they never lose. Uncharacteristically, they lose 7 in a row to end the season, and they just didn't look right. So I couldn't, based on that, and the fact that, they've had some shaky stuff, that they were going to get, that they were going to be able to get past Colorado, who was at full strength, and Dallas did not have Miro Heiskanen and Jason Robertson in the lineup. I think what happened here and why the Stars are up 3-2 is, we finally saw how the Stars can really outplay them in Game 5 when their top goal scorers play, but they had 2 games there where they trailed the entire game. They took bad penalties, and then they won in overtime, right? They just kind of grinded those games out. Those 2 games tipped the series, right? Winning in Game 2 in overtime with an unlikely goal scorer in Colin Blackwood, and then killing 3.5 minutes in overtime right away to start the overtime on that Marchment call and Tyler Sagan scoring. Those are 2 games that turned the series and 2 specific incidents. If going back, I couldn't pick them without Miro and without Robertson going into the playoffs the way they did. So, the those two games, or if you're the Avs, you're pointing at those two games going, how the hell did we let that happen?
Yeah.
But if you're the Stars, so what? We're up 3-2. We got 2 cracks at this. Let's eliminate and then, try and add bodies here in the next round. And that would be the plan, right? To get both those guys back.
214 says, tell Ralph it's great to hear his voice. I miss him so much. You can watch the Ralph Cast podcast there. Is that on YouTube, Ralph?
It's on the YouTube, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we called the YouTube people. We got it all set up. And it's wasn't that Michael Scott? Call the YouTube people. And we got it all set up. And so we drop a show tomorrow. And tomorrow we have the great Selena Ray and Savannah Humoller, who covers the Stars in Texas for D210 Sports. And then we have we're going to talk about officials. And then I have a cool little segment, 100 miles from hockey. And on Saturday I went golfing. And I was with a guy I got paired up with. I didn't even know him. And he had his first hole-in-one ever. And I still haven't had one. And I have some videos. So
he buy you a drink?
Yeah.
Buy you a drink?
Yeah. He kind of skirted off there at the end, though, because there were a bunch of guys waiting. Oh, yeah. Yeah. His wife bought him the round for his birthday. He drove over. So I think he was like, I'm going home. The hell with this.
There you go. I got you.
I'm not buying drinks. I'm getting out of here.
Oh, you're the best, Ralph.
Well, have fun tonight,
Thanks,
Ralph.
guys.
Yeah. Let's talk.
Guys.
Let's talk next week.
Let's do it, for round 2.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Read him on the Ralph Stack. Watch him on the Ralph Cast. It's Ralph Strangis here with you in the Gbag Nation talking Stars.
I was thinking about that as I asked that question.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt.
I
Right?
was like,
Yeah, whoops. Yeah, but I mean that's tradition. You're supposed to buy.
You're supposed to buy. Yeah, the round.
Who's in the twosome or the foursome, right?
Right.
Yeah,
right,
you're supposed to get drinks there afterwards.
Right.
All right. That's actually why I quit golfing shortly after I quit drinking. I couldn't risk that anymore. Because how much of a dead I am out there throwing darts at the hole. All right. We'll be back here to crosstalk with the fan after dark. See what Fred and Blake have cooking here for you on a Thursday night in the nation. But it's time now to prepare for the summer heat with energy efficient windows from Window Nation. I love Window Nation. 866-90Nation and windownation.com. I mean, we know in Texas, staying cool.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
you'll remember the Uber Eats has frozen.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens? No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
back to the Stars. Ralph Strangis just joined us. You can go back and listen to his thoughts on Game 6 tonight. Puck drops at 8:30 at plenty of time. Odyssey app, instant rewind functionality. Basically breaks every show into what looks like a podcast menu dang near. Plus, you got the Fan After Dark here rocking and rolling here live for, the next 4 hours? We got a 4-hour show, Blake and Fred.
Ooh, I'm fired up, man. 4 hours, and per Tim's email, Fan After Dark, 6 days in a row next week?
Something crazy like that. Yeah, no, we're, we've been off for the last few days.
Teams in Boston then, huh, right? They're in Boston and Detroit, so you got the early games.
Got some early games going on, a little 9 to midnight action. You guys remember those days, a little 9 to midnight.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Did I hear you say
yes,
during LA Live that you asked, would you be crazy if you dated a woman from prison? Was that what you were getting at?
Yeah, I did.
So you had to ask that out loud, like you thought, because
confirmation,
there's confirming that dating,
taking the temperature of the room.
Who says
there's no telling my crew? No telling.
I'm not judging.
No,
okay, let me get
no
that
telling
straight
my crew
right now. Okay,
I just want to,
and I don't know if apparently me and Lucius' algorithms must be similar, because I saw the young lady who inferred that she would, relations on the first date, which I appreciate. Okay, but she did stand up, and hey, God bless her. Okay,
talented gal. Think she's going to have a full dance card?
Look, all I'm saying is keep an eye on whoever the guards are. Okay.
Yeah.
Just going to leave it at that.
Temptation. Can you get the best of them?
Leave it at that.
We need to get the Rangers one of your slump busters, Fred.
That's right.
Need something.
No, we need 9 of them.
We need you to go drop something off at the clubhouse.
Maybe the bigger the better.
I would have Mark Grace give a speech.
You got slump busters? Ask him if he has slump busters.
You got slump busters?
Like what? On standby?
Yeah.
Got a gang of trash.
Still cultivating my Dallas team
roster.
But,
team building is a sport.
Team building is a sport.
But he got a gang of 4s in his phone.
No,
are you looking like one techniques? What are you looking at?
Hey,
skill positions,
whatever.
Eat up some double teams.
I don't discriminate.
Eat up some double
as the saying
teams.
goes. Okay?
I think whatever the scale says is going to be your batting average for the next 2 weeks. So
hey.
Go ahead. Round them up.
I've been a little 250, 260 before.
Oh, I remember that story.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That would look like an oasis in the desert right now, a 250 hitter for these Texas Rangers.
And this was a Maine woman, too. And you know what BMW stands for?
She was your Maine?
Big Maine women.
Big Maine women.
Big Maine women.
You ever been to Maine?
No.
I have.
Not a lot to do up there, if we're being honest with you.
One of the towns called Bangor.
Seafood, right? Seafood's big in Maine.
A lot of lobster.
A lot of lobster.
Basically Canada, right? Southern Canada.
More or less. Now, granted, this was 20 years ago. This
Okay.
is 20. I actually picked up a chick one time at a bar. Her name was A-Bear.
Bragging.
Lies.
Yeah.
One
word. He ain't that strong.
He can't
Her
hear
last
you.
name was A-Bear.
A-Bear.
Last name, okay.
First name was Christy. Okay, God bless her.
Okay.
My bad, Chrissy.
So,
Are we talking Grizzly? Or?
No. Here's the story. So, good looking chick, whatever. Was able to take her back.
Lies.
Because
Lies.
Ain't no
There's
lies.
no need to embellish. Come on, there's no need to embellish. But she said when she said her name was A-Bear, I said, oh, like Bobby. Blew her mind, spelled it for her. We're back at the house.
That's all it took.
All it took.
Wow. High standard gal.
All it took. Wow.
She a USFL fan?
Is that how she spelled
2001.
it?
Here, think about it. 2001. Nobody was rocking with Bobby A-Bear.
Is she like a French Canadian type gal?
It's a lot of them up there.
Okay.
It's
a lot of them. She spelled it like Bobby?
H-E-B-E-R-T, man. Wow. There's more to the story we can't really
Easy
share on here.
pickings
but-
up there.
Yes.
She could spin it, huh?
I don't think she could spin. But, yes, in fact, I remember, true story, I was at her house watching when Luis Gonzalez hit that little bloop off of Mariano Rivera to win the World Series.
No kidding.
True story.
Incredible moment.
Memories.
I think my Yankee hate had peaked that year. And Luis Gonzalez was an absolute hero for the Diamondbacks, along with Craig Counsell.
Wow. Yeah.
A couple of Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling. Good team.
It was a good time. It was a good time back then.
Okay,
More ways
speaking of baseball, concern level, guys, here for what we
It's so
were
weird.
subjected to today.
It's so weird because me and Fred were talking about in the elevator, the best pitching in the entire league, but the worst hitting team as well. So I don't know where it averages and balances out. I'm concerned because it's not seeming like it's getting better anytime soon, other than that 15-run outburst, which feels like an anomaly from what the Rangers are. So, yeah, it's a different batting order. Bochy's just hitting randomizer at this point with the batting order.
Randomizer.
Don't blame him. And
Do we
again,
know who
Jake,
Donnie Ecker is?
Yeah, offensive coordinator for the Rangers.
When are we going to start giving him the business?
Yep.
That's all I'm asking. Because hey, we were giving Brian and anybody else last year, Zim, we gave them a hard time. When are we gonna start giving Donnie Ecker the business? Just asking.
I mean, if Boach likes a guy, though, you're gonna tell Boach you got to fire your guy?
I mean, are we just telling Boach what he doesn't already know?
If he doesn't know it, then I don't want it. In Bruce we trust. The Bruce Almighty.
Do we know who like the best hitting coach is in Major League Baseball?
It ain't Donnie Ecker, I can promise you that.
What do we have to tease for tonight's show? Strong takes.
Donnie Ecker's coming on at 9 o'clock, actually. Donnie, if you're listening, 877-881-1053. What do we got to? The Luka slander? Apparently he's the fattest. I guess he is a fat slob.
He's
after
a bum.
all. Yeah, he is a fat slob. We learned that last night. Nico's doing cartwheels right now. So we'll discuss that. We'll talk some NFL. Extra credit tonight, okay? Blake versus another soon-to-be college graduate. Can he redeem himself tonight? Is the million-dollar question. Can Blake redeem himself tonight against Khaki Kevin, who will be walking the stage and adding to this,
alumni
group of mean green, whatever the hell you guys call yourselves.
Fighting machines.
I'm excited for it.
I always bet on Blake myself.
That's a smart bet, and that's why you're a winner.
Redemption looks good on you, Blake.
No.
Thanks to Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there, Master Control here, 75 in Pitts. You just went, 2.5 flawless, something like that. Thanks to Woolchuck and Chiafalo and brought us back tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Till then, you're going home with the nation, Eddies.
Let's talk RS Diamond Broker. Dazzling diamond tennis bracelets to stunning engagement rings. Our showroom is filled with exceptional pieces that you'll love, and I can say well,
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
On board on a Thursday night. I wish we were celebrating a series win. But apparently these bats don't know how to bat, as they are held scoreless today and lose to the Northern California. I mean, you lost to a team that doesn't have a home.
Twice.
To a team that in the Athletics, like, are have been the laughing stock of how not to run a professional sports team. They're so bad, they don't even have, all you see is athletics across their jerseys. And yet tonight, you fell to the Oakland, once called Oakland Athletics. And look, until further notice, I'm just going to say the used to be Oakland Athletics. And look, you live to fight another day, but we're running out of, well, just keep waiting. Well, those bats will come around. I'm Fred Davis. That gentleman to my right, it's been a while since we've heard his voice. Nonetheless, last time we heard his voice, it was a Friday morning. Tyler Booker was your newest Dallas Cowboy. Put your hands together one more time for the one, the only, the phenom, Blake Elliott.
That was the last time I was on, eh?
Yeah. I mean, at least one of us remembers.
Was draft night coming up here at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Till 1 in the morning. I have then since...
you guys only did 90 minutes. I mean, let's not pretend like the first 30 wasn't, a Tyler Booker press conference. So
we were here at 11.
Jerry waxing nostalgic.
Dude, we were playing the audio that day. It was great. It
was nuts.
Jerry.
Yeah. No, I heard the whole shebang on the way back from Pluckers in Fort Worth.
Did you feel like you learned something?
I didn't. No, I felt like had I been drunk, I might have driven off the road. Is what I felt like.
What about when me and CA broke down the pick? The Great Wall of Tyler.
No, I did hear that, and then of course I heard it again because CA and I were on Sunday morning as well. Did you know? By the way, not trying to put his business out on the street. Did you know CA is a outdoorsman?
Yes.
You knew that.
He said that very early when I met him, that he enjoyed being outdoors.
Okay.
Remember, CA is and kind of still was my mentor. So he would show me around the Cowboys.
Okay.
Can you imagine getting in the parking lot, getting to the press box, finishing the game, the stories that you'd hear from CA if he's the only person
First of
you
all,
know?
my guess would be CA is directing you to the parking spot.
Yeah.
No, right here. No, right.
Yes.
And doing the hand signals and everything.
Then
so
you get out and you're walking. You're going through the media.
You get a
credentials.
history
lesson.
Yeah.
I'm walking through. So right here, Blake, this first game, they didn't even used to have TVs here. You just had the newspaper. You'd put it up. You have to imagine that moment.
No, because they used his. I think it was the DFW, the newspaper, the Dallas DFW, the Dallas Morning News. Hello, not the Fort Worth Star Telegram, but the Dallas Morning News. One of them, it was either the Fort Worth Star or the Dallas Morning News. One of those papers used his tweet, Great Wall of Tyler tweet.
Yeah. He let you know that.
Oh, absolutely did. we talked about it Sunday morning, 10 to 2:30.
Well, we talked about it Friday night. So I already knew we were going with that, but yeah.
Shout out to our boy, the three-time.
Tyler Booker is going to be a future Hall of Famer, I'm guessing, right? I picked 12.
I don't know if he's going to be a future Hall of Famer. Let's not put that on him just yet, but I think we can all agree that. Look, just be really good. Just give us 5 or 6 Pro Bowls.
He needs to be really good because we were not talking about O linemen in the first round until maybe a week or two before the draft. The Cowboys are standing by that pick. I think he's a great kid. I think he's a great player. I will say all the stuff that happened draft night made me feel a lot better about it. His excitement to be a Cowboy.
Oh, absolutely.
His family's excitement, how he was talking when he was doing the little Bleacher Report stuff with Micah and I forget the other dude that they're with.
He wants to make people not love football anymore. I know that line went viral.
Taking their love of football every snap. So I'm a fan of that. And at the end of the day, you got to be able to run the ball. Jaden Blue, I guess, is your lead back or committee.
As of right now. Look, there were people, and we were just talking
I'm a Blue fan.
We were just talking to Broadus and Wolchuk, who, again, did a phenomenal job. The entire group, him, Vach, all the DallasCowboys.com guys did a phenomenal job this past weekend talking about the draft. Because, again, look, you and I talked about, we were just ready for the draft to start because it was like, how many different ways can you spin a 12th pick? And then the proverbial, well, if they do trade back, then there's this. And it's like, okay, we get it.
Well, they didn't trade back, and they got an O lineman.
They didn't trade back. They got an O lineman. I don't think it's the end of the world. I really, really don't. I know it's not sexy. Yeah. I know it's not, light up the world.
Well, they talked this big need about wide receiver and then have not addressed it. Maybe they're doing it in trade.
I
Mark
think
Cooper
they're
stuff.
but here's the thing, though. I don't know that they've addressed it as much as the media's addressed it.
They said they wanted an upgrade at wide receiver, too. They wanted some punch.
Well, but who's saying it, though? Because Stephen Jones will come out the very next day and say, we like the room we got. Yeah. We think we've got a number 2 here. We think it's Jonathan Mingo. Mm-hmm. And then because, look, if I've learned anything from covering the Cowboys this past year is you kind of, they say so much. And
they cover both bases.
They cover all the bases, right?
No. We said this
because Steven and Jerry will contradict themselves in the same press conference and not miss a beat doing it, and nobody is any the wiser or stupider for it. Yeah. Because on one hand you'll say, yeah, we're looking at wide receivers. They brought a bunch of them in for 30 visits.
Only brought
everybody in, right? And then on top of that, then you have Jerry come out and say on a very nothing burger of a pre-draft press conference, gives you nothing for 30 minutes, and at the very end says, well, we got a couple substantive trades we're working on, so, keep an eye on that. And then it's like, oh, okay. And look, they love to trade. And then, of course, now we're hearing that Amari Cooper's in the mix. And so, which, by the way, I know it's easy to poo-poo on Amari after what he did last year, and rightfully so. He wasn't great. Only 550 yards, 547, something like that. Look, Kellen Moore. What am I thinking? No. Keenan Allen. Hello. A lot on my brain right now.
You're okay.
Keenan Allen. I get it. Numbers-wise, he's a little bit better, but it wasn't like he was light years better than Amari Cooper. So
Amari Cooper's already familiar with Dak, so.
Well, there's that, and then, look, he did catch for, I think, 200 more yards, but at the same time, it was a 10-yard average. Meanwhile, Amari, I think, was like 40 catches for 457 or something like that. Yeah,
somebody did his homework.
547 or something like that. Well, because I wanted to look at the two of them, kind of juxtapose the two of them and like, all right, is it really? Because when we hear that, okay, Amari's the likely guy to come over here, then we got to start looking at and seeing like, okay, but at the same time, we're looking at last year where you were not great in Cleveland. And then it's thinking, okay, well, got a new setup in Buffalo, right? You put up big numbers there. Didn't, but you could look at it a number of different ways. The irony, though, is that him and Keenan Allen both had almost identical numbers the year before, right at like 1,250 yards. So, look, man, if those are your number 2 receivers, you could do, at the very least, bodies, and then a little bit of veteran leadership opposite of a CeeDee Lamb. Look, one thing you know about Keenan Allen and Amari Cooper, they're good vets, and from everything we've heard, we haven't heard anything to the alternative, they're good in the locker room.
All I know is that after this year, this wide receiver room needs to be tore down and restarted outside of CeeDee Lamb. Would you agree? Unless somebody proved, like, this year is very much a prove year for, I think, everybody on the roster, everybody in the receiver room other than CeeDee.
Oh,
like if you don't perform, we're either trading you, not picking up your contract, whatever situation it may be. No one's made a case so far to be that guy where they're safe, other than CeeDee Lamb. Yeah. If they don't get a wide receiver too, so this is the lineup they're rolling with. Mingo, you're up for it. Tolbert, you're up for it. Flournoy, you're up for it. Turpin, we're not just keeping guys just to have guys for no reason.
Jalen Brooks season.
Like somebody's got to step up at least. Like if you're a Jalen Brooks and you can carve out a role as a wide receiver 3 and a downfield target, that's fine. If you're a Flournoy, you can carve out a wide receiver 3. That's fine. Like I don't need 7 wide receiver 3s. So we got to figure out somebody who's in that role. And then if somebody wants to make that step, whether it's Mingo, whether it's Tolbert, Turpin, I don't know, somebody into that wide receiver 2 spot, that would be great. If they don't and everybody plays how they played the last couple years.
Because you don't think they're going to, because you're only going to carry, what, 5?
Yeah, 5
wide
6.
receivers?
Yeah. And they got Trayshawn Holden out of Oregon, which is obviously the little bit of callback of their receiver coach they just got from Oregon. Yeah. Obviously, him knowing him, brought him in as an undrafted free agent. So the draft was just a little hard for me to watch because Ezaraku, I think is his name, and Tyler Booker, both of those are phenomenal players, first-round players. But like edge and guard were not on my list of. You remember we said in the top 100, those first 3 picks, you have to come away with running back, wide receiver, cornerback. They did one, Revel, in the 3rd round. Have zero complaints about. He's a first-round guy that just had the knee, the ACL problems. That's the only reason he fell. So no problem with that. in those first and second, you didn't get a running back and you didn't get a receiver, so now you're hoping on Jalen Tolbert and Jaden Blue.
Yeah.
I believe in Jaden Blue and Tolbert less than I believe in.
But see, I think and I'll tell you what, I think you're poo-pooing Javonte Williams.
I am.
I think you're poo-pooing Miles Sanders.
I am.
And who was it? We had somebody on. I don't even remember who it was. Somebody was talking about Miles Sanders.
So would you rather have Jalen Tolbert start this year or Dante Fowler?
Would I rather have Jalen Tolbert or Dante Fowler start?
One of those guys has to get more snaps than the other. Which one do you want it to be?
Ooh, that's tough because I mean I like the Ezeraku kid.
I do too.
And if he balls, then
I've got no problem with the player. Like they drafted BPA. I really do think that.
Oh no, that's what they said.
They just drafted the best player.
They had to.
So it's hard to be like, oh, these are bad draft picks.
Because look, everybody's talked about how those three guys, value wise, were all like first round.
I mean,
talents.
PFF, all the different grades, everyone's giving them an A+ or an A, and for the players they are, and for where you selected them they are. But it's just, I would have been fine Dante Fowler and Micah being my edges and upgraded the wide receiver spot. But now Dante Fowler will be rotating in as a Raku, however that figures out. But one of those guys rotating in, the other guy starting. And then Jalen Tolbert is now my opposite receiver as my offensive threat. You really didn't change anything on the offensive side as far as threats go.
No, offensively, I mean, you've beefed up the inside of your offensive line, and let's call it what it is. You've made your offense. Your running back room is better going into this season than it was last year.
Ooh. That's a question we could have. I don't know if I could agree with
hands
that.
down.
You think
hands down? It's not even close.
I think you
had
it's not even close.
You had broke down Zeke.
Yeah, so I just
think Rico. Let's not pretend like we knew Rico was going to do what Rico did last year.
Okay, I'm going based on how he played. Like he was a top 10 rusher the last.
No, he was great at the end of the year.
Season. Yeah.
But let's not. I mean, a year ago, look, we were sitting here a year ago, and granted, I wasn't sitting here a year ago. It wasn't until late June that I got here. But we knew going into it, the conversation was Rico and Zeke.
So do you think Miles Sanders, Javonte Williams, and or Jaden Blue at any point in the season will be as good as Rico was to finish
absolutely.
the season?
100%. Because I don't think Javonte Williams was a pretty decent running back before he had that knee injury. And by the way, he's now a year plus removed from it.
He had that one good year with Denver, but it's been pretty hit or miss since I think he's had like 2 injury-riddled seasons.
Look, I'm not doubting that injuries have factored into it, okay? But he has shown when he's healthy, the guy can be, a decent running back for you.
Let's make our 2 early predictions. Who's the best running back for the Cowboys this year?
Right now?
I'm going to go Jaden Blue.
I'm going to say Javonte Williams.
Okay.
And only because...
Cat, pick one. Just say Miles Sanders. Just pick the last guy. Just say Miles Sanders.
Not picking Miles Sanders.
He's
I
going
would
with
say
Jaden Blue. That's his boy.
Okay, he's got a fair one.
I ain't mad at him for that.
I got a reason for Miles Sanders.
That you're out on Miles?
Oh, that I'm out on Miles for sure.
Well, tell. I mean,
cost me money.
Spill the tea. Oh, so you have an emotional attachment. You had a parlay that he ruined for you?
My first parlay ever in the Super Bowl.
Oh, man.
My last leg could have won me
$240.
$240. Couldn't catch a ball for 5 yards.
Oh, that hurts.
That's your fault. Betting on Kellen Moore throwing a screen pass to a running back.
That's rough. Well, he said it was 2 years ago. So,
so Kellen wasn't there yet?
Yeah,
okay.
so our boy, who would that have been? Was that Steichen would have been the OC.
Yeah, the Colts.
So, tough sledding, my friend. Tough sledding.
Okay, Jaden Blue will be the bell cow. Or not the, I don't want to say bell cow. I don't think there's going to be a bell cow.
There's not going to be a bell cow.
I think he's going to be your most productive rusher, the guy in week 14 that they're handing the ball off to.
Look, if he becomes your if Jaden Blue becomes your Rico Daddle by the end of the year, I'm not mad at it. This much we do know, and this is why I feel confident right now. Now, again, you and I could be sitting here 6 months from now and saying, same old Cowboys. But
Miles Sanders getting carries.
Here's what I know. I've got a head coach, an offensive coordinator, and an offensive line coach that are all simpatico and on the same page.
Yeah, they want to run the ball.
Okay, they want to run the ball. They want to run it down your throat.
But see, to that point, why don't you spend a premium draft pick on a running back then? If this is going to be our MO moving forward, is tough-nosed football.
Because you feel good about the group you got.
That anybody can run it?
Yeah.
See, I would just have loved for the Tyler Booker pick to have been accompanied with a Travion Henderson, with a Judkins, with a Caleb. Like, hey, we are going to run the ball. We're going to invest and get a good running back that's under control for the next 6-7 years with the franchise tags, with the rookie contract. And we're investing in this. I'm not saying I don't like Jaden Blue. I do.
Right.
I'm just talking about their thought process of not prioritizing running back at any point until the 5th round. when you say you want to be, because you're not a passing football team right now with Dak coming off the torn hamstring and one receiver option that's a threat. You're not, I guess maybe you're a run threat just because of your O-line, and we'll see what one of these 3 running backs can do. But I just would have loved for them to double down and be like, hey, Henderson/Duckins, whatever, and Booker, we're running the football. We got a beefed up O-line and a nasty running back. But they just kind of, it feels like they tried to just put a piece of pie in each of these little things, and they didn't end up filling any of the pie anywhere. They just put a slice, if that made sense.
No, I look, I am 110% on board with what you're saying. I think they look at it this way. Okay. Do you know what you know who the Arizona Cardinals leading rusher has been for the last 4 seasons? You already know.
Yeah. What's his face? It always gets hurt.
Exactly.
I know. James Conner.
Saying that.
James Conner. James Conner.
Talking exact. No, but you made my point.
Yeah.
That guy. The guy that gets hurt a lot. Yeah. Mr. Nondescript himself. Yeah. Okay. Over the last 4 seasons, he's led the Cardinals in rushing with 1,094, 1,040, 782, and 752. Okay?
752 leading your team in rushing is not great.
Okay, that was
Kyler Murray also eats into that.
Ago. Right. Okay. So my point is this: James Conner is anything special?
No. He's better than anybody the Cowboys have right now.
But the Cowboys are thinking to themselves, we can replicate that with the group we have.
Okay.
Okay.
We got to see it then.
Because plus, here's the other thing too, right? Is Lipke going to be on the? Is going to stay on this team?
Probably. I think
right?
So.
But we think. I mean, we don't know. That was a McCarthy guy, right? And so we don't. Here's the other thing too. We don't even know what do they use fullbacks in Arizona?
Yeah.
Right, and so we don't know what Lipke. Point in all that is this: is that you're going to bring 4, and don't forget the Maffa kid from Carolina or from Clemson, who's 6'1", 230. Yeah. All right, who's a bruiser in his own right.
I just wish they would have prioritized the pick at somewhere in the top 100. Not saying they can't be good. Like I'm not going to care if they're good. I agree, but there were some good ones in this class.
I mean, I get that.
There was that.
You realize Jaden Blue was 3rd on some people's.
Jaden Blue. Like I'm saying, I'm not talking about the player. Jaden Blue is amazing, great speedster. People have even said shades of Jahmyr Gibbs with his shake.
Yeah,
I think he's going to be awesome. I picked him as my lead back going into it. I'm just talking about the Cowboys' thought process. I think they're a little bold of thinking we can throw anybody back there because we just know how to run the ball and we're just super dynamic on offense. The Eagles,
I think they got a point.
Don't you think the Eagles could have had that same thought process? We got a great O-line. We can just throw anybody back there. They said no. We're going to go get Saquon, and we saw it pay dividends.
Yeah, but they were also on the doorstep of a Super Bowl.
Okay, so
Cowboys aren't there.
So they're just in a rebuild. This isn't how you think they want
to rebuild, but at the same time, too, like, look, what have we? Here's what we've learned when it comes to. I'll tell you what. Let's hold this thought because we're up against it. Let's keep. We'll keep up the quarter. We'll get some of y'all's text messages as well. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Luka's fat again. We got to discuss that. And is Nico? We know he was on the links today. Was he doing somersaults as a result of what went down last night? And might he be a better GM than Rob Pelinka? Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. That is the Phenom Blake Elliott. I'm Fred Davis, and we got a Blake Hacky Cav behind the glass. Don't go anywhere.
Hope the bosses aren't listening. It's another Wheels Off edition of Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you in
Nutmeg maidens? No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Windows, even the garage, all from your phone. Get your home or business ready for summer at
dfwsecurity.com.
Back to Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or a truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Khaki Kev, for that. Well, apparently Luka is a big fat slob. If you watched the game last night and you got on Twitter, got on any kind of social media, if you have a TV and you turned it on today, and you heard anybody talk, this is the end of Luka. We'll be discussing that. Fan After Dark, Fred Davis sitting across from me. Khaki Kev just did that beautiful read. And it's nice to be back here with the Tolos, with the Fatties. 877-881-1053, the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Text into the show. What are you doing on this Thursday? Are you watching some playoff basketball? Knicks Pistons tied at 51, 3 minutes to go till half. Are you rewatching the Rangers go scoreless, the Athletics game? Maybe you're rewatching that on your YouTube. Maybe you're taking the kids to soccer practice. Maybe you just picked up a latte and you're about to go to dinner.
It is a Thursday.
What do you think is the most common thing people do on Thursdays? Wait, are we talking basketball or football here? I thought we were talking basketball.
We were going to wrap up the football talk.
Okay,
we were just wrapping it up. We'll wrap up the football talk, and then we'll get into the Luka being a slob talk in the next segment.
Okay.
And how Nico is the Jerry West of this generation when it comes to trading away superstars.
Someone said doing Uber Eats. All right.
Ayo. If you want to drop some food off, and let me do my best, Blake. If you want to drop the food off here at 4131, we sure would appreciate it.
What did you think of my dad jokes today?
I don't know. I'll tell you what.
Wait, pause before you answer. I forgot to get one portion of the what are you doing today? Waiting for the Stars to clap the Avalanche tonight. Forgot about that.
Let's go.
Had to mention that.
Real quick, before we get carried away, 4-3 Stars tonight.
4-3 Stars.
4-3 Stars.
I'm gonna go 5-2. Smoke show.
Wow.
5-2. You heard it.
I'm
Miko ranting another goal tonight.
No, Miko
Wyatt the other night.
Miko's coming alive. Miko's coming alive. And if you listen to the Spits and Suds podcast, which shame on you if you don't, that is courtesy of the Hockey Hawk, aka Gavin Spittle. We had him on Sunday morning, and the thing about Miko that he talked about was, for those of you, look, for all you hockey nerds out there that you know what you're watching, God bless you all. For those like myself, hockey neophytes.
Ooh. I'm just enjoying the goals.
Woo! What? Everybody scored! Okay? But as Gavin Spittle pointed out, he's doing a lot of things Mikko is, mixing up with other guys. Helped score that goal a couple games ago that helped them win. I think it was game 2, game 3, whatever it was in overtime. Had 2 points the other night? I think a goal and an assist. Yeah. So, hey, we got on Mikko. Yeah. Rightfully so.
The day we got on him that night, he went off. Him and Wyatt.
Look, Mikko's coming around.
Yeah.
Mikko's
score another goal tonight.
Okay.
I want a blood.
Look,
I don't need a close game.
Mikko wants blood tonight,
5-2,
man.
5-2. This is your old team.
Look, 5-2. You're going 5-2. I'm going 4-3. Let me see what my boy Billy Brown, the East Texas hockey reporter, said, because he and I were texting about this the other day. He goes, I'm going 5-3 with the empty netter.
Yep. Huh? I can see that as well.
How about that? So we are all in cahoots. We are all Stars fans.
We got some great texts tonight. I've missed you guys.
We missed you guys.
From the 972 Fred. I'm going to read this. I'm going to see if you know the connection. If you don't, I'll help you out.
Okay.
Is Blake there? Tell them this is Mike from Dallas Police Homicide.
Oh, yeah. Old boy you met from the
Mavs game.
Yeah.
So I was standing next to Mike. Me and him were watching the Luka returns to LA.
Yes.
And me and him were chatting sports. He said he listens to the fan after dark. Told me his name. I said, just text him to the show. I'll give you a shout out. So shout out to Mike.
Just
really cool.
Blasted all over the DFW.
If you see Mike, tell him what's up. Oh man.
Well,
if you see,
depends on where you see him at.
If you see Mike, it's probably not a good thing, eh?
Well, if you see him off duty. If you see him on duty,
you're probably not worried about what I'm saying.
You may want to be worried about what he's going to tell you next. Are you the loved one of so-and-so?
So is Mike only coming once it's done to find the killer?
After the person's already been killed?
Yeah.
That's typically how homicide works, yes. Really nothing to do when the person's still alive.
So is he more about the victim, trying to help them, or is he
he's trying to find who killed him?
He's trying to find who killed him. He's showing up to the scene. What if somebody's just hurt?
Then you're not calling homicide.
So his is literally this person's dead.
This person is unalived.
No. My question is,
yes.
Are they showing
him the dead person?
No,
yes,
no. That's not what I was going to ask. I'm trying to figure out the phrasing.
Yeah.
Is he getting called on the spot, or is he getting called days after? This person died and we're trying to find.
Have you never seen the first 48?
I have. I just don't know which portion.
Yeah,
is
the whole
which.
point of that show is that if you don't have a suspect in the first 48 hours, you're done.
Okay, so
that's the whole point of the show.
So he's showing up. Hey, I think my brother just got shot. He's driving to the.
No, he's getting there. He's going to look at the dead body, and then he's going to surveil the area and find out what conversations have been had. Who have you already talked to? What do you know about the guy? Do we have an ID on this person?
So how do you know it's homicide, or how do you know the cause of death that quickly? Who's determining that? We need to find somebody, or they just passed away.
I mean,
naturally.
Usually, because if a dead body's in the middle of the street, my guess is he didn't shoot himself in the middle of the street.
He could have, though. That's my point.
Well, usually then there will be a gun, and usually there's evidence that supports that. So most people don't. And again, most people don't commit suicide in the middle of a street.
Just asking.
In the middle of the night.
Well, you're the one that threw the middle of the street. I didn't throw that in there.
Well, I'm just throwing it. I'm going off an example where, I've watched enough crime shows.
Somebody's dead in a mini mart in the back aisles. Are they calling him, or they?
Well, they're going to call the police. Now,
did
this guy die? Did he get shot in the back of the mini mart?
The person just said, I found a dead body in the back of the mini mart. They didn't see it happen. They just are saying, I'm walking to get almond milk, and I saw a dead body laying here.
What mini mart are you going to where there's a possibility for a dead body in the back of it that nobody knows how it got there?
Is there? I don't know. I don't know.
Where I want to know what's going on in Blake's everyday life, where the possibility of a dead body in the back of a mini mart.
I watch crime shows too.
It's just where did this guy come from?
All I'm trying to figure out is, when do they know to send him versus just a regular cop? That's all I'm asking.
Well, regular cops are going to show up, and when the body's dead, they're going to say, "Oh, this guy's gotten this guy got killed."
Mike,
it's your turn. Mike, you're on. Because I'm sure he's on call. All right, now during the day, because they've got. What am I trying to say here?
Shifts?
Rotations, shifts, yeah.
Hey, Mike, guy's dead. You need to go find who killed him.
Well, they know who's, yeah.
We found a pink gun.
I'm guessing they call dispatch and say, hey,
we got fingerprints.
Whoever's up next.
We got fingerprints. But I feel like all that stuff takes a while. That's my point. How do they even know who they're looking for unless they had an arch nemesis?
I mean, again, you watch an episode of First 48 and you'll get a pretty clean idea about how this whole thing unfolds.
Okay.
Because somebody usually talks. It never fails.
Someone said, "What mini mart is Blake going to?" Where there's an almond milk.
Yeah, a lot going on with your pseudo scenario here. Okay, people are dying in the back, and there's almond milk there. So I'm not sure what's going on in Blake's world.
Someone said in all caps, "Blake, if they're rolling up on a body full of bullets, I think it's safe to say it's a homicide." You would think that's what the suspect wants you to think. Maybe the victim.
No, the victim doesn't want you to think. The victim doesn't have time for you to think. They just the family wants you to find out who killed them. Is how that works. So,
someone asked, slow down, Fred. Can Fred get a men's T-spot? I think that'd be great. This dude's testosterone seems out of this world. Either that or he's all jacked up on Mountain Dew. I feel like he's about to burst out of my speaker like the Kool-Aid man leaving after a men's tea and chugging a Mountain Dew with Red Bull mixed with C4.
Well, I guess my first question that would be, why would I need men's tea then?
They said you should do a spot like you did men's tea. So that's where you got it from.
But that would be false advertising.
It would be false advertising.
That would be false advertising. Okay,
we don't do that.
It's all
the spots you hear are
all
authentic.
natural, baby. All natural. I mean, look, I get excited. We haven't been on the air in a week, dude. So yeah, if I sound a little louder coming through your speaker, that's why.
Someone said Mike gets the call after every Cowboys season.
Mike, if you're listening, I want to go on. Now, I've done a ride-along. We all know that. Can you do a ride-along for a homicide?
It was a lot more. His car might get shot at, no?
No, because most murderers leave the scene after they've killed the person.
But once Mike tries to find them, they're going to be like, oh, get away from me. And they're not going to be like, arrest me, you found me. I have seen that in the police chases.
Right.
I mean, that's the homicide guy who's chasing them,
I would typically want to go after they've been called out, like, hey, we've got a body.
Yeah, that's cool and all, but doesn't he have to find... I'm lost.
Yeah, he's got to find...
He's got to find... The body's the easy part. He's got to find the suspect.
He does.
That's the part that you want to do the ride-along for, I would assume, right?
No, I want to... I mean, that would be
you
cool,
just want to roll
too,
to a dead body?
Why not?
Why? Well,
I want to see it from soup to nuts. I want to see it. I want to be there on scene when this thing unfolds.
That's very cynical of you. You just want to see a dead body. I would think you want to go see the suspect.
I've seen dead bodies before. I mean, how the first dead body I ever saw, I rolled up back when I was back covering crime in my hometown of Topeka, Kansas. I was listening to Scanner, right? And they're like, ooh, we got a body next to the train tracks.
And you just went and ran there.
Well, it was right by. I mean, typically I'd go wherever it was at. I mean, it's not a big city, but where they were located was 200 yards from the newspaper. So I jump in my car, drive down there, walk up on it, head not attached to said body.
And you wanted to share this story with us on our beautiful Thursday.
I mean, I'm just telling you. I'm just giving you an example. They called out the homicide detectives, bada bing, bada boom, and found out, she laid on the train tracks.
Well, train tracks.
Didn't need to call homicide detective for that.
You need to call homicide for the Cowboys and what their wide receiver room is going to be this year because it does not look good.
You know why? Because Mingo's going to be killing folks. That's why.
Gosh. Dad jokes.
Mingo mania, bro.
I'm already going to do
What number is he, 81?
Who knows? I'm already going to do a projected draft for next year. I have it right here.
Don't be that guy.
I am.
Don't be that guy, dude.
No, I don't know the names.
Now you're being that guy right now.
No, I'm just saying.
Arch number one.
No, that's not my point. I'm just saying the position groups. First round, I think you know
what? Let's get through the first. Let's get through the season first.
I'm being preemptive. I'm giving you it too early on purpose. Wide receiver, first round. Obviously, if Mingo and them prove me wrong, then cool, I'll take it off my board.
I mean, unless Mingo goes off,
first round has got to be a wide receiver.
It's got to be.
Second round, probably one tech. Even if Mozzie plays decent, I think you've got to invest in a big boy up front. They like doing D-line in the first 2 rounds every year.
Depends on what Tyler Guyton does, really.
Okay.
Tyler Guyton is going to determine what you do in round one. Because if Tyler Guyton sucks, you're going left tackle in round one.
Him and Steele, imagine they both don't play well.
No, Steele's going to ball next year. I hope. Write me down, put it down right now. Tell your friends, all right? Terrence Steele, we won't even mention his name outside of the occasional. Yeah, I'm sure he'll give a sack here and there. I mean, he's human. But as far as like the way we talked about Terrence Steele with Zach Martin last year versus when Brock Hoffman, because again, and I've said this time and time again, and everybody seems to forget. Oh yeah, I guess that's right. Once Brock Hoffman showed up, how much should we talk about Terrence Steele? I'll hang up and listen.
Blake's being a negative Nelly.
He's being a negative Nelly.
I'm trying to. Okay, you're going one tech, I think, in the second round. I think you're going wide receiver in the first, and in the third next year.
We're waiting to see what what's his name does.
If in the third, I think you could go a lot of different ways. You might need another corner, depending
You might need a left tackle.
You might need a left tackle. Probably a good time to invest in a safety, depending on what your safeties. You didn't do any of the safeties.
You're definitely. I think you could argue everything you needed this year, you're going to need again next year. Yeah. It's just, cook it in a pot like gumbo and decide, all right, which
only
way,
thing you won't need is
going.
interior O-lineman.
You look, left guard, center, right guard. You are good for at least the next 6 to 7 years.
What are the odds they draft someone else named Tyler?
If he's a baller, I could care less what his name is. His name could be Marco Polo for all I care.
You can make an argument for linebacker. You're gonna have a bunch of guys on 1-year contracts outside of Overshown. That'd be the only guy that you probably have stapled in for the future.
Well, who's the dude from
Sanborn?
Yeah. Sanborn will be all right.
I mean, you hope, but he might just be a stopgap. I don't know. Well,
he gives me backup, try hard, does all the right things. We're gonna see. He's Nick Vigil 2.0, bro.
But he's probably better than Vigil. I would say.
I hope so. I mean, look, Chicago fans were sad to see him go. He strikes me as bowling with kids on a Thursday afternoon type guy. Okay, wearing his jersey.
Give me Jack Sanborn.
100%.
Are you not afraid that, like you said, pretty much they're going to have to next year's draft? There's a lot of holes.
But you know what? Here's the difference.
Let's see.
I'm not worried about next year's draft right now.
I am already.
How are you gonna be worried about next year's draft? We don't even have this team complete yet.
None of these receivers are going to step up. None. Maybe I am being a negative Nelly, or am I just being for real?
You are being very realistic when it comes to the wide receiver room. Yeah. Okay. I'm not for whatever reason, I just feel confident that
one of those guys is going to step up.
One out of those 5 will. And then you'll go find somebody else. And then, oh, by the way, maybe, just maybe, your boy Jake Ferguson decides to do something this year.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need him to be better than Tyler Warren
Tell you what,
and Colson Loveland. I need him to show me, hey, it's good that you didn't draft those guys. And good that you have me. I need you to be as good as him. I don't need these guys stepping in first year.
No, because you're the Jake Ferguson truther on this show, which I'm here for you on that. I appreciate you doing that. So you need Jake Ferg to step up and quit playing like Fergie Ferg. Yep. Okay, is what we need.
Don't let Schoon take your spot,
boy. I'm telling you, don't let Span Ford, the Persian God, don't let him take your spot. He'll do it now. He'll do it. All right, we'll talk some more football in the 9 or 10 o'clock hour whenever we feel like it. Coming up next, Luka's fat and Nico's a genius. We'll discuss more next. Don't go anywhere.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, where the Stars able to wrap things up against the Avs. We've got the junk drawer at 7:40 and an expressway ticket giveaway and one of the 9 o'clock hour. It's a Friday morning, the Fan.
product? I gotta remember that. Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair, okay?
Be the Fan.
It's the Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Great stuff as always from the one, the only Mr. Khaki Kevin, a.k.a. Kevin Walker behind the glass. Hold it down for us on a Thursday. Blake is, I'm not sure what he's doing. I'm getting haiku vibes, even though it's only a Thursday. He's just been locked in to whatever it is he's doing. He's giving me Beautiful Mind. You ever seen that movie, Beautiful Mind? I know he's not listening. You ever seen A Beautiful Mind?
I don't think I have.
Russell Crowe?
I don't think I have. I'd have to look it up.
Check it out. Check it out. It was a, well, you'd know it if you've seen it. It's probably about 10, 12 years old. Jennifer Connelly. I tell you what, talk about a Where Are They Now? Jennifer Connelly was a smoke show for the longest time, and then she just kind of fell off.
No, I haven't seen it.
It's, it's one of the movies, you and the lady friend kicking on a Saturday or Sunday night, staying in.
Okay.
Want
Seen
something
a
to
lot
watch?
of the actors, though.
Oh,
Actresses.
look, pound for pound.
I just handed the stat counting myself for this Luka segment.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Just when I looked at his second half numbers for everybody. That's been the big debate about him in the second half.
Okay, well, hold that thought. Here is everybody's favorite commentator, Beaumont's finest, the one, the only Mr. Kendrick Perkins, who was on Get Up earlier today, and this is what he had to say about the trade of Luka now that the Lakers have been bounced.
I said that I gave the slight edge to the Dallas Mavericks when Nico made the trade, because if they were healthy right now, we would be having a different conversation about the Dallas Mavericks. That's number one. Number two, he's right. Defense does win championships. And I think what showed Nico was what Luka displayed in the NBA Finals, right? The way that the Boston Celtics exposed him. And then you got to think about, think about Nico history, right? Who he's been around, who he was attached to, right? It's a reason that this trade happened and nobody knew about it. Who was Kobe Bryant's agent? Jay Will, Stephen A?
Rob Pelinka.
Okay. Who was Kobe Bryant's Nike rep?
Nico. And one of his best friends.
So he's been around a guy that has a killer mentality and know what it looks like, right? And so when he see Luka and he see his habits, and now we hear the reports about Luka gained weight while he was sidelined with the Dallas Mavericks because of an injury, and that was the breaking point for Nico. We get it now because it's unfair. And Stephen A., you just talked about it, how you're able to be a liability defensively, but you get to dribble the oxygen out of the damn basketball offensively while guys stand around, but they got to cover and play their behinds off time and time again to make up for your liability defensively.
Well, I will say this first. Kendrick Perkins' take has to be taken with a grain of salt, because even last year he was talking very ill of Luka when they lost to the Celtics and saying that he wasn't a championship player, his defense. So this isn't a new theme by Kendrick. It's just good timing to jump back on his horse that he's already been in the saddle with before. So I'm not taking Kendrick too heavily, like, man, everybody's turning on Luka. He's already, now I'm not saying he hasn't praised Luka and made fun of when he clowns other teams, but he has been one that's been very vocal that Luka's not a championship player. So this doesn't surprise me, him saying that after they lose 4-1 to the Timberwolves.
Well, even after the trade, I want to say that Perkins was one of the guys that was saying that this was an NBA Finals-ready team, talking about the Mavericks.
Yeah.
Well, and here's the thing, and I think we learned this after watching last night. He's not wrong. I mean, and I said this to Blake before the show, and we talked about this a little bit, and I thought about this last night. Before February 1st or 2nd, Nico Harrison was a better GM than Rob Pelinka. I mean, when you look at the way the Mavericks are constructed, and this is what, and look, we're not going to talk about the trade itself. Nico put together a team that perfectly complemented perfectly complemented Luka.
right?
All of his efficiencies were covered up for the most part.
Covered up, right? And again, look,
the best you can on the salary cap.
We're not going to bury the lead here. Did Luka look out of shape last night? 100%.
Probably the whole series.
Okay. Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, you could argue he's looked out of shape really since he came back from the calf injury. Okay. Now,
just covered up when he drops 35, 40, triple double.
Exactly. Now,
we're aware of that.
That said, Luka does shoulder some blame. All right, when you're one of the best in the NBA, one of the best in the world, and your team, and again, he got dogged out defensively last night. There's no question, but I don't know that we learned anything new about Luka that we didn't already know. And oh, by the way, this team. I mean, is it Luka's fault that the Lakers have no bigs? Is it Luka's fault that nobody could hit a three last night? Is it Luka's fault that LeBron's 40 and looked like it last night? And is it Luka's fault that JJ Redick has decided, let me take my two best players and not sub them out? And then, oh, by the way, last night decides, I know we haven't seen Maxi Kleba in 3 months. Let's go ahead and see what he's got going on and throw him in the mix last night for a whopping 5-6 minutes. So I just... You kind of knew this was going to happen. You kind of knew that was going to be the rallying cry because now he is in LA and it's easy to pick on him. And yes, he does look out of shape. And if there's one thing that Luka's going to have to get better at this offseason, it's his conditioning. But the Lakers as a team are going to have to get a whole heck of a lot better because, look, I picked the Lakers to win the whole thing.
I did too.
All right. We all three did. And I saw a lot of people on Twitter today.
And they win one playoff game.
I mean, man. And yeah, it's not even like you got beaten 7.
in the Western Conference Finals. You won one game.
You didn't even make it out of the first dadgum round, man. And I think next year you're going to need, you're going to have to get some help. There's no question about it. I mean, look, you and I talked about it today. I said if you put Gafford and P.J. Washington on this Lakers team, night and day different. Two guys, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Two guys would flip the script. Now, Jackson Hayes sucks. He's gone. He's got to go. All right. But you got to do something. I mean, I told you this already. Kai Jones would have been a better body to throw at last night at Rudy Gobert. But you're going to go ahead and stick. And I mean, look, I get it. Jackson's not great. But what, you're going to let 7'2" Rudy Gobert just match up against a 6'9" guy and do what the hell he wants?
You mean prime Shaq last night?
I mean, what are we talking about,
26
JJ?
And 24. I mean, he was getting anything he wanted. And Edwards barely, he didn't even crack 20 now.
He had 15. He missed all 11 three-pointers that he took last night.
The Timberwolves also had the worst playoff performance from three-point land ever in a winning series. They went like 7 for 41 for the series.
I thought it was 747.
I think 747.
No, it was bad. It was bad.
Lowest three-point percentage, most missed threes, and only lost one game.
And so, yeah, I mean, the Lakers.
And when you think about it, what have we said about the Timberwolves? Not just this year, but the year prior and the year before that. The Rudy Gobert trade, worst trade in NBA history. 5 picks. Boom, they do that. Then they trade Cat for Julius Randle, and we're like, oh my gosh, the Knicks look great. And they got Julius Randle, who's a terrible fit. The Timberwolves are like the 9 seed, worst trade ever. So they have back-to-back worst trade evers, Gobert and Randle on the court. And those are the two guys. I know Edwards had his part, but those two guys were killing you all series. While on the other side, the Lakers made the greatest trade ever in getting Luka. But the team that won one game was the team that made the greatest trade ever, in quotes.
Kind of makes you wonder if they should have went ahead and gone through with the Mark Williams trade.
Yeah. Mark Williams, did you see his tweets?
He definitely thought so. Getting ready to ask you, did you see him doing the smiley face emoji last night?
Did you see the one he put on Instagram? Is showing up to your op's funeral, and it's like the guy smiling at the funeral.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's like a meme picture with the guy with sunglasses being happy to be at a funeral. He just posted that.
I mean, look, you kind of can't blame the guy. I mean, the Lakers pretty much slandered you, traded for you, and then decided, and once they figured out, okay, maybe we can get a better deal this summer. Oh, this guy's he's damaged goods. But man, that's low down dirty right there.
That's called life, though. Bro.
That is life.
A lot of men and
not
women.
Fair.
A lot of men and women do that in their dating lives.
Shots fired.
Ooh, this summer coming up. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Did a little bit of deep dive on your background.
Talk about damaged goods.
Tell you what. Hey,
me and Khaki Cab can't relate. I'm just saying.
Head on a swivel, boys. I tell you what. I know somebody who's going through that. Yeah. Who's going through that? All right. Him and his girlfriend need a little time apart. She said she wasn't on the dating apps. Guess what?
Don't.
Found out she was on the dating apps. Found out she was on the dating apps.
Not Hinge Premium.
No, bro, Tinder.
Tinder Gold. It'll get you.
That wasn't even Tinder Gold. It wasn't even Tinder Gold. But yeah, it was rough. It was rough. Caught her in the act too. Tough.
Summer's a tough one to tread.
Summer is a tough one to tread. I told him. I said, look, bro. I told him this. I said, look.
Let's see if he can say this without saying anybody's name.
No, I can't. I can't say his name. I said, here, man.
Here, man.
Here's what you got to think about.
Call him Bobby.
He's been with this young lady.
Not Bobby.
He's been with this young lady for a while. I said, hey,
Charles. Let's make his name Charles.
It's your season this summer. Yeah. Okay, you're single. You got no deployments. Okay, you got time to get in shape. Time to get your summer bod together and go out and slay.
Go out and slay. Well,
go out and slay.
The Dallas Mavericks are trying to slay. The Lakers are trying to figure out what to do with there. We got a couple more audio clips. Plus, I broke down all the numbers from what Luka did in the second half of this playoff series, and some of these numbers might alarm you. Next on the Fan After Dark.
Late night for a reason.
A new way of life is evolving.
It's
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Laser raiders. Nutmeg maidens? No. Nutmeg maidens. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it something called?
It's Keki Kev, Balake, Blake talking to you guys, Tolos, Fatties. I've met a lot of you guys in public now. You guys have run into me. Maybe you've seen I'm short and fat. Maybe you've seen I'm tall and skinny. Whatever attributes you'd like to throw my way is appreciated.
Short and fat.
I miss talking to you guys, and we don't get to talk as much. But like I teased
next week,
in the crosstalk next week, as Fred just alluded to, we will be on, I think, 6 days in a row.
No, we will be on.
Because we're on this Saturday,
Yeah.
And then no Sunday.
I'm on Sunday.
Your Sunday. And then
I'm on
Monday,
Sunday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Oh, that following Saturday.
Yeah.
I hadn't even looked.
Yeah.
We are
No,
on
we
Saturday?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're on like every Saturday this week.
Okay.
Or this month.
Or every Saturday this week. Okay.
I'll be talking to Tim about that.
All right. And then I will be making my midday debut tomorrow.
Excited.
You and I have never done a midday show before. In fact, you and I have never done a midday or a morning show. Now, you've done a midday show.
I have.
You've filled in for the midday show. You and I have filled in for Gbag a handful of times. Obviously, we do the nighttime show. But Corey's out tomorrow on a Friday, so I will be filling in for Corey and working with old Haggy Haig tomorrow.
Cannot wait to listen to that.
We do have now. I look. I don't think our radio styles are really all that different. If you really listen to me and Haggy, now I might
fine be in the two.
Absolutely.
Just slip right into Jalen Tolbert. Just
every now and again. Gotta
don't worry
step
about
up.
me.
Hey.
Don't worry about me.
No. Hey, look. Hey, you know me.
Someone said I'm a husky.
That's husky. That's what you
That's
had
a
to.
big boy.
That's
When you
what.
call somebody
well,
husky.
when you call somebody husky, that's just your way. That's like a nice way of not saying they're fat.
No, but husky I think is bigger than fat.
No.
Yeah. If you say
Husky-
somebody is husky,
well, you're just calling them fat.
When I hear husky, I think of somebody that has muscle, but they're also kind of fat.
okay, so like an O lineman.
Husky. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah?
I just think
That's
of,
what I think.
Well, if you're really old like me, you think of the genes. So back in the day when you were a kid, you had slim, regular, and husky.
I think I remember seeing that on
And
jeans.
so if you were a kid rustler, for all my poor people out there, you get rustler jeans at like Kmart. And if you were wearing husky rustlers, you were big.
You're a chunky boy.
You were a chunky little guy. I don't know if there's anything little about you, but yeah, you were definitely chunky. Fred, on the meanwhile, nothing husky about Fred growing up.
I think whenever the time comes where I introduce new life to this world, I think I want him to be chunky. That'd be cute. A little meatball.
Why don't you just get him healthy first, okay?
Chunky now.
Just get your kid healthy.
Speaking of chunky, let's talk about Luka. Dad, you never got to finish. What did you think about my dad jokes at the bank?
Oh,
today?
I mean, I enjoyed them. I was here for it. We'll clown your bank later.
Okay. Yeah, they deserve it. Right when we do the gorilla talk. Okay.
Sorry, I'm not here to. I can't do that. I don't do checks. Sorry.
Okay, so we're gonna play some audio right here. The Pick a Side podcast. Big fan of it. It's people around me, my age, like mid-20s. They've gotten pretty popular. They've had some athletes on and whatnot, but they host a podcast, post daily stuff, and they were talking post 3-1. So this is when the Lakers were down 3-1 before Game 5 happened the other night. They were giving their take on who they think deserves the most blame. They were obviously looking towards Luka. Let's hear their opinion on it and then kind of the counteracting side. And then once they finish, have got the numbers to support said case.
I think Ant at this point has surpassed Luka for me. Going into next season, I would have Ant probably one spot ahead of Luka. I think Luka, it's hard because the numbers he's put up this series are silly. But it is, going back to last finals, like how much he wears down throughout a game. It is definitely alarming. Like last year in the finals, he would have 20 at halftime and finish with 27, 28 points. And you see this now, throughout this season. I know Drew and I, we talk about it all the time. Luka's the best first quarter player in the league. Luka is arguably the best first half player in the league because it feels like almost every single game he has 16 points, 14 points in the first quarter. But as the game goes on, specifically down the stretch in the fourth quarter, you see he does get gassed. And then, of course, that's where defensively he get blown by. And he's not the only defensive issue on the Lakers, so I'm not going to put that solely on him. But I am expecting a ton from him offensively. And in this series where you guys said it earlier, we expected the Lakers to be able to step up in these clutch time moments. What was that? 80% of it is because of Luka Doncic. LeBron's there too, but down the stretch, we think Luka's gonna have the ball in his hands a lot, and Luka just hasn't been able to step up in these moments. He's given you 6 points a night in the fourth quarter, under 30% from the field, under 20% from three. He has 1 assist, I believe, in the fourth quarter this entire series. He has not been good enough. Again, he's not the only reason why they are losing this series, but he is one of the biggest reasons why I think all of us picked the Lakers, is because we thought going down the stretch he'd be able to create more opportunities for his team That hasn't been the case. It's been Ant Edwards.
He's also the biggest reason why the series has even been a fight. It's been a really good series. Even though it's 3-1, Luka Doncic is doing everything offensively. He's averaging 31, 8, and 6 on 61% true shooting.
He's doing it until he can't. I'll give him that.
It's the roster around him. Like, if you swap Luka and Ant, the Timberwolves have a better roster all around. And I don't think it's fair that we're judging Luka when he got plopped into a brand new situation. The Mavericks got better from last year. There was a roster built around him to win a championship. He gets traded because Nico Harrison is just dumb. But there was a reason why the Lakers' future post-LeBron, it wasn't that good because they didn't have a rebuilding piece. They didn't have something to look forward to for the future. Luka gets propped into a situation where JJ Redick has to play them the entire second half. He doesn't trust anybody else.
He didn't have to.
Him playing them the entire second half tells me he didn't trust nobody else.
Thoughts?
I liked what the second guy had to say. I mean, I get what the first guy's saying, but that's with zero context, right? And this idea, if we're gonna, and I know Perk's already said it. Like, we keep talking about this situation where, well, you know, the Celtics exposed them last year. The Celtics exposed the entire team. Like, let's stop acting
the entire
like
league. What is this, 2 games before they got to the finals?
Let's stop acting like everybody for the Mavericks last year in the finals was averaging a double-double, and it was Luka that let the team down. Like, I'll say this one last time, and I would love to share it to all the national idiots out there that want to keep, the Celtics exposed them. We asked Daniel Gafford, who was a part of that finals last year, we asked him, hey, what happened in those finals? Because you guys were balling up until then. He said, man, it was the speed of it, and the Celtics were just that much better and ready to play than we were.
I wanna stop down on what that first guy was saying about Luka in the second half, and it's definitely something that's been on my mind for a couple of years, where I'm like, man, Luka has these great numbers, and then when you're like really watching the game, whether it's on the Lakers or the Mavs, and you're like, he does so much in the first half, mainly the first quarter. Like, it feels like every first quarter, if you take the over, you're hitting. Like, he's got 16, he's got 20 in the first quarter, first half. So I went and looked through the 5 games in the playoffs, what he did in the third, what he did in the fourth, his points and assists, what that totaled out to each game, and then what it totaled out to for the series. So Luka in the series, how many points do you think he scored total?
Ooh, in the series? I'll go with 150.
151. That's a really good guess.
You're welcome.
151 is how many points he scored for the series. How much of that do you think came in the first half?
I'm gonna say 93.
83 of it came in the first half.
Okay.
So he scored 68 points in the second half of the series. So when you break it down game by game, game 1, he finishes the game with 37 points.
Okay.
17 of that came in the second half. I think that's a decent number. 11 in the third quarter. 6 points in the fourth quarter. They lose that game, right? That was game 1. They lost.
Yeah, they got blown out.
117-95. In that game 1, how many assists do you think he had in the second half?
Ooh. Well, he only had like 1 assist that whole game, didn't he?
Correct. 1 assist the whole game, 0 in the second half. So not a great on that standard. So finishes the second half, 17 points, 0 assists for game 1. Game 2, how many points? He had 31 points for that game.
Yeah, because he had 9 assists that game, didn't he?
He did not have 9 assists. Oh, no, he did have 9 assists, excuse me. So in that game, first quarter he has 2 assists, second quarter he has 5. So there's 5 of them. And then in the third quarter he has 3. Or 4, excuse me. Fourth quarter ends the game with 0. So for the second half, he goes 9 points, 4 assists, game 2. Would you say that's an okay second half? So this is back-to-back games in the fourth quarter with 0 assists.
I was going to say, because plus I want to say they won by 20 that game.
94-85, they won that game.
Okay.
So they won by 9.
But I don't think that the proverbial score was as close as the game would indicate, or whatever the hell it's called.
Game 3, he has 17 points. 9 of it came in the second half. 5 in the third, 4 in the fourth, 3 assists in the third. So that's kind of where he was. He was at 0 assists, game 1 in the third, 4 assists, game 2 in the third, 3 assists, game 3 in the third. So, pretty standard numbers at the end of the world. Fourth quarter, 0 assists. So these are the first 3 games of the series, 0 assists in the fourth quarter. Do you think that's a problem or no problem?
Oh, I mean, it's definitely a problem.
Yeah. And so
weren't they minus 46 or something like that for the series in the fourth quarter?
They were not sharp at all. Game 4, he drops 38 points, the most he had in the series. In the second half, 17 of those points came, 10 in the third, 7 in the fourth. pretty standard Luka numbers. That's
nothing crazy. But he did. Now, in fairness to him, or into the argument, he missed a lot of bunnies in that second half. He missed a lot of shots close up.
0 assists in game 4 in the third, 1 assist in the fourth quarter in game 4. So through the first 4 games, he had 1 assist in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And he had, if you want to just even add the third quarter, he had 8 assists. 8 assists through 4 games in the second half. Not good. And then game 5 of the games they got eliminated in, he has 16 points in the second half, 13 which came in the third, which was his highest scoring output of any second half for the series. 3 points in the fourth, which is his lowest.
Yeah.
And then 2 assists in the fourth, 5 in the third. So ends the second half, 16 points, 5 assists. And I think when you look at the totality of it, 23 points he had in the fourth quarter for the series with 3 assists for the whole fourth quarter for 5 games, which gives him 68 points total in the second half, 13 assists in the second half for this Minnesota series. So obviously that's a bunch of numbers, but the main point being that maybe he wasn't finding teammates in the fourth, or do you think guys just weren't hitting shots and he was finding them? But Luka in the second half is obviously not the same player he is in the first half, and it goes back to the conditioning question that a lot of people have had that I think is becoming, much as I hate to say it, more and more valid, that he's not in the right shape. He puts up these, like they said in that clip, he's probably the best first quarter player we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like he'll drop 18 in the first quarter and not break a sweat, have 8-9 assists in the first half. But when it comes to that second half, you see these numbers where he's 5 points, 3 assists for the whole second half, 6 points, 0 assists for the fourth quarter. And I think as much as I love Luka and want to say he's the best player in the league, it's hard for that argument to be had when times are tough and you're not performing well, especially in that fourth quarter when it comes to setting up your teammates. Now, historically, Luka has been that guy. Like second highest playoff average ever, only by Michael Jordan. I will fully stand behind Luka in that. But he's got to get it together this offseason when it comes to conditioning, when it comes to how he performs in the second half.
He definitely does. I mean, that was a takeaway for me all season. I mean, look, Nico gets credit for one thing. Nico gets credit for saying, yes, Luka needs to work out and get in better shape from a year-round basis, because you can't be great for 3 quarters and then bleep the bed in the fourth. Like, you just can't do that. That said, again, do we know how much that conversation was ever had? We don't. We don't know if Nico ever had that conversation. We don't know what the interior conversations or internal conversations were about Luka. You need to get in better shape. Now that he's a Laker, he understands that. He knows that. Yes, we'll give him flack for being out of shape and the fact that for a guy that's been in the league 6-7 years now, you should know better than that. That's fine. The Lakers sucked. All right, like let's call it what it is. The Lakers, and I feel stupid, considering that, you know, the way this team looked a month, 2 months ago versus what they looked like. I mean, against Minnesota, they looked about as disinterested as possible. And oh, by the way, look, you better put LeBron on a pitch count next year, okay? Because LeBron at 40, about to be 41. All right, Father Time he's knocking on the door, hasn't opened it completely, but he's poking his head inside, saying, "Hey, you got about another year, 2 years, and then we're going to go ahead and call this thing. We're going to call this a career," because LeBron looked tired last night.
I mean, when you're playing the whole second half at 40, it's
well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, and I'm not mad at him for that, because again,
mad at JJ or LeBron.
I'm not mad at LeBron. I mean, look, man, LeBron looked worn out, and I'm not convinced. LeBron. I mean, let's be real, man. Did LeBron look like he was locked in this series? Not really. Not really. And there's a weird dynamic going, because why would he not care all of a sudden? I don't know. That's another conversation for another time, but LeBron looked disinterested at times, and that entire roster. And then, oh, by the way, Austin Reeves.
He fell apart.
Is he the best three in the game? Is he the best 3 in the league?
Is he better than Kyrie at this point in his career? Everyone's saying that.
I wouldn't take it. There's G League guys I would have rather had than him this series. He was terrible.
Yeah, that was hard
this past series.
Because he's been a pretty good playoff performer.
He's been great.
So to see him just choke, turning the ball over, can't hit an open 3 all of a sudden.
That dude couldn't hit a bucket to save his life. I mean, how many? And that's what I'm saying. Like, we keep talking about, and look, you did a great job. How many wide open shots did guys miss? I mean, again, the thing that box score doesn't tell you is, yes, sure, he wasn't great in the fourth quarter, and he had fewer assists. But, if we do a deeper dive, if we do a next-gen stat, how many of those were just missed shots by, him finding people in open spots? They just couldn't close.
Yep.
They just couldn't knock shots down. So that's as much about it as anything. They're going to have work to do. The Mavericks obviously have work to do, and we'll discuss that as we get closer to it. All right, coming up next, let's take a look at the NFL draft in its entirety. All right, we've had a few days to kind of take some time. We haven't gotten the Shedeur Sanders thoughts from our boy Blake Elliott yet, and boy, the news just keeps coming out that maybe it wasn't such a surprise that he fell when he did. Lots to get to. Your text messages and more. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Don't go anywhere. This is The Fan After Dark.
Time to put the kiddos down and turn your radio up. It's
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
insulation.com.
It's the Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or a truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Someone said that's why Luka didn't pass the ball. He tried to win it on his own because they were missing shots. Well, even as the biggest Luka defender, there's not too much of a valid point there because Luka never had more than 7 points in any of the fourth quarters in this series. They just got eliminated 4-1. So we'll table that talk for another time when we get into the off season of the NBA. But still basketball going on. Knicks Pistons. Knicks up 88-77 with a minute or two left in the third period.
Give or take. Give or take.
About to go into the fourth quarter. There was some controversy on how that game ended the other night with Tim Hardaway Jr. in the corner and the foul or no foul. This series, along with the Clippers-Nuggets series, has been the only ones that have been good competitive basketball down to the wire. Everything else was done in 4 or 5.
I'll be honest with you. I'm glad they didn't call a foul. We need to stop with this. Because you lean into a guy, that's not a foul. Okay? I mean, again, maybe I'm old, but I grew up where when you shot a jump shot,
No.
You went, and I get what he was doing. Josh Hart was next to him, but he jumped into him.
No, I agree, but that's just the way the NBA is. We can't take that rule away on the last shot. If they want to do that moving forward, cool. I'm all beans with that. But not installing what you've been doing all game, all series, all season long, and be like, oh, game winner. We're just going to let it play out.
I mean, that was a goofy-looking shot. I'm sorry. He jumped into him.
Pump fake. Josh Hart fell for the pump fake. Then he was up in the air, and you're up to the
I don't think he pump faked him. I thought he just grabbed it in the corner and shot.
He pump faked him because Josh Hart jumps and then tries to jump away, and Tim Hardaway Jr. gets him in the air. And at that point, it's up to the shooter. You're at his mercy. Yeah. And he falls into him, and they don't call nothing. So I think it was rigged. I think the Pistons are going to find a way to win tonight and push it to 7.
Oh, look, no. The NBA definitely doesn't want Detroit beating the Knicks. No.
Last 2-minute report comes out, and they say it's a foul.
That's seriously. That part's stupid.
Why do we keep doing
Why?
We messed up.
That was the second time that they messed up a call in the playoffs. I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, can we not just? I know it's so unrealistic.
What were we doing? Honestly, what were we thinking?
It's so unrealistic. But can they not just? I wish they could just make him go shoot free throws. We got it wrong. Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to shoot 3 free throws to win the game. Because what's the point of just saying that we got it wrong? Down, you lost the game. Pistons.
Just holding our guys accountable. That's all. Just letting them know next time we'll call that foul.
Like, that changes history.
It absolutely does.
Knicks win it. Pistons don't win another playoff series. It just adds to the years of it.
Seriously.
They get a different draft pick. It means they get a different player. Like, everything changes with that. But, we sucked with our picks. I think you were going, what were we thinking?
Eastern Conference, we were good.
I wasn't. I picked the Bucks in 6.
No, you picked them in 7.
Did he pick the Pacers in 5? I think he did. I think Khaki Kev picked the Pacers in 5 and we all clowned him. I want to say he picked that.
Let's see.
It's either 5 or a sweep.
You're going to have to go back.
But I think I did say 5.
I want to say he said Pacers in 5.
Let's see.
Do we think Fred actually has a paper? He's just
He did have Pacers in 5.
Wow. Got to give it up to Khaki Kev.
Shout out to Khaki Kev. Let's see. So he also had Detroit in 7.
Okay, that's still alive.
Yeah, for 12 minutes.
No, I think they're going to come back.
I hope they do. Boston 4. Only one to call that.
It was Boston in 5. Orlando 1-1.
Oh, that's right. They did, didn't they? Oh, Fred picked Boston in 5.
What did I pick?
You picked Boston in 6 for some reason.
I believed in the Magic getting another game.
Meanwhile, we're all idiots in the Western Conference.
Wait. Finish the East.
We all had the same thing. We all picked. No, you picked Milwaukee. That's right.
I got that one.
That was your numbnuts move. We all.
He didn't know Dame was going to.
I didn't know Dame was going to tear his ACL.
Matter. His Achilles, but it doesn't matter. We all picked Detroit, so we're all idiots there. We all picked Cleveland. We're good
not
to go
idiots.
there.
It hasn't finished.
I'm not holding my breath.
Okay, what do we do for Cleveland?
We all picked Cleveland, and then we all picked Boston.
The games matter, Fred. Did we all pick them in 4?
No, you picked them in 5. Me and Cac both picked them in 6. Wow. And then
wait, y'all picked Cleveland in 6?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know the Heat were going to get beat by 100 points. Okay,
I picked them in 6.
Y'all picked the Heat winning 2 games.
You picked Milwaukee winning, bro. I know you're not.
That's a lot less crazy than the Heat.
No, it's not like that. Oh, Milwaukee winning a series.
Giannis and Dame.
Dude, he had a clot. He was half dead a year ago,
2 months ago. Give me a break on that. I mean, Miami.
Half bad.
Yeah, that's right. You heard me. Miami, meanwhile, is a scrappy group.
Yeah. Miami got beat by the worst differential
I
ever
didn't
in a
expect them
playoff
to lose
history.
by 100 in the last 2 games at home, okay?
You had big faith in Tyler Hero.
Nobody saw that coming, all right?
It was literally the worst playoff defeat
Oh, it was
ever.
bad. It was bad. Look, I mean, okay, whatever. All right. Meanwhile, in the Western Conference, we are a gaggle. You know what?
Did we get any?
Tough conference. Man.
So
What
right
can I say?
now, the only one. Okay, we all got OKC right.
Did we? How many games did we pick?
I picked 5. You picked 5. CAC picked 4.
So CAC's doing the best. So
CAC is by far the leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah, you are.
Meanwhile, your Golden State pick is still alive.
What did I
you got
say?
them winning in 7.
Okay, I knew the Rockets
I remember we were
You're-
both Houston. We were riding on Houston.
You and I are
big time.
both Houston in 6, so
That's impossible.
we're in trouble.
Yeah.
We're in trouble. Still
go
alive, but not what we
No,
think.
it's not. They can't win in 6.
Well, no, the Houston's still alive.
Oh, they can stay winning 6.
Yes, they can. Meanwhile, we all took the Lakers in 6. So, and that's a
Hey, you know what? This
that's
is
a bell of shame.
This is kind of like the NCAA bracket. We're not going for perfection. We're going for the percentage of how right we were.
Yeah, well, we picked.
We know our
got the
national
wrong
champions
one.
We got
out
the
of it.
wrong game,
Yeah.
or wrong team, wrong.
Seriously. And then right now, Khaki Kevin is the only one who has a chance at this Clippers. Well, no, I guess we all do. Well, I don't. Clippers. I've got Clippers in 6. You've got Clippers in 7, and then CAC's got Denver in 6.
Can that still happen?
They can win tonight.
They can win
so
tonight.
Denver can win in 6 tonight. So
all of us are still alive.
I'm done.
Oh, wait,
as far as I got Clippers winning. So
In
as long
6,
as they win
though?
in 7, we're good.
So Kaki's leading.
Oh, Kaki's.
I'm probably in last then. I don't know. Your Heat pick might be -3.
Bro, I literally picked.
Me or you is in second
Bro,
or
you
third.
said Cleveland in 5. Like,
Okay,
what,
you
I
had-
had Cleveland in 7. Okay, so I had them winning 2 games.
That's crazy.
So what?
Which is less crazy than me
it's
picking the
easy.
Bucks.
I was gonna say, bro, get out of my face with this nonsense, okay? Because hindsight being 2020. If you'd have told me, hey, what if I tell you they're gonna lose by 100 in 2 games at home? Well,
Hey, Detroit's down by 10 in the 3rd.
they're done, dude. They're
No,
done.
they're
I don't
not.
wanna
Hey,
hear
no,
it.
they're storming back.
Hey, maybe they do. I don't know. Either way, we're all screwed. So, because we all have Lakers in 7 in the Western Conference.
Shout out
and
JJ
then
Redick.
we had them beating the Celtics in the championship as well. So, look, I'll tell you what we'll do.
Who do we have against the Lakers in the Western Conference? Is that still alive?
Yeah, because I've got them playing the Clippers.
Who do I have them playing?
You've got them playing
The Thunder. I got them playing the Thunder.
You got them playing the Thunder. So I've got them playing the
Don't let both your first round
Clippers.
your teams get beat in the first round.
Yeah, it's looking real likely right now.
Nuggets win tonight. Both for your
Both my
Western
Western Conference final teams gone. And then CAC's got Lakers in Denver. So still.
So I guess we're putting if Denver loses tonight, you're in 3rd. CAC's in 1st, and I'm in 2nd.
Oh, I'm in 3rd place by a long shot. Yeah, at that point. So yeah, look, a lot of basketball left.
It's only first round.
And it hasn't been a good first round.
It is not. It has not been
You
that
mentioned
entertaining.
during the pre-show, it's been pretty lopsided, and I'm more upset that I'm like, how did I?
Even these series that are close, the games that the teams have won have been a lot of blowouts. Like the Clippers and Nuggets have been trading, blowing each other out. The Rockets and Warriors have been trading.
With the exception of the 199 game or whatever it was.
They've had 2 or 3 close games, but there's been a good amount of blowouts. The Rockets, Warriors, they just take turns. Who's going to blow each
Now
other out?
that's been a decent game or decent series as far as if you just like them beating the crap out of each other because they have 0 issues.
Which Draymond is all for.
Well, so is Şengün. He's out here. Tell you what,
He'll
so is
talk
Cam
that mess.
Spencer. Cam Spencer's about that
Which
line.
you really shouldn't be surprised with, Emi Udoka's group, to be honest.
The Thompson twins, they've been going at it.
They have been. So
no one. Clippers Nuggets have been great. I agree. We're saying Clippers Nuggets and Knicks Pistons have been the
That's
only
about
close
it.
series.
That's about it because every other series
It's been done in 5 or less, right?
Yeah, because the Cleveland series, as you already alluded to, sucked. The Boston series sucked. The Pacers and Milwaukee
that had
series.
some fun cinematics with the
What's that?
Tyrese Halliburton's dad
Well,
and
yeah,
Giannis.
at the end of the series.
Yeah.
Well, you heard his dad's not going to any of the games.
No more
next.
games for
No more
Tyrese's
games.
dad.
Yeah, so
Hey, did y'all know that the Nuggets had a new coach? Yeah, his name's Jokic.
Like he's the head coach?
Yeah, he's just pretty much just moving guys all around. Have y'all not seen that yet? Like he's just moving guys all around the court.
I'm not convinced he was in on the Mike Malone firing. And I don't understand, considering that this new guy who looks like, you guys are too young to remember Mad Magazine, but he looks like the cover
I know
guy.
Mad Magazine.
All right, so what was it? Newman P. something or whatever his name is.
It was Cover Girl.
What's that?
Cover Girl.
For Mad Magazine?
Well, I think you said Cover Guy. I thought it was Cover Girl.
Well, that's because Mad Magazine had a cover guy. There you go. So,
Stars taking the ice.
Nothing's changed, though, from the, with this new coach, Adelman's.
But that's what I'm saying. It's almost as if Jokic is just running this thing.
Oh, yeah, because, what's Adelman going to tell him that he doesn't already know? The whole situation in Denver, I still don't, and my boy Braun has been, although he did look better the last game or two. All right, what are we doing? Where are we going this segment?
We were going to go draft grades, but we don't have that much time. Let's just finish up the NBA playoffs, how we think it's going to finish up since we're talking NBA. So,
no, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you where I wanna go.
Tell me.
So, if you're in Milwaukee, what are you doing?
Oh, Giannis is gone.
He's got to be, right?
He's got to be. I think he was gone even if they, Dame's
career's over.
Dame's career's over.
He's done.
You lost in the first round to probably your biggest arch nemesis in Tyrese as far as like talking smack. Everyone knows you're better than him, but he still beat you. Like that stings. His dad's talking mess.
Kyle Kuzma's not good.
Kyle Kuzma, we forgot, was even on the team.
Breaking
Bobby
news.
Portis is their second best player. Brooke Lopez is getting older. Gary Trent Jr. is selling part. What was Gary Trent Jr.
Did you see that?
The last two, him just dropping the ball out of bounds.
Well, then when he threw the ball away, the play before that,
dude, they were up 118 to 111.
He was point shaving,
but he had like 4 threes in overtime.
Before that,
dude, they were up 118 to 111 with like 40 seconds left.
40 seconds left,
and Gary Trent Jr. turns the ball over like 3 times in a row.
Hey, I don't know, but and when you look at some of the predictions as far as what are they going to get back in return, like, are you kidding me? Like one guy, you got to give him. What'd they say?
Houston's the most obvious, yeah.
Somebody said Şengün, Jalen Green, and 2 first-round picks.
I'm not giving Şengün. At that point, it's a different team. I'm not giving Şengün.
Oh, I'm not giving up Şengün.
He's untouchable. Because at that point, I'm just being the Bucks. I don't need to give up all
Bucks
my.
with a bunch of shooters.
Yeah. I'm keeping Şengün out. Jalen Green by Toodaloo.
Oh, Jalen Green, I'll drive him to the airport.
Yeah.
I'll drive him to the airport. I would get rid of him.
And I think about who would the Bucks want. Okay, first rounder and Jalen Green. That's added.
I'd give him Jabari Smith.
Probably Tari. You got a bunch of guys like
you really do.
Tari Eason, Jabari Smith,
probably Cam Whitmore too.
Cam Whitmore. If they want a young guy.
Look, here's the thing: Cam Whitmore hadn't even gotten off the bench in this series.
Reed Shepherd.
I don't know. Ooh.
Or are you trying to keep him if you're the Rockets?
Well, here's the problem. If that the difference in me getting because here's the thing. You're not getting. I'm only getting rid of 2, maybe 3 players max. If I'm the Rockets.
Jalen Green is probably the starting point.
100%.
A young player, and then probably a Cam Whitmore. I think. Do you think you have to have somebody better than Cam Whitmore? Does Whitmore have to be this? Okay, so Whitmore is your third best.
Well, would
player
you take a Jabari Smith?
Yeah. So you throw Jabari, Cam, Jalen,
because here's
in
the
a
thing:
first.
if I give you Jalen Green and Jabari Smith, those are 2 top 3 picks back-to-back years.
Yeah.
Right? And Jalen Green's not a bad NBA player. He's like a poor man's Devin Booker. All right? You'll live with that.
He's teetering on All-Star. Like, he's always right there. Like, he's going to be right outside the top 10 as far as All-Star votes. He's 11, 12 every year.
He is, right? And we haven't seen him take that next step yet. Yeah. Jabari probably needs a less crowded.
Yeah.
Crowded. Because that's the problem. So if I gave you Jabari Smith, Jalen Green,
Cam
2 first-round picks, and maybe a Cam Whitmore, you're taking that all day. Because Cam Whitmore, I'm going to tell you right now, Cam Whitmore's a bucket.
You can reset your team at that point. The Bucks ain't going nowhere. I mean, if you're the Bucks, you're like, sure, I guess. Let's do it. Let's try a new young team.
Because, look, at that point, hey, I can compete in the Eastern Conference with those 3.
Yeah.
And you're going to give me 2 first-round picks?
So what do the Rockets look like?
Man, you give me a starting lineup of Amen Thompson.
Yep. You feel very fine slotting Amen in. Giannis.
Fred VanVleet.
So those are your 2 guards. Giannis, and then Şengün, and then you need one more forward.
Tari Eason.
Yeah, Tari Eason.
Oh, I tell you what. And then you got Steve.
You still got Dylan Brooks off the bench.
You still got Dylan Brooks. Yeah. No,
you're fine. And you still got Reed in this situation.
And you still got Reed in this situation, and then and you'll draft again this offseason. Yeah.
No, you're now all of a sudden that's a different Rockets team. Now, who's your big shooter? I guess that would be Reed.
Reed might have to start. You got no shooting. Amen, Şengün, and Giannis. You got 3 guys that can't shoot.
You got 3 dudes that can't shoot their way out of a wet paper sack. And Fred VanVleet, you don't know what day is it? Because he might look great one day and look like complete ass the next.
You have to start Reed Shepherd to have some shooting on this theoretical.
Which, by the way, your bench is still going to look good.
Yeah.
Now it might not be the biggest. Now the only problem is, a Fred VanVleet, Reed Shepherd starting backcourt.
No, I think you start Amen. I think you go Amen and Reed.
Well, I could see that. They said they're giving him more opportunities at point guard. Amen Thompson.
Yeah. Amen and Reed out there is you still get really good defense out of both of them. So you're not going to.
Hell, you might have to trade Fred VanVleet, to be honest with you, and just to make from a salary standpoint.
If you trade Fred, you're fine with that, and you keep Whitmore or
I'd
Jabbar.
keep Fred VanVleet over Whitmore.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that'd be a big deal. Meanwhile, if you're the Mavericks, what are you going to get? 38-year-old Kevin Durant?
Yes.
Woohoo! That sounds exciting. All right, coming up next. What if I told you driverless cars are coming to DFW? Fair or foul? We'll discuss that next.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, of course.
Uber Eats has woes.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
The Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has a Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Uber. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Welcome back in, everybody. I'm Fred. That's Blake. We got our boy Khaki Kev behind the glass. All right, here we go. Now, wait a minute. I don't have my thing in front of me.
What's going on, Frederick?
Oh, here we go. This is exactly what I was talking about.
Y'all are seeing
Fred in real life. Fred in real time.
Middle-aged human.
Well, I thought I had it on my phone, but I didn't. Okay. Arlington will be the first city to launch driverless rideshare vehicles as part of a partnership between Uber and May Mobility AVs. May Mobility plans to deploy thousands of autonomous vehicles on the Uber platform over the next few years, with an initial launch planned for Arlington by the end of 2025. Customers will have the option of a May Mobility AV for qualifying trips on the platform. The first deployment will launch with onboard safety operators before transitioning
Fred,
to
look at this guy.
Driverless.
Does he look like a fake announcer?
I mean, that's hockey. That's peak hockey right there.
But why is his tie undone with a fake mustache?
Because hockey guys are zany. That's why.
I just had to interrupt because I didn't know if he'd be on screen again. Okay, you can continue.
It's wild. Texas has become a hot spot for autonomous vehicle testing. Lyft announced in February that it would bring autonomous ride-sharing to Dallas, and companies like Kodiak Robotics, you know Kodiak Robotics, said Aurora are testing their self-driving technology for 18-wheelers, Ruh-roh, on state roadways. General Motors was also poised to launch its now defunct Cruise robotaxi in Dallas before it shut down the endeavor amid cost concerns. May Mobility will provide a fleet of hybrid electric Toyota Sienna minivans equipped with May technology, which the company says applies real-time human-like reasoning for the trips. Fair foul! Autonomous vehicles coming to the DF Dub at the end of the year.
I feel like I've seen them before. I've seen somebody doing an Uber with nobody in the driver's seat. I don't know if it was Dallas, though. I've seen it before, though.
Yeah.
On my Snapchat stories.
No, I mean, it's got to be true then. Fair or foul is coming to Dallas, though. Like, for real. Like, we know for a fact that you're going to see these Toyota Sienna minivans bopping around the DF Dub with nobody driving.
I'm scared.
I'm petrified.
Because at that point, your life is literally in the life of a robot.
But isn't it any worse than the people that are driving right now?
But at least I have control. I can swerve out of the way.
You can still drive. You can still swerve out of the way of a driverless car.
No, but I'm saying if I'm in said car, if I'm the one in the car.
Oh, if you're okay, hold on, wait a minute.
If I'm the passenger,
I would think you could still do that.
What are we gonna do if?
If you're the passenger, you can't jerk the car.
What are we gonna do if there's a self-driving car that gets in an accident? It's a high-speed chase. Cop stops and there's no one there. Like, what happens then?
You're thinking that maybe the driverless vehicle would get into a high-speed chase? That he's being chased by the cops?
I think it would
You don't know AI's ability.
I would. Well, I think this is a phenomenal scenario, and I'm here to play along. I would think that there's an overarching, like, you know how they fly drones from, like, you know, a bunker in Nevada and we're killing people in the Middle East? Mm-hmm. My guess is there's something similar with these autonomous vehicles.
It's like solar panel controlled and all that. Yeah, for sure.
I would imagine there's a kill switch.
I would think the thing that scares me the most out of what you just read is automated 18-wheeler driving. And if I tell my dad this, he's going to go on the rant of all rants, because being what he does, that terrifies me.
Oh, is your dad's a truck driver?
That's what he did forever. Yeah.
Okay. Look, tell him I said thanks, because that's a thankless job.
Well, because his thing was always like, this is going to be a job that will always be a human thing. And to think that it won't be, any job is replaceable.
Tell Daddy Walker, hey, the robots are coming, brother.
I just don't understand. You said if you're the passenger, you can still yank the car. I don't think so. I think if these things are driving, it's like the wheel is locked and it's set like if you're in a Tesla and it's like going to its destination. I don't think you can just start jerking the car because then accidents could happen all the time. Someone gets in it, a prankster, and purposely wrecking the car. Oh, it was the self-driving. Let's sue the company. Like that's so easy for the company to get in trouble.
And who's to say if a self-driving car gets at a fender bender, they're going to stop?
They just going rogue.
I'm thinking worst case scenario.
He's thinking Transformers is going to hit somebody and just take off.
Is Megatron taking over all this? I mean, what are we?
I think that's what we're getting close to right now.
I feel like you feel that way.
Pull the handle twice. That's a Tesla owner. That's what you do. That's what you do to like turn it on and off. Self-driving.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the idea of self-driving, to be honest with you.
I don't either. It
scares the bejesus out of me, and I want no part of it.
Can you imagine being at a stoplight and you look to your right?
The passenger seat.
And it just rolls up.
No.
Okay.
And then you look at the back seat and there's somebody in the back.
They look too much Oski that day. You're like, whoa, I swear.
Where are you going, pal? Wherever he's taking me. wherever this thing's going, man.
Like, I think it's fine on side roads. I don't need it on the highway. That sounds...
Imagine it on 35 East.
Imagine every's in it.
I mean,
we can't predict the traffic. How are we supposed to believe the AI can predict the traffic?
You notice they didn't do it in Louisville. Okay? They don't
do it in Dallas. That'd be a bad
mean streets
Please
of
don't
Louisville,
do it in
bro.
Dallas.
I tell you what, bring that driverless vehicle to Louisville. See if you don't get it stolen.
What if they don't get the update that the lane's closed?
I think you're going to update about a bridge being made.
Kevin's over here plotting on their downfall right now.
He just drives off a bridge. Did you hear about that guy?
He just went Thelma and Louise on us.
There was a guy using Google Maps that the maps didn't update that a bridge was getting built, and he drove right off a bridge.
The three cats in India?
Yeah.
Okay, a couple things on that. No, it was. Yes, it was. It was not here. I know exactly. It was not here in the United States. It was not here in the United States. It was overseas.
Google Maps?
Okay, yes. I know exactly when
you
drove
use
off
Apple
the bridge.
Maps.
Yes.
I saw the
bridge.
video.
Exactly.
The bridge.
Okay, first of all.
It was nighttime, too, right?
At what part do you not realize, like, hey, this bridge is awfully empty. What am I doing? And I don't trust Apple Maps. Let's get fair or foul Apple Maps.
Fair.
Apple Maps stinks.
I use Apple Maps with
Apple
my
Maps
life.
stinks. I use it every day. It's the worst.
Trash.
It's the worst app on my phone.
You know what? Google's trash too. Google Maps.
Google's worse.
They're both bad.
They're both bad. Look, roll the dice. You're taking your life in your hands. All right. Bring back the almanac.
I use it every day.
Bring back the road map, people.
I'll stand for Apple Maps.
Problem with Apple Maps is that you're driving and we forgot to tell you to turn left 10 minutes ago, and I don't know.
I don't have that problem.
Do you want to talk about the gorillas here or in a different segment?
Well, I had a fair foul.
Okay.
Go.
Well, it's nothing new.
I got the gorilla talk in the 9 o'clock hour.
Okay.
It's nothing new, but I did want to go over this. The Jax Ulbrich situation, the son of Jeff Ulbrich.
Oh, okay.
So obviously, if you've been sleeping under a rock,
is he your age? You got the same
21.
Age? So he's your age, yes. So yes.
He's 21.
I turned 23, but yes, he's around my age.
You don't turn 23 till November, Kevin.
Which I found out today is 6 months until.
Is it true?
Is the 11th month?
You were actually born somewhere. Your parents had kept you somewhere else.
They live
you'll be 23 at the end of the year.
Yes.
Which is probably when he'll turn 22.
Anyway, no, I wanted to talk about the fine situation.
Yes.
Because Jeff Ulbrich was fined $100,000.
Yeah, he was.
Which is 1/8 of his $800,000 salary.
See, I saw that he was making. I saw somewhere that he was making $1.6 million.
Oof.
Well, his 2025 salary post-tax is $800,000.
Back at you.
Oh, post-tax, yes.
This is according to MLF football.
Damn, we're over here doing his taxes too.
MLF football.
Okay, MLF football. I'm not taking them. I'll take them with a grain of salt. Is what I'll do.
It's a lot of money either way.
I mean, no, that you and I are.
So I say this to say,
yes,
because I was talking to my dad about it earlier, and I was like, imagine being the kid, and you've got to fess up to your dad something that's going to cost not only you $100,000, being the family, but the company for which he works for, which just, tends to be the Atlanta Falcons.
I don't think he, fessed up. I think he got caught, is my interpretation.
Well, I'm sure I don't think
he just came out of nowhere and he wasn't going to be in.
Well, that's an even worse situation.
Well, I think the fact that they got him on camera doing it.
Well, he put himself on camera.
Well,
be funny with his friends.
Yeah.
Which is, if you're going to do that, not promoting that, but probably not record it, right?
True.
No.
Not leave evidence if you breaking NFL rules.
That's
now, do we know if he's connected to the other prank calls?
Yeah, you hear about
they're saying that because they're saying it's all
from the same area code, right?
They're saying it all came from the same area code, and apparently he had, from what I read, there was an entire document with nothing but players' numbers on it.
Yeah.
That he got wind of, or his dad's defense coordinator for the Falcons. So
this guy's never getting a job.
Who? Ulbrich?
Yeah. No, Jax. Like, if he ever wants to get a job in sports, it's not happening.
It's probably cooked for him.
Which I want to say I saw he was like on, because he was like Ole Miss or whatever. I want to say he was like on their football team as like a personnel person or something.
Well, you just don't leave any sensitive information around him. I think is the.
I don't think he's allowed in another locker room ever again.
Is the takeaway from that?
Someone said, "What day in November, CAC? His is the 4th."
Oh, my mom's the 4th.
There you go.
Mine's the 9th.
All right, November 9th. It's going down.
Fall babies are the best.
Well, spring babies are pretty cool too. But I've got a couple of winter babies, so go figure.
Do you know when summer starts?
Yeah, June 21st.
Nope.
June 20th?
Try again.
No, it's June 20th.
June 20th,
Yeah,
2025. Not the 25th.
25th.
Summer officially starts. I say that because I've had 3 friends today text me about vacations. All random, all different friends, all text me today.
It's in the air,
vacations.
homie. It's in the air. All right.
Got to figure out how I'm going to respond.
TBD.
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 I don't know what George is going to, or Tim. George or Tim. I don't know what they're going to schedule me.
Well, and then on the flip side of it, it's like you kind of got to look at the Rangers' season. I would just say, look, find a week where the Rangers are playing night games the entire week.
Yeah.
And just roll with it. Be like, you ain't going to be on there that week. Like, they have a week.
Last week would have been great.
It was great for my training.
Monday through Wednesday was whatever, but by the way, here let you know that Fred doesn't know what he's talking about. 103-103. Knicks and Pistons tied up game 6.
Did 2 guys on the show predict them coming back? Heck, was that?
No, you guys did.
Was that this show?
I told you they were storming.
Yeah.
I mean, that's cool.
Surging. They're gonna win.
Look, I
got Pistons in 7, or do I have Pistons in 6? I got Pistons in 7. There's no way I said 6. Right?
No, I think we all said Pistons in 7.
Did we all?
I had Detroit in 6, and you two both had Detroit in 7.
We didn't all say Detroit in 7.
So,
third place is looking real nice for you.
Look, you know what? Here's what. By the way, I smoked you both in the NCAA tournament. So what difference does it make?
Look at this guy's going back to a different tournament.
I mean, I don't know. I never talked about my
We're talking about the NBA playoffs.
I already know I beat you both. We're
talking about the NBA playoffs. Well, I got you guys on the draft predictions.
We all missed the champion. All of our champions wrong. So, I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing?
My tournament was. You're talking about
NCAA? I'll beat you men's and women's. Okay.
I didn't fill out a women's this year. I just kind of predicted that Texas was going to win. So
sexist.
That's it. We have a Wings jersey yet.
I have one. I just don't have a Becker's jersey yet.
Okay. All right. We're efforting to get her on the show. Paige, if you're listening,
we're paging her.
87. Oh,
that's nice. That's actually pretty good.
We're on one.
I didn't know she dressed like a chola. I'm not gonna lie.
What does that mean?
You don't know what a chola is? You know what a cholo is, right?
You're correct.
Female version.
Oh. You think she does?
Did you not see that picture of her in front of the barbecue stand?
What if that was just a one-day outfit, though? I don't think we can judge her whole closet.
I'm just saying, I didn't know she dressed like a chola sometimes. God bless her.
Apparently, the ESPN tournament app doesn't work when it's not March. So.
Well, that's because you didn't win anything.
No, I'm being serious. Try to pull it up. It's not functioning. So
because you didn't win anything. Another fair foul won by Fred as usual. Coming up next, hour number 3 of the program. Let's have some fun. Okay, we've talked a lot of sports. Where on God's name did this damn gorilla versus 100 people come up? And of the 3 of us, who would stand a chance? Trevor, don't go anywhere.
30 straight minutes without interruption. It's our Time Experts commercial.
Fan After Dark. I am Fred Davis. That gentleman over to my right is none other than the one, the only phenom, Mr. Blake Elliott. And, of course, we got our boy Khaki Kevin behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s on a Thursday. We still haven't figured out our top 5. We'll do that later on. You know how we do that. That's going down at 10:20. We've got a little Khaki Kevin segment coming up at 9:20. A little extra credit. It's going to be another North Texas showdown tonight as we have the alum, Blake Elliott, who was edged out by Dylon.
There was.
Now you've got another soon-to-be North Texas alum. Now, are you cum laude like your boy, Dylon?
I'm not smart like that. No,
Okay.
I'm in there to get the degree. I'm good.
C's get degrees, my friend.
I was there
C's
for
get
the.
degrees.
I was there for making friends and making
Yeah.
friends with the right people. And
Okay.
that's what I did.
Very intentional, strategic approach you took to
It was
college.
extremely strategical.
Okay.
From
All right.
day one,
Well,
I knew
don't
what I
think
wanted.
strategical is a word, but strategic.
Strategical? You don't think that's a word?
I'm almost positive it's
I've
not.
used that word a lot in my
Well,
life, and nobody's ever corrected me until
that's-
right now. I'm
Friends that you made in college.
I mean, Blake, you're one of them. So
I had to.
Let's see. Hold on.
hold on. I'll look.
We gotta figure that out because I'm about 99.2% sure that strategical is not a word, and shame on all those people you've been saying it around that have not corrected you.
Strategically is a word.
Yeah,
Strategical
I'm aware of that.
is not.
Strategical is not a word. It's not a word. So
Or
hey, you found out
we
your-
can look at this the other
You
way.
found out how your friends are tonight.
Or we look at this the other way.
What's that?
I made up a word,
Well, no, you did.
which I
do it
like.
all the
I like
time.
that a lot more.
Which that's fine. But
'Cause
the
you knew what I
problem
meant.
is- But here's the problem. The fact that you've said that so many times and no one else has said anything.
Maybe
to
they
you
just
about
thought I
that.
said strategically. I don't know.
No, strategical is pretty clear. I mean, you made it.
Bad
I mean, I
hearing
heard
as
it.
well.
So you've got a bunch of friends that aren't smart and can't hear, is what you're saying. Well, we love your friends. All right.
I was about to say.
Okay, wait.
I'm holding it in. It's
Are we,
not-
are we,
it's
ro-
not-
are we going to roll with Google AI's answer or no?
What did Google AI say?
Any word you decide to make
Okay, all right, even better,
depending on
even
who's
better.
saying it, strategical
Even
is a
better,
word.
even better. Oxford English Dictionary.
Yeah.
Strategical is borrowing from Greek combined with the English element. That's a lot of words that I don't know how to say.
Combining-
It looks like strategical is actually a word.
I'm not buying it. Hold on.
You're doing some research now. I'm hoping that Khaki Kev plays the buzzer. That meaning the Stars scored. So if you hear a buzzer interrupt us, it means the Stars have scored. Right now it's 0-0. 13:50 left in the first period. We're looking for a Mikko Rantanen goal. The Knicks are losing to the Detroit Pistons.
Tell you
103,
what,
105.
shame on Fred.
5 minutes left.
It is a word.
So, according to both Google and Microsoft, is strategical a word? Yes.
They took a strategical approach.
They did take a strategical approach. Yes, strategical is a word. It's an adjective that relates to the identification of long-term or overall aims and interests and the means of achieving them. It is often used in military, political, business, or competitive contexts.
Well, I did not take a strategical approach talking about the Stars because as soon as I said that, the Avs scored.
Shout out to
Sadness.
Khaki Kev.
Not many times that I'm right, but I'll take that one.
No, you're right all the time. Strategical. There's just something about that word that just doesn't sound
Okay, let's
accurate.
take a
But I learned
strategical-
today.
Let's take a strategical approach
take a
to
strategical
this draft. I've got PFF's draft grades for every team.
Yeah.
Fred is interested in the NFC East, so I'm going to give you the
Give the
grade.
Jets because we know that the strategical one, Khaki Kevin, is riding
He looks
high.
good.
Okay,
on-
so
Phil looks good.
What do you think their grade
Bro,
was?
I know you're not referring to that tweet that came out today.
He looks good.
Wow, these are going to feed families. I'm like, can you
Stop patting the ball, man.
And so what I said was, did a 12-year-old write this? Did a 12-year-old write this? Okay, continue.
Guess the Jets draft grade, and I'll let you know what it is.
C.
C?
B.
B plus was the grade given by
I was gonna
PFF.
say B+.
They did get what? Our boy Membu.
They got our Martin Membu. They sit at 7. The Jets slot Membu into the one major hole, right tackle, on what looks like a young, promising offensive line. Membu is an elite athlete at over 330 pounds, and he put it all together in the field of 2024, earning a PFF pass blocking and run blocking grade above 85. He should immediately provide a boost as a zone run blocker as he graded out in the 87th percentile among qualifiers of such plays last season. And then they also got Mason Taylor in there. They got Isaiah Thomas. Florida State
Jason
corner.
Taylor's kid.
Yep, Jason Taylor's kid. They got Arian Smith out of Georgia. That was the kid who dropped the ball that led the league in drops at Georgia. Arian Smith, speedster.
Okay.
The Jets are betting on his athletic tools as he landed at 343 on the PFF big board. He was drafted 110. He had 10 drops on 48 receptions with a 22% contested catch rate, so not great. They also got Malachi Moore out of Alabama, the safety, and Francisco Muaga and Tyler Barron out of Miami. Okay, that was the Jets, B+, with the highlights being Armand Membu, Mason Taylor, and Isaiah Thomas out of Florida State. Next team you want is
Philly.
The Eagles. Let's see what the Eagles are graded out as. Guess their grade.
I just get the feeling we'll go with B+.
Kev?
Who was it one more time?
Eagles.
The Eagles.
I'd say A-.
They get a flat A, so higher than both of you guys said. They said their first pick, 31, Jahad Campbell. Campbell oozes athleticism with an incredible burst of quickness and speed to cover in space. He needs to develop his anticipation and awareness in coverage, but he lands in the perfect spot to learn inside Zach Bond. Campbell is an excellent tackler with just a 5% missed tackle rate while totaling over 30 coverage stops. In the second round, they get Andrew Mbuka out of Texas. The Eagles find their replacement for C.J. Gardner-Johnson in the athletic Andrew Mbuka. Texas product showed great progress in his college career, combining with a 90 overall grade in 2024, which is not easy in PFF, with an excellent grade in coverage at an 89.7 and forced an incompletion on 26% of his targets at an incredibly high rate. He only allowed a 12.1 passer rating last season. And then they also got Ty Robinson out of Nebraska, the defensive tackle. Matt McWilliams, corner out of Central Florida. Shamel Mondon Jordan, another linebacker out of Georgia. They get the Drew Kendall.
I love them Georgia guys.
And they also, in the sixth round, get Kyle McCord out of Syracuse.
I don't hate that.
And they get Cameron Williams out of Texas, ranked 93rd on PFF's big board. They got him at 207. Williams is the biggest day 3 steal, earned an 84 grade on zone blocks last season to become Philadelphia's long-term answer at right tackle once future Hall of Famer Lane Johnson retires. So they got an A.
Is it just me, and I talked a little bit with this with Wolchuk and Broadus on Sunday, but didn't you feel like it seems like everybody got good value this year? It just feels like there was, I mean, how many people did we hear about in day 3 where you read up on, they're like, well, I had a day 2 grade on this guy. I had the 7th round pick going in the 3rd round. I mean, just the number of, it feels like, and it wasn't just the Cowboys. It feels like every team has at least one story or one pick, sometimes 2 picks, where they got some ridiculous steal on a guy that was ranked high and somehow
I'm scrolling
undrafted.
through the teams. Okay, so you want to see a team that got below a
tell me who sucked at the draft.
Cincinnati Bengals get a C.
I've heard they've been go figure, it's the Cincinnati Bengals. But
Shamar Stewart at pick 16, edge at A&M.
What a terrible pick.
While Stewart pass rushing production 67.2 PFF pass grade leaves something to be desired. He has an incredibly high potential. His 88.2 PFF run defense grade last season will get him on the field early, providing him with a solid floor as he further develops into Trey Hendrickson's successor. They get Demetrius Knight, the linebacker that we liked out of South Carolina. They get Dylan Fairchild, the guard out of Georgia. They get Barrett Carter, the linebacker out of Clemson. Jalen Rivers, the tackle out of Miami. Taj Brooks, running back out of Tech. Another team that got a C, the Cleveland Browns. They get a C+. Mason Graham at 5.
I was going to say, I know they got hammered for not taking Travis Hunter.
They get Carson Schlesinger at 33. They get Judkins at 36. They get Dylan Gabriel at 94. Dylan Sampson, the running back at Tennessee. Almost all these names I think everyone's heard of. These are pretty high.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why.
Shedeur Sanders at 144.
Unless it was just them backing out of 2 to go to 5 and grabbing Graham instead of Travis Hunter.
They got a first
next
year too.
Yeah, they did. Booker McFarland said something interesting. I heard it, and I can't remember what podcast he was on. It was a FanDuel event or deal, and he said, "Look, I'm not." He goes, He's a little reluctant on Travis Hunter, the same way everybody else is.
I'm not. I think he's going to be a star.
Well, his thing was,
I think he'll be a Pro Bowler in his first year. I'm very high on Travis Hunter.
He said his weight is what concerns him a little bit.
He'll bulk up a little bit.
So.
Another team that got below a B-, the Minnesota Vikings. They got a C-, which is the lowest grade I think I've seen so far. I think I said C and C+, right?
Yeah,
C- for the Vikings. Pick 24, you remember who they got? Donovan Jackson at Ohio State. Well, the Vikings set the tackle position and signing center Ryan Kelly in free agency. Minnesota looks to protect its first-round pick from 2024, which is our boy from Michigan. With Ohio State guard Jackson graded above the 75th percentile in the run blocking grade on both zone and gap schemes. He has experience in both guard and tackle to give the Vikings flexibility long-term. They got Taj Felton. They didn't have a second-round pick, which didn't help.
Yeah.
So their next pick wasn't until pick 102. But they got Taj Felton, a receiver out of Maryland. They got Ingram Dawkins, the edge out of Georgia, at 139. They got Kobe King out of Penn State and Gavin Bartholomew out of Pittsburgh.
All right.
So they got a C-. Trying to see if any other teams. The Saints, they got a C+. Kelvin Banks, Tyler Shuck. Like those felt like two reaches. Kelvin Banks at 9, Tyler Shuck at 40. So I agree with the not great grade. Vernon Broughton, the defensive tackle out of Texas. Jonas Sanker out of Virginia. Danny Stutzman at Oklahoma. They got at 112. Quincy Riley, the corner out of Louisville. Devin Neal, the Kansas running back. They got at 184.
I was going to say he went in the 6th. What did my Chiefs get?
Let's see.
By the way, Detroit 112, the Knicks 107, 223 left to go in the fourth quarter.
What do you think their grade was?
Probably a B+.
Kev? Chiefs?
I like B+. Yeah, B+.
They get an A. Josh Simmons at 32. After watching Patrick Mahomes get pressured over 40% of the time in the Super Bowl, the Chiefs look to give their franchise quarterback some time to do what he does best.
He should, if everything works out, Josh Simmons will be the last left tackle that Pat Mahomes ever has.
Josh Simmons is coming off a season-ending knee injury, but showed impressive movement skills, flexibility, and balance. At the left tackle position, he allowed just 1 sack the past 2 years and posted an 82.2 true set pass blocking grade in 2024.
Yeah.
They got Omar Norman Lott out of Tennessee in the second.
Which I'm surprised they got an A for that because the Norman Lott pick, from what I've read, some people are either praising it because this guy's got insane get off and that Tennessee D-line was just so loaded that he wasn't even a starter. And then some people are saying you could have got him in the 4th or 5th
They
round.
wrote Norman Lott was arguably the best true pass rushing defensive tackle in this draft class. His 18.9% pass rush win rate led the nation, and his 88.3 true pass set pass rush grade ranked above the 95th percentile. Norman Lott plays with violence and speed and should provide the Chiefs with another pass rushing force to rotate in their lineup. You got Ashton Gillette out of Louisville, the edge. Noah Williams, the corner out of Cal. Jalen Royals out of Utah State.
Jalen Royals pick is free money, as the kids say.
PFF Big Board, they had him at number 60 overall.
Yeah.
The Chiefs got him at 133.
No, for him to slide the way he did, and I think it was our boy Zach Wolchuk compared him to Steve Smith. Now, I don't know what he's like off the field. Okay, hide your wives. But nonetheless, big fan.
They also got Jeffrey Bass out of Oregon, who I liked, in the 5th. And then Brashard Smith out of SMU.
Geeked about Brashard
228.
Smith.
The Chiefs get an offensive weapon and tremendous value with Brashard Smith. He is a former wide receiver who transitioned to running back at SMU. His receiving chops showed him his 90.8 PFF receiving grade in 2024. Kansas City can get creative with his usage.
Well, that and he's fast, finally. I mean,
they love drafting Texas guys.
Why wouldn't you? You know?
Texas, where the football's at. Okay, I'm seeing this. I'm scrolling to see this. Another team. Oh, I already said the Vikings. They got a C-.
What the Lions? What'd they grade theirs?
Lions?
Because that's a team that
B-.
I think we've got a lot of questions. Dan Campbell, we really haven't talked about him at all.
Lions B-. Tyleek Williams, the defensive tackle at Ohio State. Tate Ratledge, the guard out of Georgia. Isaac Tesla out of Arkansas, the receiver. Miles Frazier, the guard
first
at
overall
LSU.
pick, Tate Ratledge.
Ahmad Hassian, which was the... I remember watching the combine, the first Egyptian player to ever be invited to the combine. That was at Boise State.
Okay.
He went pick 196 to the Lions. Dan Jackson.
Did they play walk like an Egyptian when he was drafted?
Their last two picks, pick 230 and pick 244, both Georgia boys. Dan Jackson, the safety, and Dominic Lovett, the receiver.
Okay. I'm here for it.
And then you want to know what the Cowboys got?
B+.
Kev?
Cowboys got an A-.
Cowboys get an A+, according to PFF.
Wow.
Tyler Booker, Zach Martin's retirement in March left a hole at the Cowboys' interior offensive line. Booker, the 48th ranked prospect on PFF's big board, profile is a bit of a reach, but a talent who fills a definite need of in front for Dallas. The Alabama guard earned an 86.5 PFF pass blocking grade in 2024, which will provide an instant boost to the Cowboys offense that ranked 23rd in PFF pass blocking grade at a 62.1. Donovan Ezaraku, situated at 17 on PFF's big board. The Cowboys got him at 44. Ezaraku profiles as significant value for the Cowboys here. The Boston College standout maintained a solid grading profile, particularly against true pass sets, where he clocked the most snaps of any edge rusher in the 2020-25 class.
Not named Abdul Carter.
Earned a 90.7 PFF pass rushing grade and a 25.8% pass rush win rate. Siobhan Revel is the number 44 player on their big board. The Cowboys got him at 76. So his selection represents great value for the Cowboys as a tall outside corner with back-to-back seasons with coverage grades above an 85. Jaden Blue, Cowboys finally addressed the running back position and get solid value with Jaden Blue. After 2 seasons being stuck behind elite running back talent at Texas, Jaden Blue got his chance to be the feature back. Blue struggled with fumbles a bit, putting the ball on the ground 4 times while losing 3 of them. However, he showcased some elusiveness with 37 missed tackles on 140 rushing attempts. They got Shamar James out of Florida, who Cowboys have question marks at the linebacker spot. The Shamar James brings a lot of experience to his table, logging over 1,000 career snaps over 3 seasons. Though with mixed results, PFF coverage grade dropped a 46.5 last season, and he posted an impressive 75.2 figure in 2023. On the other hand, he set a career high with a 68.4 PFF run defensive grade in his final year, registering 14 run stops and a forced fumble. Cowboys also got Ajanai Cornelius out of Oregon, the tackle, Jay Toya out of UCLA, the one tech, and Phil Maffa out of Clemson, as well as Tommy, not even going to try to say his last name, out of Maryland, the D tackle at 247.
Lots to chew on, lots to marinate on, because we've got, OTAs later this month?
I think Friday is rookie minicamp, yeah? Tomorrow?
What, tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it's
rookie minicamp?
Yeah.
All right, and we'll be, obviously, we'll keep you posted on all things as we look forward to the 2025 NFL season with your Dallas Cowboys. Coming up next,
Gorillas.
Tacky Kev, what you got for us, pal?
Well, we're going to be talking Gorillas, some Texas Rangers, and as of right now, some disappointing Dallas Stars. Next.
Fan After Dark means wheels off on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
What?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's a Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Roger that, Sally.
Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and trick attorneys in Dallas.
20 seconds left to go in what has been definitely the best series in the East is Detroit and New York are tied at 113.
Gotta box
20
out.
seconds left to go. Mikal Bridges with the putback. I mean, yeah.
You got to box out, man.
Sarah Thompson.
That happens all the time in playoff games.
Rough.
You see a big shot go up and everyone's just kind of eyeballing.
Yeah, they
it.
are.
You got to box out, man.
Put a body on somebody. So 113.
I'd rather my guy get an off or a defensive foul for boxing out too hard rather than let that happen.
Loose ball foul. Absolutely. I mean, put a body on somebody at the very least. We know who's going. I mean, it's going to be Jalen Brunson. Although Mikal Bridges might get it because he does have 25.
This guy is Mr. Clutch. I mean, he's top 3 in everything.
He is.
How you he's top 3 in assists and points in the clutch. That's hard to do.
He finds the right guy. All right. Meanwhile, over in Colorado, 1-0.
Colorado, Denver.
Yeah.
Colorado Shador.
What was your viral moment, wasn't it?
It was. Still have people come up to me and say that. Fun fact. This might be a good time to talk about it. At my new job, which I'm not going to say what that is, but one of my coworkers knew who I was. Yeah. He goes, Fan After Dark? Tolos? Fatties? The way I knew that he wasn't lying is because he said, I know that RJ's like in Italy right now with his fiance. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
I was like, that is not a deep cut, but like you have to be listening.
No, you got to be a fan of the station.
Even Blake was surprised. He's like, wait, really, actually?
Look, there were, and here's why I know that, because there were people who claimed to be Tolos last Thursday at Pluckers who didn't know that RJ was out of town.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, so that's a good pull.
Did you ask him if he was a Tolo go or just Tolo?
No, I just asked him if he was a fatty. He goes, Fatties, I've heard that you're Blake. I said, that's me. He goes, I listen to you guys all the time.
It's me.
He's around my age too. Oh, Jalen Brunson. Oh my gosh.
Wide open. Wide open.
You see what he did to get open?
No, I didn't.
He just crossed the absolute living mess at him. The guy literally went out of bounds. I don't even know. He literally just made a guy go out of bounds about 9 feet for the game winner, and then he was wide open because of the move he did. Look.
Oh, it was a SAR.
Oh, he's out of the frame. He's out of the frame.
Had him skating.
No, that's one of the best game where he just crossed him out of the frame to win the series.
Man,
that's tough.
He's never going to live that down.
In Detroit.
In Detroit. Does the...
That was for 42. He had 38.
The walk-off kiss. Hell, that's for 41.
And you were like, he's so open. I was like, yeah, he crossed him.
I was looked up. I was like, what is going on here? How did he get so open? All right. So, well, hey, Cade. It's Cade's moment.
That is a tough way to go home if Detroit doesn't score here.
Yeah, I'm not convinced they will. All right, it is that time of the show. Little khaki Kev. We do have extra credit coming up next, so we probably need to come up with a topic that you guys are going to talk about. I may do the NFL draft.
Go ahead.
Okay. Maybe here a while. All right, I'll hand it off to the strategical one, khaki Kev.
So the Dallas Stars, I guess we'll start with them first. It's not a good segment today, guys. It's not a good segment. Stars are down 1-0.
They're leading the series, though.
I had to pause for a moment because it looked like they was about to go 2-0. Colorado's up 1-0 in Colorado for Game 6. The Stars are up 3-2 after winning 6-2.
The Avs did just go up 2-0.
The game prior. Oh, okay, y'all are ahead of me, so then that's fantastic. This is terrible
Star
timing.
segment.
Yeah, this is bad timing. So then Blake, tell me, is it under a minute to go then?
1:20. I'm about to see if the Pistons are going to send this Cade Cunningham to send it to. Oh, he's wide open.
Oh, you gotta be serious! Oh, Malik Beasley wide open. Now that ball did get tipped off the hand of Nick, but it doesn't matter.
Wow.
Tough.
Wow.
That's
wide
brutal.
open.
Couldn't have been more wide open.
This is back-to-back games we're seeing where that was Gary Trent all over again.
That was Gary Trent all over again. Now I do think
and a
that
similar
ball
type player too.
I do think a Nick touched that ball before it got to Beasley, and I think that's why that went a little awry. At least it's where it looked at first.
Wow.
So I'm guessing they're going to show it again.
Pistons storm all the way back just for Jalen Brunson to steal their hearts at the end.
Yeah,
I mean Malik Beasley was wide open. I would have been fine with Cade shooting it, but that was the right pass.
No, it was absolutely the right pass. It was absolutely the right
Malik
pass.
was probably thinking Cade was going to shoot it.
You don't think he was paying attention?
I think he might have maybe a little bit spaced out. Like, oh, Cade's going to hit this great shot. And next thing you know, the ball's in your hand.
Why are they not show the replay, TNT? I mean, what are we doing here?
We're over here showing the guys dap up.
Serious. I mean, how many more hugs do I need to watch? Show me the damn end of the game again. Whatever. We digress. All right, continue. 2-0. I'm gonna start getting angry here in a second.
I'm already upset about this Stars game.
Our Pistons in 7 almost look so good. And
I was looking really good there for a minute.
Nobody picked Knicks in 6, eh?
Nobody did. No.
We were high on Detroit.
No,
That's the thing that was so
they
upsetting.
played well. They wasn't like they were
it was a great series.
I literally had Cade Cunningham being one of the breakout players of the playoffs.
Yeah, well,
so.
he only been able to break out for 6 games.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hopefully he did enough. Carlton Towns with 10 points over here.
Yeah,
showboating.
Nothing breakout about him.
That's upsetting. Another upsetting thing is the Texas Rangers. Dropped 3 of 4 to the A's. If you haven't heard, Jake Berger is getting demoted, getting sent down to AAA, bringing up Blaine Krim. Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's not looking good, guys. It's not really looking good. Other than our pitching, which is looking stellar, it's not looking good for the bats. It's not looking good for the bats at all. Jock Peterson, since the last time we have been on, has turned it around.
A little bit, yeah.
He's starting to hit a little bit, but Seager's on the IL, Higashioka's on the IL. There's talks of maybe Evan Carter possibly
now, Seager
getting a
should be
spot.
back this weekend, though, shouldn't he?
Yeah, Seager should be coming back shortly, but it almost feels like every time we lose a guy, we get a guy back, and then someone else goes on. So it's kind of a little bit of a cause and effect, if you will. Wyatt Langford looks good in the leadoff spot. He's kind of the only guy that's been doing it offensively, but it's looking really dim for our Rangers.
I'll tell you what he doesn't look great is with people in runners in scoring position.
Our opportunities have been there. I will say that.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm with you 110%.
The opportunities have been there to score.
Knock a guy in, please.
And it's just one guy or another just hasn't been able to get the RBI, the ribby that we need.
I texted you last night, Frederick. I said this was not today's game, but the game before.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I said Wyatt Langford and Jake Berger combined for 0 for 10 with 11 men left on base and 6 strikeouts. And those are guys in the top 5 in your lineup.
Yeah, because that was a game. That was not last night's game, but the game before, where you had back-to-back situations, or almost back-to-back, where you had bases loaded and then 2 on and 1 out, and you still couldn't get it together. So, just not good.
Okay.
Let's talk about what we know what we want to talk about here.
Thank you, CAC, for that. If, as many of you guys know, if you have a cell phone, everyone's been having a debate of could 100 men.
Yeah, where did this come from, by the way?
The guy literally just tweeted, I think 100 humans could take down a gorilla if we all had our mind together.
He had different words, but
yeah. Different word if we all had our mind together, which I agree. You got to have 100 dedicated people. You can't have people that are, because as soon as the first guy, gets his head ripped off.
The first guy gets his head smashed in front of everybody.
It's a forfeit.
What's the mood of the group at that point? It's easy to talk a big game.
Oh bleep! What did I just sign up for?
So this is very important. Let's situate our team. So what are we doing?
Do we want to do this for our top five guys we would sign up for?
Yeah, we can.
We can. I think we can do that and have this segment.
Yeah,
we absolutely can.
We need 100. So
I love that. That's a good segment.
Who's our coach? I'm going Joe Mazzulla.
I didn't know we had a coach. Yeah, Joe Mazzulla.
He's one of the 100 guys. I need Joe Mazzulla out there. Okay, 35. You got your head ripped off. Get in there.
No, I need a killer.
I'm taking Mazzulla.
Like a literal killer? Or?
Yes, exactly. I need somebody that's murdered
Jack the
people.
Ripper?
Yes, I need somebody because here's what you guys are missing.
Can't use someone that's already dead.
Yeah, gotta have the live.
I'm glad you guys pointed that out. I hadn't thought about that. I was going to use General George Patton. No, you need something because
Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah, seriously, right? Norman Schwarzkopf. You need somebody who's okay with death.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'm not convinced Joe Mazzulla's okay with. Maybe Joe Mazzulla is. He might be.
Joe is.
But he coaches basketball. Okay, no one dies in basketball. I need someone that's seen.
Joe's
death.
not my first guy in. He's just back there coaching
I don't
the
care.
team up. He's one of my 100.
I need a coach that is seen death, lived it.
Okay, so who's your coach then? You got to pick somebody. You're saying all this stuff in theory, or maybe you don't want anyone. Maybe you just want 100 killers. I want a little bit.
I want 100 killers.
I'm gonna have Joe Mazzulla. I'm also gonna have Michael Irvin. We need some people that are hyping the team up. We can't just have a bunch of guys that are just.
I don't need Michael Irvin in my ear as I'm about to go possibly die.
No, I
do. Okay, I don't. You just sent me a picture of him in shorts and flip flops in what looks like a basement gym with mismatched weights. Okay, I don't know that the playmaker, it needs to be in my ear.
Okay.
Just give you a little pump up. That's all you need.
I'm going to go David Goggins. We're going to be motivated. We got to have some motivation. We got David Goggins.
Miles
Garrett.
Who else?
I don't know if he'll motivate you.
Miles Garrett's not one of your 100
I don't know if he'll
people
motivate you as much as he'll just make you feel bad about yourself.
Out of the 100 people on this earth, Miles Garrett wouldn't be at least one of the people you want to fight a gorilla. I think he's pretty obviously like the most athletic big dude in the NFL.
He'll be in the top 100.
Yeah, he's in the top 100. Speed, weight.
Like I'm not saying you can't. I'm probably going to go with some Samoans.
That's fine.
From the 6'8", the coach from Dodgeball.
He's dead, though. the thing fell on him.
What Samoan are you going with, though? Vita Vea?
I'm going with a bunch. I'm just going with half the island.
A lot.
I'm going with half the island. That's right.
Give me Vita Vea. Give me Aaron Donald.
I need some of them New Zealanders. I need some of them cannibals, too. Okay, give me one of those countries. You know that country where they don't let people in? Oh, I'm definitely getting Khabib. Look, I need some Siberians. I need people in remote
Jokic brothers. We need Jokic's brothers.
Yeah.
I need absolutely. I need some people from.
Someone said I need 100 people on death row. No, I think at that point they're not thinking too highly of their life.
If you tell them that if they get out, okay, the only way the death row or prison thing works is if you tell them, if you kill this gorilla, you get out.
Yeah. At that,
because otherwise they're just like,
I'm already at the end. Here, take me, gorilla.
I've been smoking a pack a day for. Do I really?
Is there anybody from the NBA you take?
I'm not taking a football player personally.
I'm taking Myles Garrett. I'm taking Aaron Donald. I'm taking.
They're in shape, but are they killers though?
No, I'm taking them.
Not a killer, but don't push me.
Anybody from the NBA you take? Zion?
214 prime Ivan Drago.
Zion can't even stay healthy in a basketball court.
Might eat the gorilla.
I was gonna say, dude might pull he can pull a groin before he gets his head.
Did you say he would eat the gorilla, Kevin?
Yeah, that's what I said. Wow. 214 says prime Ivan Drago from Rocky IV.
Okay.
Said he'd eat the gorilla.
What about Harry Potter?
I'm going to defer to you on that.
That wouldn't be good.
I'm going to defer to that one.
So no NBA players.
If that's the case, then just give me a Star Wars guy.
Okay.
Put a lightsaber through him, then we're done. But I thought we were using literal
last NBA
people.
player.
Steven Adams.
Steven Adams.
Steven Adams is the only NBA player that I would take.
What about Wemby?
What's he going to do?
He's like our grapple. He's our grapple.
Grapple what? What's he going to grapple?
He can go from one hand to the other. He's on top. He's not the weight. He's not the weight distributor.
But what's he going to do?
He's just kind of holding him down. He's just like a rubber band.
Yeah,
like a rubber band.
Because the gorilla that can bench press 4,000 pounds is going to be held down by Wemby.
Maybe.
Your team's going to die. Your team's going to die.
So we agree with Steven Adams?
Yeah, I'm putting Steven Adams. So at 10:20, our top we're gonna put our top 5.
Yeah.
Can be anybody. Realistic, whatever.
It's gotta be realistic.
What's that?
It's gotta be realistic.
Can we do movie characters?
No, gotta be realistic.
So real people.
Real people.
Real people.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so we'll do our top 5. Living or dead?
Living.
living.
Has to be living.
This is happening tomorrow, and you got to pick 5 people, or you get 100, but you're 5 that you
Usually 5 that you're going with. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that'll be our top 5. All right, coming up next. What's the topic going to be for extra credit?
I'll let you pick. You're the one asking the question.
Yeah, I thought you were quizzing us.
All right, so it's Blake. It's
do animals.
Khaki Kev.
Animal history.
Animal history.
Animal facts.
Okay, that's
I feel
a
like
great
he's
one.
saying that because that's something he's.
Oh no, I have no.
He's got no
research
idea,
on
but
it.
in the spirit of the gorillas, we'll keep this going. All right, so extra credit. North Texas grudge match once again. Can you actually beat the kid that hasn't graduated yet? He lost to Dylon. Can he redeem himself against a hungry, you might even say hangry, strategical Khaki Kev? Don't go anywhere.
Coming up in the next Gbag Nation, it is a Friday show. Eric Nadel.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to ClassicChevrolet.com. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibu's, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Ticket, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Wow, Khaki Kev, what a read. Hopefully you can give a read to the Dallas Stars as they are down 2-0 after the first period. We're going to be looking for them to turn things up. The Clippers and Denver game 6 is upon us. The first quarter is about to end. Denver's up 28-25. But I'm going to hand the baton off to Mr. Frederick Davis as he quizzes us, goes through. But before we do that, let's play a little music to let him know what segment's coming up next. Ring the bell.
Fred!
And Blake!
It's a merry-go-round, you dumb dumbass. Do you need the dumb in front of the dumbass?
I mean, I did his homework. Not like he bullied me. Just kind of redundant.
Okay.
I've never even heard that word in my life.
But as my own personal form of punishment, I figured out how you're going to earn that extra credit.
All right, let's go. Here we go. All right, here we go. Indeed, it is time for the segment that has the internet going nuts. It is time for a little extra credit. And we did this North Texas style last week or 2 weeks ago. I think it was 2 weeks ago when our guy Dylan made his solo producing debut. So the question I have for you two, mean green-ers, whatever the hell you guys call each other, who's first?
Cac. He's about to graduate.
Khaki Kev. Okay. So in honor of the 100 guys versus gorilla challenge, this is animal trivia.
Okay.
Animal trivia.
What did you ask for? First grade, second grade, third grade?
I just said give me 30 questions and answers with multiple choice.
Please.
For animal trivia. And they gave me 30 questions and answers with multiple choice.
You think they're solid questions? Not too hard, not too easy?
I mean, look, I've got 30.
Okay.
So
Blake, you got to turn off the fan text.
We're going to, that's a good call. It's a good call. Okay, here we go.
They can attest mine is not up.
First question. Now, should we give extra points if you don't need? 2 if you don't need multiple choice, 1 if you do. So really, it's just you are banking on yourself that you know the answer without needing the multiple choice.
Because you're going to ask for it to be revealed, right? You can't guess
So you
and
want
then ask for it to be
So if we
revealed.
can't figure it out, we
guess,
say multiple choice.
Exactly.
Okay.
I don't mind that.
You have to say before you answer.
You're going to read the answer off. So you're going to basically do it like in Fred or Dylon style, where you're just going to rattle off the answer before I even finish it.
Yeah.
Probably won't do that.
That's fine.
Okay, here we go. You get 2 points. Otherwise, if you get 2 points, if you can do it with no multiple choice. Fair?
What about 0.5 for a hint? If you need a hint.
No. If you need a hint,
we're doing too much.
You're doing too much. Okay. Number 1.
0.25 if you get half.
Okay, now I'm about to throw this phone at you.
No,
All right. Number 1.
Points.
What is the fastest land animal?
Cheetah. Or Tyreek Hill. Sorry, my bad.
That's how we do it.
Come on, bro.
That's how we do it. 2 points on the board already. All right.
What is the third largest crustacean, Blake?
I don't want to hear it, Blake, because
Okay.
the first time we did this,
Number 2.
I was the one that caught the short end.
How many
stick.
legs does a spider have?
4, 8, 4, 6.
Okay, you've guessed twice, and both of those answers are.
I haven't locked any of them in. I'm just saying them out loud. A spider has 8 legs.
He said 3 different answers.
You've guessed
didn't
2
lock
different.
any of them
What do you
in.
mean?
He
You
gave
didn't-
his own
What
multiple
do you mean?
choice.
You're just shouting out numbers.
I did. I said 4, 6, 8. I'm locking in 8. 4 on each side. Because I was going to say 4 on each side, and you laughed at me. 8 is my answer. Ring the bell, brother.
That's half a point. What the hell?
That's a full point. No multiple choice. Ring the bell. Go to Kev. 1-1. He got fastest land animal. I don't want to hear it.
You
got how many legs does a spider
And I got
have?
it right. And I got it right. So let's move on.
After you workshop the answer for 30 seconds.
They did it all the time in the spelling bee. They did it all the time in the spelling bee.
Okay, we'll give you 1 point for that.
1?
Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. What is a group of lions
Who is
called?
this guy?
What is a group? That's David Adelman, exactly.
Dude, he
It's
looks-
Oh my God, he does look like that guy off
He
the
looks
Mad
like a
I
cover.
told
creative
you.
face.
I've been trying to tell you.
What's that?
Can you
lollipop?
stop? Can we get this game going?
It's like
What is a group
pack
of
of-
lions called?
Multiple choice.
What? Come on, let me steal without the multiple choice. I know it.
That's good. I also know how many legs are on a spider the first time it's
Pack,
asked.
Oh my god.
flock, pride, or herd?
If you get this wrong.
Pride.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right, 1 point. 1 point. 3-1. 3-1. All right. Which animal is known as the king of the jungle?
Let's go with the lion. Like you asked it like kindergarten
crazy.
questions. That was gonna be like a little bit harder.
Look, I could. Chat GPT's not all what we thought.
Ask it to ask like high school level
wait,
questions.
Hold on. Which mammal can fly?
Well, I kind of need.
Who's up? By the way, it's 3-3. By the way, which mammal can fly?
It's him.
That's right. All right, which mammal can fly? Flying squirrel, sugar glider, bat, or parrot?
Bat.
What a pull. What a pull by Khaki Keb there. Okay. What do pandas eat the most?
Bamboo.
I mean, come on. Look at that 2-pointer right there. 5-4. Blake jumps ahead. Okay, here we go. Which sea creature has 3 hearts?
Oh, I know this.
Whale, dolphin, starfish, or octopus?
Starfish.
Wrong. Octopus is the correct answer.
I was between That was between those two.
Okay.
Were you ringing for me or Kev?
That was for you.
How much is a still worth?
What
Oh, 1.
Okay.
1.
I was just curious.
Yeah, 1.
So what's the score? 6-4? I was just up 5-4?
Yeah, 6-4. That's right. What color is a polar bear's skin?
I mean, what are we doing? You should have said, ask me high school level questions. I'm going to give you 2 answers. Ivory/white.
I'm going to steal.
Incorrect.
Pink.
You're both wrong.
Gray?
Black.
A polar bear?
Really?
Racist bastards.
A polar bear's skin?
Polar
I guess I'm
Skin.
looking at his fur.
It's skin.
That is fur.
Skin.
Okay, guess what?
Really?
You got to look inside.
Star scored.
Oh, let's go. You're both racist, and yes, polar
That's
bear's
crazy.
skin is black.
Wow, didn't know that.
Wow.
I don't know if I've ever seen a polar bear skin, so
I
just
guess
going
we
off
have.
his
I knew
fur.
you didn't mean fur,
But since
I
neither
didn't
one of
think
you asked for
black.
the extra credit or for the multiple choice,
I still would have
we'll never know.
Yeah, I
I'll pay
would've.
hints with the goal.
Rope?
If
Rupe?
pink was an option, I was going to take
Yeah,
it.
actually, it was an option, but you're still wrong. Okay, whose turn is it?
Kev's.
Mine.
Okay. Which animal is known to have the best memory?
Multiple choice.
Cat? That's probably Blake's answer. Elephant, dog, or dolphin?
Dolphin.
Incorrect. It's elephant.
It's an elephant, boys.
I'm over 2 on 50-50
Yeah,
calls.
you're getting crushed
Elephants
here.
can remember years down the road, and it will track you down for things you've done.
I guess I just got confused because dolphins are smart.
What is the tallest animal in the world?
Giraffe.
It's a layup.
I mean, this dude over here is just, it's 9-4. I need some points out of you there, bro. What type of animal is a Komodo dragon? Snake, amphibian, lizard, or turtle?
Lizard? Okay. I felt a little.
Okay, 9-5.
Somebody's hurt for the Stars.
9-5. Here we go.
I
Here
don't
we
like that
go.
you're ahead of me.
Somebody is on the ice
Yeah,
for the
they are.
Stars.
Looks like they're dead. He's probably listening to Extra Credit.
Oh, that does.
Couldn't believe you guys got the polar bear skin question wrong. Here we go. Which animal is the largest species of the cat family?
Ooh, largest animal of the cat species. I'm going to need multiple choice because I want to hear what they got to say.
Lion,
Okay.
leopard,
Not the leopard.
tiger, cougar, or juice?
Or choose. It's not. It's either lion or tiger.
Oh,
It's not good. It's not good. It's not good.
He just went right into the
What happened?
bam.
Oh,
It's Bishel. It's not good.
Oh, that looked like it hurt. Okay, lion, leopard, tiger, or cougar?
I'm gonna go with a. Oh, it's either lion or tiger. It's gonna eat me. I'm just gonna go with
Bears.
lion.
Oh my.
Lion. Is that wrong?
Incorrect.
Okay.
I'm going to go tiger.
Tiger is the correct answer. It is now 9-6.
Well, he got 2 points for that.
No, he got the last one right. It was 9-4. He's answered 2 in a row. It's now 9-6. This is what happened. This is what happened to you against you and Dylon.
Whatever.
Okay. What do you call a baby kangaroo?
A Joey.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to 1.9. Are we seeing it again? Are we seeing it again? 9-8. Here we go.
I don't feel like these points are adding up, but okay. Go ahead.
What kind of animal is a mandrill?
I don't even know what a mandrill is, so I knew
Monkey, baboon, primate, or lemur?
I think I'm just gonna go with a monkey.
Incorrect.
One more time on the multiple choice.
What kind of animal is a mandrill? Monkey, baboon, primate, or lemur?
Lemur.
You're both wrong. It's
baboon.
a primate.
Okay.
It's a primate.
All right.
I'd be lying if I said I knew what that even looked like.
Okay, whose turn is this?
Kevin's.
Okay, Kevin, for the lead or a time, how many chambers does a cow's stomach have?
Multiple choice.
2, 3, 4, or 5?
4.
Oh, what a pull! What a pull, ladies and gentlemen. We are knotted up at 9 with about 2 minutes left to go and 11 questions left. Who's going to win? We thought Blake was going to run away with this, and now my man has run off 5 straight points, 9-9. Blake, are you ready?
Let's go.
Which animal can change its color to blend into its surroundings?
Chameleon. Next.
And just like that, he's back on the board, boys. 11-9. Here we go. Here we go.
Can we count all the points up real quick?
Yeah, it's 11-9.
I was trying to get you to waste time.
What is the largest mammal on Earth?
He's getting this wrong.
Multiple choice.
Elephant, blue whale, hippopotamus, or orca?
Orca.
He lost blue whale. Let's go. There we go. Go ahead and ring the bell. It was right there for you. Didn't even need the multiple choice. Blue whale, baby.
Okay. Is it your turn?
Yeah, it's my turn.
What kind of animal is a terrapin?
Multiple choice. I don't even know what a terrapin is. Is that a spider?
From Maryland. Fish, turtle, frog, or seal?
Give me a turtle.
I mean, this dude here ties it up just to run away with it. All right, this is a must. This is must.
What's the score? How much am I up by 5?
It's 13-9. So yeah, you got to answer this. What do you call a group of crows?
Cree.
I need multiple choice.
Herd, flock, murder, or pack?
Murder.
It's murder. Holla, holla. All right, 13-10. Which animal is best known for playing dead as a defense mechanism?
Possum, send them home, baby. Send them home.
15-10. This is it right here. Which kind of fish is known for its deadly poison?
Multiple choice.
Salmon, pufferfish, tuna, or swordfish?
Swordfish.
No, what are you doing? It's
Incorrect.
pufferfish. Come on. 17-10. I'm walking off.
16. You only get
16.
Okay. Last one.
Go ahead, say it.
Put
him in the dirt with this one.
What's the name of the organ snakes use to smell?
Snap of starts with a V. No. What's the multiple choice?
Tongue, Jacobson's organ, nose, or lungs?
Let's go with Jacobson's organ. Sounds cool. Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it by an overwhelming score of 17-10. You want one more?
Sure.
You want one more?
Yeah.
Which animal is known to laugh?
Multiple choice.
You're killing me, bro.
I don't know what animal is known to laugh. I have a guess.
You
but I
obviously,
don't think it's right.
didn't watch Lion King. Gorilla, hyenas, dogs, or cats?
I'm going to guess hyenas.
Hey, there he goes. But it's too little too late, ladies and gentlemen. Blake Elliott finally redeems himself and wins a game of extra credit. Coming up next, final hour of the program. What the hell did Colin Cowherd have to say about this Bill Belichick and Jordan, whatever the hell her last name is? And by the way, is she a gold digger? We'll discuss that more next. Don't go anywhere.
products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour of the program happening right now. It is indeed The Fan After Dark on a thick Thursday night. And just when the Dallas Stars had knotted things up at 2, it was about, a couple minutes later, Colorado scored. It is now 3-2. They've got 24 shots on goal, only 12 for your Dallas Stars. Let's call it what it is. And you knew this was going to be a barn burner anyway. But, you got the Colorado Avalanche who are fighting for their playoff lives right now. So, look, a lot of hockey left. There's still 14 minutes left to go in the second period.
Gone.
So
they got 3 goals already.
It is. I said 4-3 was my prediction. Shout out to my boy Billy Brown, who has them winning 5-3. So still a lot of hockey left to go in tonight's matchup. So let's not get carried away and or disappointed. What happened to our boy that got ran into the boards?
No update, and I don't expect to get an update because it's hockey. So I'll let you know if I see anything, though.
Okay. Who was it?
Leon Bischel.
Okay. Yeah, he got slammed to the board.
He's like 6'7" or something like that, so he took a hard fall.
Damn. So we'll keep you posted on all things hockey and the Dallas Stars. Chances are there's going to be about it'll probably be midway the third period when we're done, when we're off the air here. So anything you want to say after your scintillating extra credit win tonight?
It was nice. A lot of people doubted me in the extra credit round.
They did. I did, in fact.
I think I had to shut up some of the haters today. I think it was a good day for me. I appreciated the questions because they all seemed pretty elementary to me. As I try to get that word out of my mouth. I just ate a bag of hot Cheetos.
Yeah.
So my mouth is kind of on fire, but it feels good. Someone said good call on the no text line. It wouldn't have mattered. I got them all right. One of my better extra credit performances. One of my higher output in this.
Well, you went on an 8-1 run to close it out, and I think that had a lot to do with it because you were up 9-4. Khaki rattles off 5 straight.
Gotta make things interesting.
Okay. At that point,
it's a couple questions.
At that point, it's 9-9, and then like I said, you rattled off 8 straight. So he did get the final question right.
What was the final question?
What animal laughs?
Laughs? Oh, a hyena.
And like I said before, Blake suggested this, and so I had a feeling that he might have a little bit of Discovery Channel background or something.
Wow.
But hey, you know what? Nevertheless,
Discovery Channel background.
Congrats to my opponent. I just didn't win the 50-50 decisions today.
You did lose a lot of the 50-50
In my
balls.
head, I was between 2 decisions 3 times, went 0 for on all 3.
That'll do it every time.
So
all the ones that you were between 2, I knew before he read off the multiple choice. So like Blue Whale, I thought was a gimme. I thought that one was a
you
gimme.
missing that one.
And
that hurt.
So much of me wanted to go to Blue Whale that I was like,
let's try Orca instead.
Yeah.
You knew it was a whale. You just didn't know which one.
I didn't say
idea.
hippo.
Just didn't know which one. There was another one that you missed that kind of threw me for a loop. We should have known it was going to be a little wonky when you gave 3 answers for the spider legs.
Hey,
I'm still not happy about that,
Okay,
but
take
it
it
doesn't
away.
matter at the end of the day.
Stars! Did Rope Hinch to score again?
I think he did.
What is this just the Rope Hinch show?
Has he scored all 3 goals?
No, he has scored 2.
So there's
Grantland had
been,
the other one.
There's been 4 goals in the first 5 minutes of the second period with an injury, and half of those goals have been Rope Hinch.
Tell you what,
2/3.
Hell of a shot right here. Oh, just gave him the bit. I don't know. What do you call that?
A wrister? Slap shot?
I didn't see it. So.
Let's see. What would you call this?
What do you call this?
I think it's just a one-timer. I think it's just a one-timer. I think it's just when it's just you.
One time.
I think it's just a one-timer.
I'll call up Gavin for it.
Whatever it was, it's a goal, and it's now 3-3. Stars and Avalanche.
Oh, that was pretty.
Well, this one I'm telling you, man. My man was on.
If I'm guessing, I'm gonna say one-timer.
That's a one-timer. That's it.
Someone said that.
Let us know if we're wrong.
You know the movie Necessary Roughness?
Yeah.
It was filmed on Mean Green's campus.
I've heard that. Yeah, it was North Texas.
Yeah.
Shout out to I think Kathy Ireland was the kicker in that movie.
I don't know who that is.
You're not. You would.
Yeah.
You would.
Speaking of movies, I started I started watching You. It just came out season 5. With our boy Joe Goldberg, the stalker.
Yeah.
Real good. Oh, some twists and turns in this one. He's back home in New York now where the show started.
Okay.
Back with this girl he met in London. And all the stuff that he's done bad in his life has been erased because of his new girl that's got a lot of money.
Good for him.
And now he's living in New York, back at his old bookstore.
Doing the damn thing.
You know, not being faithful in typical Joe fashion.
Has he killed anybody yet?
I'm trying to think. Yes,
Okay.
he has killed someone.
Okay.
But it was all for love.
It was all for love.
To protect the people he loves.
I watched Cross.
Yeah?
I
heard it was good.
It's okay. It's okay.
Will Smith?
No. Aldous
Denzel?
Hodge. You just named black actor.
I felt like there was a black actor in there.
No, it is. It's Aldous Hodge.
Okay. I knew I was gonna get there at some point.
Who was the third black actor you were gonna name?
Morgan? What's our boy in Sinners? Michael B? Speaking of, that movie is getting, they're making it sound like that's the best movie that's ever come out. I haven't heard one bad thing about it.
I haven't either. Now, granted, I did see some white guy who told white people on Twitter that the movie's not for us.
Oh, is it?
And that we can't critique it.
Okay. I haven't seen it, so I can't speak on it.
I didn't know that was, sorry. Now, I haven't seen it, so I can't critique it yet.
You can't even critique the critiques.
I got to be careful. Apparently, I can't critique
Have
black
you seen
movies.
it, Kevin?
Isn't it a scary movie?
I really don't. I think so.
I've heard
I think it's scary-ish,
Yeah, it's
right?
not like a horror movie.
Yeah, but it's not a horror movie. Now, and the only scene I've seen is the Haley Steinfeld. that line, and now it's been made into memes and whatever else.
Poor Josh Allen.
Boy.
He's going to win the Super Bowl this year, huh?
He better.
The Bills got to win the Super Bowl.
Boy, I'll tell you what.
What was their draft looking like? That might be really important moving forward.
That might be a good one.
The Bills, they need to be good this year. You can't do another year. of just
Well, I'll
losing.
tell you what. Don't ask their GM.
A-. They got Maxwell Hairston, TJ
That's right,
Sanders.
They did get him.
Landon Jackson, Deion Walker.
So the GM, Brandon Bean, I think is his name. I know he's got a.
Oh, they drafted my friend Chase Lund out of Connecticut. He went to Martin.
Okay.
At pick 206.
So he does a show on WGR 550 or whatever the hell their station is up there in Dallas, or excuse me, up in Buffalo, and they asked him like off the bat. The host did something about the wide receiver, and he went on this just tirade about. We led the league in scoring the last 8 weeks of the season. Why do I need to? Why are you guys basing everything off of whether we got a receiver or not? Mm-hmm. Because we scored 30 points a game.
They did score a lot, but James Cook also wants a contract. He doesn't want that fifth-year option. He wants a contract.
Well, of course he does. No, I ain't mad at him for that. But his whole thing was like, you guys are agonizing over the fact that we didn't take a wide receiver when, our defense is what was the problem down the stretch, and he's not necessarily wrong about that. So
they drafted all defense their first 4 picks,
something like that. I was just glad to hear. It's nice. I mean, we know Jerry will say whatever's on his mind, so he's not too concerned about it. But it was nice to hear somebody else.
They didn't draft an offensive player till the 5th round and pick 173, and they got a tight end.
Yeah, at that point,
everything was all defense,
which is crazy because you already got 2 of them. So I mean, if you get a tight, so I guess Dawson Knox is on the way out.
Yeah, you would think at some point you would have got a receiver. They got Jackson Hawes out of Georgia Tech. The Bills draft the best run blocking tight end in this year's draft class.
There you go.
3 seasons at Yale.
They know what they're doing. Wow. James Harden with a 17-point second quarter as they're going off. He's got 21 for the game, 51-45 in the other best series of the playoffs.
Should I read some text?
Yeah, you do it because we haven't read text all night. We've been we've been bad tonight. But we haven't been on in a while, so, sorry, all you fatties out there.
We got a lot on the
Nothing
mind.
personal, y'all. Nothing personal.
Tyler Shuck will likely be the last college player ever drafted born in the 1900s.
I think they mean 1990s.
I'm just reading what they texted. They said 1900s.
That's what I'm saying. I think they mean 90s.
Technically, the 1990s are still the 1900s, so I get it. Man, that's
probably right.
Wow.
Because 1999 would make you 25, which is
I was going to say, because by the time, if you're 26, you ain't getting drafted. Okay, you're a UDFA all day, every day. No one in their right mind is because next year, you'd be almost 26, 27 next year. Yeah. So he was born in 99.
I'm going to be 26 this year, so next year's draft class would be 26 at the youngest.
Yeah.
To get drafted.
So you're our barometer.
Yeah.
So could you imagine gearing up for your senior season? Here we go. Here we go, brother. I just need one contract.
I just need one contract and make it happen.
I just need the one contract. All right, what you got outside of that one?
Shower water babies are made every day from the 817.
What?
An hour ago.
I think I know.
Shower water babies.
I think I get what he's saying, but I'm not sure what we were saying that prompted that. So
It's that time of the year where we all need a vacation. Someone texted in.
Okay.
He got caught being a dumb youngin' recording it for social media clicks. I think it's funnier if I read old text and you try to remember what we were talking about at that moment.
That was the Jax Ulbridge situation.
Nice. Maximum Overdrive, check it out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Waze is awesome.
Oh, Maximum Overdrive. Is that one of that might be one of the maps?
Blake really likes talking about jerking cars.
Wow.
Both y'all said that, by the way.
Hear me out. 100 football guys versus one gorilla, or 100 construction guys versus one gorilla. Who would win?
It depends on what kind of condition the construction guys are at in the morning. That would be my only question.
Just left the range, guys. Feeling better about the swing. I still suck, but getting better.
That's all that matters, man. As long as you feel good about it.
They were also saying we may get flying taxis in DFW for the World Cup next summer.
That ain't happening, bro. They're not putting flying taxis.
What if y'all just call Khaki Kev Cac? I do it. I think I did it today.
We do it. I think we did it earlier, too.
People have their opinions on that as well.
What, Cac?
Yeah.
About calling you Cac?
Yeah.
Who is people? Like your family members?
I won't listen.
Are you getting bum rushed on the street? Is that Khaki Kevin right there?
You know, what do you mean you won't list them?
I got a problem with this Cac nonsense.
Some people think it sounds strange.
What, Cac?
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to say who some people are? Or do we have to guess?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying names.
What do you mean, some people?
I don't know. Ask around.
Ask around.
Ask around. Why would I ask around when you're the one providing me the information?
But I'm not going to tell you who.
Go into a deep dive investigative
Is it somebody?
research.
Okay. We'll just leave it. We'll say this and we'll move on. Is it somebody here at the station or is it somebody outside the station?
Could be inside or outside the station.
Oh my! What is happening?
Mr. Ambiguous and
people
Mr.
aren't liking the
Vague
cat
over here.
Are you liking it?
I don't care what y'all call me.
Well, I mean,
somebody
you do, but
somebody doesn't like the name Cac. Is that what you're saying?
Someone not so much that they don't like it.
Okay.
they thought it sounds like something else.
Questionable.
I mean, we've
Cac?
been
Khaki Kev?
Like what? I mean, I'm just trying to think of even if like worst case scenario, what could we? Because look, I'll say something accidentally.
Yeah, but let's not tread those waters.
Well, no, but I'm just saying like what I'm. Trust me, I'm trying to think of what word other than Cac.
We can discuss off air.
Yeah,
I
want to
wanna know.
Yeah, I'm tempted to hear this. I
Okay.
want to know.
What does it start with? What does the bad word start with? Does it also start with a K?
No.
Flack,
No.
crack,
I really don't like where this is going.
Block.
knack.
Balk. Like in baseball.
I think Blake knows he's
Snack.
just playing dumb.
Snack. Lack. Rack.
You know what? I bet it was his girlfriend telling him. She goes, "Did you just say that you look like a snack?"
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Okay. Is it someone here or not? You can answer that. You can just say it's someone who works here or someone who doesn't work here that said this.
Somebody has expressed concerns about
gosh.
the name from here.
This guy, this PR guy.
I mean, you know,
Someone's
what?
expressed disinterest in the word.
Did they put out an official press release too about
Yeah,
it?
just to me.
All right, you guys, 877-881-1053.
The 832 is not correct.
877-881-1053. Guess what the word is that apparently somebody here at the station thinks we are.
Is that our bosses?
I mean, look, if it ain't Gavin or Tim and I ain't heard from them, you know what? Let's know what word you think it is. And then coming up next, top five people we would take with us to fight the gorilla. Don't go anywhere.
Late night for a reason.
A new way of
Saffron Squad?
Costs, they only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel D, go-to for car and truck work attorneys in Dallas.
All right.
Nice clean intro.
All right. Oh, I hit off on my volume.
You hit it on your throat too.
So
what?
There you have it. There you have it. All right, welcome back in. It is the top 5 at 10:20 here on Fan After Dark. Now, you and I will be back on Saturday.
Yeah, we will.
What, 1 to 5?
Something like that.
Something like that. And then I'll be on Sunday morning with the one, the only, three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold. By the way, we are knotted up still at 3 with just under 3 minutes left to go in the second period.
Got saved by the crossbar earlier.
Oh, did they?
Yep.
Okay. All right. All right. So, in honor of the 100 men versus a gorilla discussion.
If you had to throw a woman in there, who would it be? Ronda Rousey? Why?
No.
Who would be your woman? Nunez?
Precious.
All right.
No?
Scarlett Johansson? She's always plays a badass in all the movies, so maybe she's got some up her sleeve.
No. Scarlett Johansson ain't beating up nobody.
Okay. So, Precious, I'm gonna stick with Ronda Rousey. No one's throwing any women in this. I just want to show some equality.
I appreciate that.
I appreciate
that.
There's definitely some women that would be better suited than some of the men that people are picking.
Better suited than what men?
I don't know. I'm just saying some of the men. I'm not saying the ones we're going to pick.
Yeah.
We're going to pick soldiers. Let's get into our list.
Let's do it. My number 5, Tyson Fury.
Decent pick.
He's got honorable mentions already.
He's got honorable mentions written all over him.
No, I'm saying Blake has honorable mentions. Anytime he says decent pick,
we know Blake's
means
got
he's got 15 guys on his paper.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
It's top 5 at 10, 20, Blake.
When do I ever listen to the segment?
Yeah, seriously. All right, who's your number 5?
Okay, number 5. We'll get to that in a second. Let's go and get the 7th man award. So this is going to be my 7th man off the bench.
Yeah.
You might have to do a little research to figure out how these people are. My 7th man, who's going to be really holding everything together for the team, Sean Oakman at a Baylor, will be my 7th man.
Okay. Oh, the old D end?
Yeah. If you need to do a little Google search to figure out what he looks like, just type in Sean Oakman, and you'll know why, Blake, that's a great pick as your 7th man.
I respect it.
Okay.
And my number 5, Myles Garrett.
Okay.
So that's a nice D-line right there. Myles Garrett and Sean Oakman grabbing the limbs of said gorilla. I'm going to give them the hind legs. They got the hind.
Okay.
Those two.
What do you mean the hind legs? That's all they've got. I mean, they've got 2 legs.
Okay, the hind limbs. The hind limbs.
The legs. His legs. They grab his legs. It's not a 4-legged animal, okay? It's a freaking gorilla. All right, what's your number 5, Kevin?
My number 5.
He said his hind legs.
My number 5 is Prime.
What are you, fighting horses too? This guy. Number 5.
Prime Mike Tyson.
Okay.
Wait, can we turn the clock back on people?
See, I don't know. Can we?
This is
I mean,
tomorrow we're fighting. We can't turn the clock back on people. This is a real life situation to take down this gorilla.
Because I thought about putting Mike Tyson down.
Too old.
But I was going to say,
Well, you get him on a couple
watching
of-
what he did against Jake
you get him
Paul,
on a couple of you get him on a couple of shrooms. He'll think he's in his prime.
Now, I'll let you throw any drug you want in there. So you're doing Tyson today on shrooms?
It's definitely going to. Well, I don't know that you want to fight on shrooms.
That's kind of what he did, isn't it?
I don't know if it was shrooms.
No, there's no way he was fighting on shrooms. No way. Look, I could see fighting on a lot of things.
We'll have a talk after off air what shrooms does to you.
I was going to say, have you done shrooms before?
No, I have not.
I was going to say.
I just know that he does it all the time, so I just kind of assumed that was part of his daily.
Trust me, he ain't fighting out. Now microdosing on shrooms, that's a different conversation. But as far as if my man's choking down 5-6 grams, no.
Okay, Cat, who's your
he
number
might
4?
think he's a gorilla after he's done, but that's about as close as that's going to get. All right, number 4.
You say
my number 4.
We are same. Caesar.
Same.
He's going to start fighting against the humans.
Yeah, that's right.
My number 4, and you can take this one as is, J.J. Watt.
Okay.
A little old for my liking, but still got intelligence.
Well, have you seen what he looks like now?
He's a beast.
He looks better now than he did probably when he was playing.
Okay, my 6th man. So this is going to be round up everything else you're going to hear in the starting lineup, guys. My 6th man, give me Russell Westbrook. A little bit of athleticism. This is the case the gorilla gets away. This is the guy who's going for the eyeballs.
Where we're going with this
is
now.
the guy who's going to be mobile.
As if the gorilla gets away.
We can't just have a lot of slow guys. Yeah. I need someone to track him down, and I'm sending Myles Garrett and Westbrook to go chase the gorilla down.
Okay.
Westbrook is when we have everybody on it. He's grabbing the eyeballs. He's mobile. He's jumping up on the back.
Yeah.
I can't just have a bunch of guys grounded.
On the gorilla.
He's dunking on the gorilla's head. Give me Russell Westbrook. I think that is a supreme pick. That's my 6th man. My number 4, Steven Adams.
Okay. I'm gonna hate it.
Got a great team so far.
Did you steal that from the text line?
Oh no, I'm not. I'm looking at Sean Oakman on my right, but we said Steven Adams earlier.
Okay, we did. My number 4, Tom Stoltman. And so you may be saying to yourself, Fred, who is Tom Stoltman? I'm glad you asked.
Can you spell it out for me?
Just spell it like it sounds. Stoltman. I got faith in you here.
Oh, with an O.
Star scored.
I just had a heart attack. I just had an actual heart attack.
Said with an O. So much going on in that last segment. Was that my boy? Did Miko score?
Miko.
Hey!
Miko!
Hey!
Take the lead. Take the lead.
It's just
right.
Little under 2 minutes left in the second period.
Adrenaline overload if you're listening to the fan.
Yeah, it is.
I'll
tell you what. Yeah.
Y'all told me to
I'm loving
to play the buzzer.
Wow,
I'm loving it.
I loved seeing Blake's reaction. He actually freaked out for a good 10 seconds.
I didn't know what that was.
Yeah.
That's a
my Tom Stoltman pick.
That's
solid.
a husky guy.
Yeah, well, he's 6'8", 300 pounds, so he should be.
Well,
husky.
he said that's not husky.
By the way,
that's husky.
That's husky. By the way, he is the 2024 World's Strongest Man winner.
Okay, then that's a great pick.
I know it is. My number 3, Cain Velasquez. Okay, if this guy will literally murder people in the street, then he will definitely murder a. Now, granted, there was, I remember that was one of the first segments I ever did with Khaki Kevin. And Khaki Kevin was like, I don't feel comfortable talking about this.
Yep. a lot has changed in almost a year.
What about Brock? He's going against Brock Lesnar.
Khaki Kev has come a long way. But yes, Cain Velasquez is my number 3. If I had to kill a gorilla, I'm bringing Tyson Fury, Tom Stoltman, and Cain Velasquez.
I like your list is great.
I know it is.
I've got Myles Garrett, Steven Adams.
Yeah, your list is going to get murdered in 30 seconds.
We got Westbrook and Oakman cleaning up though.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I know what you've been waiting, guys. Who's your coach? Who's coaching you through everything, Blake? Who's getting you through? Joe Mazzulla. I teased it earlier.
Yeah.
He's getting us ready for battle. He's taking no excuses. Blood is good. I'm glad you're bleeding. That means you're in the gorilla's face. Give me Joe Mazzulla as my coach, and then my number 3 spot. We're gonna go back to the football field. We're gonna get 2 D tackles now. We need some beef boys. These are the guys holding down. Actually, we're gonna put them on the legs. Give me Myles Garrett and Steven Adams on the arms.
Yeah.
These are the guys on the legs, not the hind ones. Vita Vea on one leg. Desmond Watson on the other leg. You might need to look him up. Look up Desmond Watson on your little computer.
That's the guy they just drafted, right?
Who is that?
Wait, is Desmond Watson the 400-pound dude from Florida?
Yeah, that's the guy they just drafted, yeah.
Give me Desmond at 4, 25. Biggest player ever drafted. Give me Desmond Watson on the legs.
I've got an honorable mention for my head coach.
Go ahead.
Give me Herb Brooks. Miracle on Ice.
Oh, the Miracle on Ice guy. Yeah. Okay.
All right, my number 3, I have another honorable mention. Call me Blake Elliott. Y'all said that we couldn't do anybody that wasn't in their prime.
No, you can pick whatever you want. You just can't turn the clock back.
Velasquez is in prison right now, so.
Patrick Swayze from Roadhouse.
He's dead, though.
Okay.
That would be past their prime.
But that's why I didn't include it. So we couldn't go back.
Honorable mention.
That's honorable mention.
Okay.
My number 3 is Tiger King.
R.I.P.
Tiger King as in...
Like the gay dude?
Well, the guy that does the tiger thing. I don't know. I never watched the documentary, so.
You realize he's going to get killed, right?
Well, I mean, all these guys are going to get killed. None of us have actually made our stance on this.
but the Tiger King is like 5'8", $150. Like, I don't
Maybe
know.
he knows how to handle it.
Oh, yeah, he knows how to handle it all right, but not in that way. Not that kind of handling. I don't think.
My number 2.
Different gorilla.
What are you suggesting about this gorilla, by the way? Like
you know, he got married in prison.
I don't know
right?
where you're going. I saw that.
He got married in prison.
I never
did that.
How are they all wearing tuxedos, by the way? I don't get it. Anyway, continue.
My number 2, Liver King.
Well, you're on this. You know that dude's fake, right? He's just
the steroids were fake.
Yeah, okay.
But he ate the real meat. He's a real prime alpha
the guy has literally
right?
been selling himself as like that's all he was getting. You know, he looks like that off of his phony diet.
I bought it. Hopefully he can lead us into battle.
What's your team so far? Recap it?
Yeah, recap.
So my team, honorable mentions or no honorable mentions?
Just give us your 4.
Got a couple of dead guys here.
Dead guys.
With Patrick Swayze. Who's like $150 soaking wet.
Fake prime shroomed up Mike Tyson. JJ Watt as is. Patrick Swayze from Roadhouse, maybe, possibly, and Tiger King.
And Liver King.
With Liver King.
This dude here.
I feel like Kevin, when he did his list, like he had to just pick certain people. Like you had the entire world to pick from Kevin.
Look, y'all told me to stop being so serious. I stopped being so serious.
I love it. I love the
make
list.
it tough on myself.
Also, Herb Brooks is leading us into battle.
And he does have Herb Brooks leading. He does have the pregame speech should be
again. Also, not with us, but still. We can just play the
half
speech.
Your roster is dead.
We can play the speech.
All right, number 2.
I know you're wondering, Blake, who's your assistant coach? It's not just Missoula out there. You got to have another guy that has the clipboard, that's got the game plan, that's writing stuff down. That's going to be Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin's right there with Missoula, assistant coach, making sure that the game plan battle goes 17 to the left, 55 to the right, couple down the middle, some people up top. You got to have a structured team. Michael Irvin, assistant coach. And at number 2, the guy who's going in first, the guy that's setting the tone for my team with his baklava situation.
Yeah.
His hat, I forget the exact name for it. It's white, it's furry.
Yeah.
Give me Khabib.
I like
Leading
that.
The team
That's your number 2?
That's my number 2.
Okay. I like where your head's at. Real quick, since everybody's in the spirit of naming coaches, I went ahead and went with Bill Belichick and his girlfriend as my head coach
combo.
and assistant. Look, they're a pair.
They're a pair.
Okay.
Don't ask us any questions.
Don't ask any questions.
If you're concerned about my Tiger King, look at what the 817 said.
Oh, God.
There's strategy potential.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. My number 2, also Khabib.
Khabib,
all right,
nice.
so you and I are both on the same page as far as that goes. And then my number 1, coked out and ready to roll, the one, the only, maybe the greatest UFC fighter of all time, John Bones Jones.
Yep, I got the same number 1. John Jones is my number 1. So we got the same one, too, Khabib and Jones.
Yeah, we do.
They're leading us in the battle. I'll just give my last honorable mention. We need an offensive coordinator. We need a guy that's making sure that...
What a coaching staff you've really put together here.
Head coach is holding everything together.
Yeah.
Assistant kind of getting us hype, making sure everyone's on the same page. And then offensive coach implementing strategy.
The strategy itself.
Who better than the one, the only, maybe the greatest offensive player ever, Tom Brady. Offensive coach out there and making sure that the game plan goes right.
Okay.
Winner. He's not leaving without gorilla meat in his hand.
No, he's not. Well, neither's Tiger King, apparently. All right, last one. Take us home.
You're not ready for this.
I mean, it can't be any worse than Tiger King and Liver King. Or a dead Patrick Swayze.
Don't react off the name. Let me explain.
Okay.
Gary Trent Jr.
Jawan Taylor. He's got the kickback and he can hold.
I kind of knew where you were going with that.
That's an interesting choice, but I don't hate it.
Look, I think we're screwed either way. I think we're losing.
We're all gonna die, but
we're winning.
I like my list. I like my list.
We do agree that if 100 like UFC fighters or 100 of the strongest people went together, they would take down the gorilla, right? We're all on the same page.
No.
I am.
All I'm saying is, I've had 2 biologists come out and say yes, you could do it. Again, I go back to the same thing.
The gorilla's not grabbing 15 people at once and slamming their heads down.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying when he does it the first time.
That's what it's all about, the mentality.
That's my point.
You need Tom Brady there.
Are you ready to watch a human head crack open in front of you?
Yeah.
And if you're good with that, then hey, let's go. Yeah. But fight or flight.
Give me a little Nate Diaz in there. Like, you need some guys that are a little messed up in the head.
I think you need some legit military men.
It's all fun and games until somebody gets punched in the face. All right, coming up next, final segment of the program, we will recap what's going on in the Stanley Cup playoffs, your Dallas Stars, Colorado, as well as getting you ready for your Friday. Lots to get to, don't go anywhere. Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ with...
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forget it.
people who do listen to the fan and they get to hear a little snippet of the fan. And it feels like a lot of times they do hear like fair or foul or our non-sports topics. So it's easy for those Uber drivers Uber riders to get a glimpse. And hopefully the Uber driver's putting them on and like, hey, After Dark, 7 to 11.
You know, you can follow them on the Odyssey app after you get out of this vehicle.
Do you tip your Ubers?
I don't take Ubers, so.
Do you tip your delivery drivers?
Like delivery drivers for what?
When was the last time you had a tip and it wasn't a restaurant, like a sit-down restaurant? No, you don't tip anywhere else in your life?
I will tip the baggage people at the airport.
That's random. What do you mean the baggage people? Like when you get your baggage claim?
Like if you do a baggage claim at the beginning.
Well, they just take your bag and put it on a conveyor belt. You give them a 20.
I don't give them a 20, but I'll give them some cash. Or the
for
guy.
What? I'm so lost. The people that say, "Okay, thank you for your bag," and it's put it on the conveyor belt right behind them.
Like if you go outside, if they do it outside, or like the guy, or sometimes I'll tip the people that drive the bus from a parking lot to drop you off at the airport.
I would tip someone if they got my bags out of my car and then put it and did the whole process and checked me in and put it on the conveyor belt. Yeah, I tip them then. No. But so I'm walking my bags to them, handing it to them. They're turning around and putting it on a conveyor belt, and you're like, "Here's some money."
Not the people inside.
I know. I've seen the outside ones.
Yeah,
but why? Because they're outside.
Why not?
Okay, money bags.
Why not? I mean, it's not like I'm giving them a 50. I'm giving them a 5.
What's another place you tip at? That's not a restaurant.
Nowhere. That I can think of.
Barber?
Off the top of my head.
Don't tip your barber?
Oh, I give her, my girl Marianne. Absolutely.
Barberess, I should say.
I think Barber's unisex.
Hairstylist?
I feel like, I wouldn't go call her hair. I mean, no, she is a hairstylist.
Wow.
She's not styling my hair, but.
What hair?
No, she's a legit. I mean, my girl Marianne. Now, she was dealing with bed bugs the last time I saw her, so I hope she's okay. I don't know.
The last time you saw her, as in she touched your head?
She did, yes. I mean, it was too late at that point, but
she told you that mid cut. I also have bed bugs.
Well, she had she
Should
had
I distance myself?
She had I mean, this was over a month ago, so I mean,
I don't know how long bed bugs take to initiate.
Well, they didn't jump from her to me.
How do you know? Did I tell you that?
I think you would know by now, Blake.
They're not just. I mean, you've seen my hair. There ain't much there. So what? I mean, what are the bed bugs doing?
You got droplings on you soon.
Yeah, do I?
I don't know.
Well, I've been to your house since, so
I'm a little weary.
Yeah, it's probably all ingrained in your crib.
I'm a little.
Yeah, all up in the mix. All up in the mix.
Scared.
All up in the mix.
Oh, I'll be going to the vet tomorrow.
she had she's vet spot on her face. Yeah, why would you go to the vet?
It's not ticks.
Bugs. What are you doing?
What are you doing? Say it's not ticks. I wouldn't go anyways. That's not the point. I'm not an animal. Kevin said it's not ticks.
You are an animal. That's exactly what it
is. But
is.
no!
That's right. Why? Where else do you leave tips?
Someone said I'm no longer listening because Fred doesn't tip drivers.
I don't take cars that aren't my truck.
They're cutting it off, Fred. We just lost a
Now,
listener.
food delivery people, yes, I will give them a tip, 100%.
Okay, you order a $25 pizza from Domino's. It shows up at your house. It's a football game's about to start. How much?
$5.
You cheap.
I gave you $5. That's a 20% tip. That's 20%.
I thought you were Mr. Moneybags. So the same $5 the conveyor belt people get, that's what your driver driving across town.
He never said he was going to give him a 20.
And that's what I'm saying. It's the same $5.
Yeah, it is. Because you know what? One, I don't see very often. And second, I can't tell you the last time I gave a tip to the baggage handler guy because I usually take my own bag.
Okay, so you don't tip at all, unless you're sitting at a restaurant, is what I'm gathering from the segment.
Fred's a do-it-myself kind of guy.
Yeah, interesting.
I said I give the guy that's driving.
You get a coffee. You get a coffee at La La Land, Starbucks, whatever.
$1.
That's almost more insulting. Just handing them a $1 bill, or are you doing that on the iPad?
Almost as insulting as the fact that you're asking for a tip to hand me a cup of coffee. Like, that's insulting.
What if they made it? I get black coffee. I get that. What if they made you a drink?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have to hold off a wild wildebeest while you were making the coffee too? Like, what are we doing here? Tip culture's gone insane. I do it. I give you $1 because what? You punched a button for me and handed me a coffee. That what? You broke your back making?
Someone said, former Domino's delivery driver here. $5 is a great tip.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm here for it.
Someone said I tipped $7 to $5 equal 20% above and beyond. So
I'm within 15 to 20. Again, don't think just because you're entitled to 20%. Just be a nice person. I'm gonna give you 20%.
Someone said my writer just tipped me $50 because Fred does not tip to make up for it.
Good.
The 945.
I just made you money then. Okay, I just made you money.
We should get a cut out of that, eh?
You know what? I'll tell you. I don't need a cut. What am I going to give me? $1? Tell you what.
It's the whole point of a tip.
Just don't ever discount the tip.
Tiger King.
It's his claim to fame.
I lost myself into that. I've never seen a documentary, so
I can't believe you named the Tiger King of all. Like, of all the people
that's
that
a huge context.
Fight, like the Tiger King. That's.
Do you know what he looks like?
Yeah, I know what he looks like.
And you still willfully decided that he would be a guy.
Look, I wasn't going logical. What are we talking about? It's 100 people
hey.
versus a gorilla. Nothing's logical about that conversation anyway.
I'm not mad at you for that.
Give me Rope Hands. He seems like a dog.
Yeah. Give me Miko.
I did think about throwing a hockey player in there because they'd have a skate.
No, they don't get to come with.
They wouldn't have anything.
Just the hockey player gets the breeze.
So they don't get weapons?
No, that's this whole debate.
That's the whole point of this.
If someone had a rifle, then we need one guy.
I mean, if you do weapons, that nullifies the whole argument. Unless you said, like, okay, I'm going to give you some brass knuckles.
But who says that would be a weapon? Maybe that's just what they come equipped with as a hockey player.
So, of the 100 people, 99 guys walking up there in shoes, shorts, and a T-shirt, and my man's got a skate on.
No, I'm just saying whatever you pick them from is what. I'm just saying whatever you pick them from is what they're equipped with.
So what's Tiger King bringing?
Another guy.
Condoms or a tiger?
Haven't seen the documentary. I don't know.
Oh, man. Well, I think you get the gist of it after watching this or after doing this show.
It's not something I'm going to go watch.
You know what? It's a decent watch.
During the pandemic, it was great.
Oh,
it's all anybody was talking about. That's why I didn't want to watch it.
It was must-see television during the pandemic. It was must-see television.
When homegirl gets her arm eaten off by the tiger.
That was wild.
That was why they showed you that too. They didn't really blur anything out. Like her arm was ripped off.
Was that a Netflix thing?
Yeah.
But made by Netflix kind of deal, or
yeah, I think it was just.
Oh yeah, no, it was one of their documentary deals or whatever. Yeah. No, it was a weird, and then he had the dude without the teeth, and
he has three. He has three boyfriends.
He's got 3 boyfriends. It was a really weird show.
Some sad endings too. I don't want to spoil it because you haven't seen it, but
I'm not gonna watch it.
Well, you kind of already know what the ending is, really. I mean,
he goes to jail.
He's not.
Well, shout out to the other tiger, the other place. Remember that was running the.
Oh, the guy that took over for it afterward. That's scam artist looking dude.
He was running his pockets the whole time.
Man, he was.
And they stayed open. Remember, they
were
they found a loophole to stay open with the tigers, the baby tigers. Remember they had the baby ones. It's been a while since I've seen it.
No, I was going to say it's been a while. 19 minutes left to go in the third period. Dallas 4, Colorado 3. They just killed a power play. So, we're back to full strength for your Dallas Stars. 4-3. Raise your hand if you predicted a 4-3 score for your Dallas Stars winning. Your boy did. We still got 18 minutes left to go before this thing wraps up. And then, of course, my boy Billy Brown also predicted that the
post office. Tip at the post office?
Do I tip?
Do you tip your mailman?
At the post office. Yeah. Is that a real question?
Do you tip your mailman? I'm trying to think of other place you tip.
Do you tip your mailman?
I don't ever see him.
Exactly. And if you did.
I think that's kind of the point.
Like what are you tipping him for? Oh, thanks for that bill. Here's $1.
Thanks for the Spectrum trying to make me get Spectrum internet.
You're paying,
you're
on
the $5 right bill in the mailbox.
You're on the right side. Let me run around this truck and give you $1. Waiting for you to be on the left side.
Someone said bleep Carol Baskins. Oh, that brings it back. Carol Baskins.
That is, she
her
was,
and her husband.
Oh, you mean the one she killed?
Yeah.
The one she had eaten?
Yeah.
Like that, we know that, right? Like that's documented, right? Like we know that pretty much she ate or she had the tigers eat them.
See, I thought she was more popular out of the whole documentary than the Tiger King was.
No. Now
she was right there.
Well, here's the difference.
Didn't they make a song about her or something?
Yeah, Carol Baskins. No, here's why it came across that way is because she was able to do interviews after the series was over.
Tiger King
was locked up. So, unless you went to the jail, which I want to say he's in jail here in Dallas, isn't he?
I think it's in Dallas.
But she could do, and plus she was accused of killing her husband by having him eaten
on the show.
Right? So that was in tree, and they did an investigation into it. Right? So, yeah, Carol, and plus she looked like somebody that would do something like that.
Her eyes,
she painted her eyes pink or blue or something crazy, like the eyeshadow was off the chain. Yeah, it was nuts.
It was a crazy show.
Every tell you what, you and Shorty need to check that show out. It's worth your time. You can fast forward through some parts. You kind of, like I said, you already know what happens, but just for the character, and
they do show inside the cage with the tigers, the cameras. Inside the cage.
the tigers look like they do, raggedy. Seriously. You got some straight up white trash tigers. Is what you got in Oklahoma.
You got Joe Exotic walking around. Joe Exotic here with the tiger. I did not euthanize those tigers. I did not euthanize them.
All about Joe Exotic. My goodness, what a show! What a show! Do your Texas Rangers get back on the winning side of things tomorrow?
They do. They not DFA. They sent Jake Berger down. They optioned him to AAA. Brought up Blaine Krim.
I do think Jake Berger's going to bounce back. I told you guys this before the show when that news dropped. I think with the situation with his daughter having to have the open heart surgery just before training camp or spring training or whatever, I do feel like between that, getting back on track, I think there's a lot on Jake Berger's mind. I think he will be okay when it's all said and done, but I do think that's probably looming kind of large in the background with that.
So Ken Rosenthal, who's the one that broke the news, so they're demoting Jake Berger, getting Blake Cremo. They said the plan is for Berger to, in quotes, reset and return soon.
That's my guess.
So this sounds calculated. This wasn't like we had a bad game last night, we're sending him down. This is probably been a little bit in the works. Hey, we're just series is over. We're going to let you reset for a series or two and come back. And
look, anytime, and we talked about this before the show with Chief, anytime your kid's involved, and I don't care what job you're in, he makes all this money. Look, it doesn't matter. And anybody that's listening that's got kids, when your kid's hurt, you hurt. And this is an infant child, open heart surgery. That's a big deal. I hope that, we're hoping that maybe just like I said, that's where because that's a big deal throwing you off, going to a new team. He's got his routine and whatever else. So our hopes and prayers and thoughts, whatever else for our boy Jake Berger. All right. Great stuff as always. I will be on tomorrow with Kevin Hagee on KNC Masterpiece.
Show some fatty love there, guys.
Show some fatty love, little middayness there. And then, of course, Blake and I will be on Saturday as always. For the one, the only Khaki Kev, for Blake Elliott, I'm Fred Davis. Tolos, Fatties, everybody else, good night. God bless. We'll see you tomorrow.
Time to put the kiddos down and turn your radio up. It's
the cool and the crazy.
Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
You've spent the last 10 years or more building a successful business, but the past year has been tough. Maybe you've fallen behind on payroll taxes and the IRS is trying to come after your business or you personally. Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Nick Namath. If you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, or tax liens,
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?